যদি সবাই ফিরে যায়, ওরে ওরে ও ভাগা সবাই ফিরে যায়, যদি গহন পথে যাওয়ার কালে কেউ ফিরে না যায়, তবে পথের কাটা তুই রক্ত মাখা চরণ তলে একলা দলরে, তুই রক্ত মাখা চরণ তলে একলা দলরে, যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে। যদি আলো না ধরে, ওরে ওরে ও ভাগা আলো না ধরে, যদি ঝড় বাদলে আধার রাতে দুয়ার দেয় ঘরে, তবে বজ্রানলে আপন বুকের পাঁজর জ্বালিয়ে নিয়ে একলা চলো রে, আপন বুকের পাঁজর জ্বালিয়ে নিয়ে একলা চলো রে, যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে। একলা চলো, একলা চলো, একলা চলো, একলা চলো রে।
Hi guys, thank you for joining the live stream. I hope the audio is coming fine. We are back with another study with me live stream. You can work along or study along with me if you are feeling lonely, and if you feel the tendency to procrastinate when you work alone. That's where we come in. We are here to help each other in this endeavor. And we will talk about 5 minutes in the beginning and then have 50-minute study sessions and then take 5-7 minute breaks. Neon, of course, will be keeping the timer as usual. And I'll remind you all of some things. Firstly, tomorrow 11 a.m. in front of the Bangladesh High Commission, we will be protesting. So hope to see all of y'all who are from or around Kolkata. 25th December, 1:30 p.m. Professor Salvatore Babones will be coming on my podcast for the second time, and this time to discuss his book Dharma Democracy, which I'm currently in the middle of reading, which is what I'm studying in this live stream. And 26th December, 7:30 p.m. veteran journalist Jaggi Bhasanji will come to discuss his book Lies, Spice and Nuclear Rise. Hello Netizen, hello Neon. And what else? Not much else. And yeah, if y'all can, whoever is watching, if y'all can, please contribute to my legal battle lawyers' fees, etc., so that we can put them behind the bars. People who are destroying Bengal, people who are masquerading as devout Hindus, and who have broken my thumb, and the fake molestation case against me that also needs to be quashed, which is costing insane amounts, which generally costs insane amounts anyway. But recently some 4 extra grounds were added, which increased the costs more because the process became a little more complex and a little more elongated. Just like 1 month or a few weeks before I filed my quashing case, that's when the Supreme Court verdict came out for more grounds. Okay, let's start now. Where are we in the book? Oh, I'll be starting the 3rd chapter. We are going at pretty good speeds. And whenever I find something very, very fascinating in the book, I will let you all know by reading it out. We are at page 67 now. We'll start page 67 if anybody is reading along with me. Collecting cases like Pokemon. Yeah. Fake molestation and fake some other relatively smaller stuff. The main one is, of course, molestation. Saw my perpetrators and the fake molestation accusers getting felicitated day before yesterday in a party event at the inauguration of a particular thing. Yeah, start the timer now, Neon. Where are my pens? Where's the pen? Shit. Okay. Got a nice looking, beautiful looking matte finish pen from Chinmay Mission. This was from Chinmayananda's signature with Om. That's how he used to sign. But most importantly, guys, tomorrow 11 a.m. Bangladesh High Commission, please show up. It's called from the moment of its birth as an independent country, India was defined by its religion and by its relationship to religion. In 1947, India was to many of its citizens and to many outsiders simply the majority counterpart to Muslim majority Pakistan to others. India was destined to be a multi-faith country governed by a studiously secular state. The tension between these two views of Indian nation had never been recalled without international society were fought with the customs. Discourses unavoidable. Nonetheless, for a country where a literal yogi can become a major politician, India retains a strong separation between church and state, and the identity is routinely leveraged to win votes. But the state itself is in many ways surprisingly secular. Okay, a cool, interesting sentence here. But let's see which is the best spot to keep the microphone if I want to show my face and as well as not. As well as be audible. Yeah. For a country where a literal yogi can become a major politician, India retains a surprisingly strong separation between church and state. Hindu identity is routinely leveraged to win votes, as are Muslim identity, Christian identity, and multiple linguistic, regional, and caste identities, but the state itself is in many ways surprisingly secular. Okay, guys, Babar didn't destroy the Babri Masjid, right? It was some general of his who built it to commemorate Babar, right? Did Salvatore Brahmanas get this fact wrong here? He is putting up the common view, of course, that a Hindu temple on the site was destroyed by the Mughal Emperor Babur, who built a mosque on its ruins. Is there a debate on this, or is it a decided fact that it was Babur's general who built it? Mir Baki, was it? Baki. Oh, Abbas Muji says Aurangzeb destroyed it. I see. अच्छा तो ये डिसाइडेड फैक्ट नहीं है, तब छोड़ो भाई. Mhm. Wow, wow. Listen to this. In some ways, the use of Ram as a national symbol is analogous to the widespread Western use of the blindfolded Greek goddess Themis as the personification of justice, holding the scales of judgment and sword of retribution. Indeed, an illustration of Ram appears at the head of the Charter of Fundamental Rights in the official 1950 manuscript of the Indian Constitution. Mahatma Gandhi himself spoke of the ideal state as a Ramrajya, writing that the ancient ideal of Ramraj is undoubtedly one of true democracy in which the meanest citizen could be sure of swift justice. When laying the cornerstone for the Ram Mandir in 2020, Modi explicitly cited this Gandhian formulation. Listen to this more explanation of how what Modi has been doing, which is allegedly, let's say, baby steps towards setting up a Hindu Rashtra, breaking down the barriers between church and state, etc. How no one should be doing much pearl clutching about it because other people as well do it as well. Um, Giving such an example, okay? Listen to this. Um, Modi's goal of a Ram Rajya from his critics' accusations that that he is in fact setting up a Hindu Rajya in India. Nonetheless, it is perhaps only a thin line that separates Modi's goal of a Ram Rajya from his critics' accusations that he is in fact setting up a Hindu Rajya or Hindu state in India. At the Ram Mandir consecration, Modi repeatedly blurred that line with exhortations like, "My countrymen, the worship of Lord Sri Ram should be special for us. The worship should transcend the ego and be for us as a community. We need to present Lord Ram with the offerings of consistent valor, effort, and dedication. By consistently worshipping Lord Ram in this manner, we will be able to make Bharat prosperous and developed." End quote. In using such language, Modi directly connected the worship of Lord Ram to the health of the Indian state. This kind of rhetoric is new to India, where religious sensibilities run high. Now, the example. But to put his comments into perspective, the international community hardly batted an eye in 2010 when the German Chancellor Angela Merkel said that her country needed more focus on quote unquote our Judeo Christian tradition, then we will also be able to bring about cohesion in our country. Her political party, the Christian Democratic Union, went on to pass a resolution stating that German culture is based on the quote unquote Christian Jewish tradition or the Judeo-Christian, and declaring that, quote, Germany does not benefit from a minority that refuses to integrate, does not want to learn our language, and denies participation and advancement to their children, end quote. The context made it clear that the minority referred to in the resolution was Muslims. Holy shit. I didn't know Merkel said stuff like this. Similarly, disparaging language could be cited from other Western European countries, but if religion is controversial topic in Europe, there are deadly force in India, where the Muslim sort of most religious violence was presided over. Than Modi in a prior role as chief minister of the Modi failed to prevent communal rights, such as resulted in the deaths of 1,025 people of willing to percent of them Muslim. Not trained returning from India. Oh fuck, he's talking about Direct Action Day now. Quote, there will either be a divided India or a destroyed India, end quote. This was the message of Direct Action Day, Friday, 16th August 1946. On this day, All India Muslim League opened a campaign of terror that led inexorably to the partition of India along religious lines almost exactly 1 year later. Jinnah, the League's longtime president, said that direct action meant, quote, we bid goodbye to constitutional methods, end quote. The League's General Secretary Liaquat Ali Khan ominously explained that direct action, quote, can take any form, end quote, including, quote unquote, disobeying laws. But one thing is certain, or as near as can be when dealing with such febrile times, it was not Jinnah who in 1 year would become the undisputed father of an independent Pakistan, or even Khan who would become Pakistan's first prime minister, who said that India would either be divided or destroyed. The unhappy phrase is near universally attributed to Jinnah, even in academic works, but he was never publicly reported in contemporary sources to have uttered it. Instead, divided or destroyed was actually the inflammatory vow of Jinnah's close associate Abdul Rab Nishtar, who passed away in 1958. When the headline reporting Nishtar's portentous words was printed in the Times of India, a photograph of Jinnah happened to appear immediately underneath. In the attached article, the threatening words were unambiguously attributed to Nishtar. Jinnah, however, is not reported to have raised any objection, and history has perhaps correctly judged him the author of the phrase, even if he was not in fact the author. It was only on the eve of Direct Action Day itself that Jinnah finally issued a statement clarifying that there should be no violence on 16th August. Somewhat confusingly, he explained that, quote, August 16 is not for the purpose of resorting to direct action in any form, end quote. But whatever Jinnah's true intentions may have been, there were many calls for violence on August 16 made by the Muslim press and local Muslim League politicians. Muslim League Chief Minister of Bengal, Surawardi, controversially declared Direct Action Day a public holiday, presumably in order to facilitate street protests. There were many serious outbreaks of widespread intercommunal violence in India before 1946, but Direct Action Day may have been the first time that major party political leaders directly instigated the attacks. We will discuss comments when we take a break from 50-minute study sessions, okay? Mm, Ashkajam, so far I'm in the third chapter. All the chapters are on kind of different topics, all relating to practically how awesome India's democracy is, considering it's such a poor country. The key takeaway of the first chapter was that VDEM, no matter how state of the art or highly sophisticated their methodology be, there are serious flaws, hilarious flaws, and they definitely are flaws which are being deliberately overlooked. And I think he has mentioned this elsewhere as well, right? He has pointed out the mistakes anyway. The second chapter is on Yogi Adityanath, where not only is Yogi Adityanath credited with this, but the entire BJP, which is one, I think, key takeaway which I hadn't heard from him in his talks and stuff, which is that Babonis is pointing out and giving the opinion that BJP is a modernizing force in Indian politics. And in what ways? For that, you can of course read the book or check out our last day's entire study with me live streams. But find out the portions where I was reading out some portions. But it was very interesting that how come BJP is the modernizing force. That's very, very interesting. And the other thing is that another point he has presented is that um, India is a very weird non-Western country who functions almost as well as, well, considering its poverty, India functions almost as well as the West, but it's not Western in any sense. It has very much its own character, and even its modernity is coming about in different ways, not in the traditional sense, and definitely not in the ways that just the West says is modernity. Modernity does not have to mean simply westernizing. Modernity does not have to mean simply becoming atheists. Modernity, liberal democracy, these things must mean whether only and only kinship ties get things done for you. Of course, humanity in general is such a phenomenon that kinship will definitely get you places, but legally binding is not what kinship's legalness is not what is driving India. People with no kinship ties can also succeed in different places, and that's modernity for Salvatore Babones. Disagreements so far is that uh, I'm not sure exactly from the book. That's the problem. We'll have to ask him on the podcast whether he blames Hindus for the Muslim exclusion. That's the recurring controversy surrounding this book, whoever have read it so far. He repeatedly points out that Muslims are kind of not present in many institutions and public discourse. Is that the fault of Hindus? Any meaningful analysis of the challenges facing Indian democracy today must begin with the partition of India in 1947. Pointing out an interesting fact here that how partition is grammatically a common noun, but it has now become a capital letter proper noun, partition with a capital P. Like the Holocaust, it may have been an event too horrific to be fully comprehended by those who lived through it. Thus, what was described at the time as partition of India with small p became for later generations simply partition with capital P. Great point here. The tension between the formal no, listen to this intersection. In their broad outlines, they represent, respectively, the contrasting worldviews of contemporary India's two leading political parties, the INC and the BJP. The INC worldview implies that India is and was always destined to be a secular country, but one from which tens of millions of Muslims inexplicably seceded in 1947 under the influence of Jinnah and his Muslim League. The BJP worldview implies that India is and has always been a Hindu civilizational state, albeit one that these days magnanimously hosts the millions of Muslims and other minorities who chose to remain loyal to Bharat Mata. The tension between the formal inclusivity of the INC's rhetoric of civic pluralism and the more solidarist Hindu universalism that characterizes BJP rhetoric is a direct legacy of partition. These two competing ideologies represent incompatible visions for Indian nationhood, both historically grounded but neither historically complete. The question of which vision is correct is a political question, not a historical one. The answer depends on which of many available histories the answerer prefers to privilege. Academic historians tend to organize their work around the countries that exist today, but they understand that those countries are themselves the products of history. Nationhood is a flexible and malleable concept, and it is an elementary historical error to backdate today's national identities to eras before the idea of nationalism had taken hold. Never mind assume that people felt attached to nations that that did not yet exist. For example, as late as 1931, many of Burma's independence leaders argued for the continued inclusion of their country in an Indian federation and opposed Britain's plans to separate Burma from India, of which it was then a part and had been a part for going on 8 decades. If these particular nationalists had had their way, there would now be no Myanmar, and most Burmese people would probably consider themselves an ethnicity within India. That is, in fact, the situation of most of the tribal peoples of Northeast India today. And imagine those radical Buddhists in India. Jai Bhim versus radical Buddhists of Myanmar. What a shit show. Holy shit. And remember Surendranath Banerjee, after whom there's a college named because he later became a fierce freedom fighter and stuff, asking the British to get out. But at one point, he was very much opposed to freedom, independence, to the extent where he's on record having said in a speech, which is there in India, Bharat, Pakistan, in J.S.I. Deepak's book, that not only is independence is a bad and wrong idea, but the people asking for independence must be put in asylums. Ah, Kierkegaard is being quoted here, guys. To paraphrase the Danish philosopher Soren Kierkegaard, national histories are generally constructed backwards, but they must be lived forwards. Today's nations did not exist from time immemorial. They were created by activists and intellectuals who argued passionately for their creation. Just like we will for a two-piece Bangladesh in the next 10 years, and in the next 30 years, one of those portions will be gobbled up by us. And the other portion will also be gobbled up by us, but it will be treated like a union territory with complete president's rule without any democracy for 3 generations. Yes, racist Buddhist supremacists. Imagine them and versus Jai Bhim. Oh my God, we like Hindus and Muslims would probably stop fighting at that point and just chill and have popcorn and watch them fight. Some of those nation builders succeeded, most failed, and history is littered with the record of would-be nations. Aha. India's nation builders, of course, succeeded, or at least they succeeded in creating a country called India. Few, if any of them, imagined that their heirs would inhabit an India with the borders that modern India has today. Some of India's nation builders had much more expansive views for the shape and independent India should take. A common one was that India should include everything between the Himalayas and the sea. Yes. Against this, it has been observed that as late as the 1870s, local language Indian books on geography and history still treated the regions of India as consisting of disparate peoples with distinctive histories, customs, and national stereotypes. The partition of India in 1947 was the end result of half a century of wrangling over what form post-British India would take. Partition of India in 1947 would take. British India was never a single colony or unitary state. It was an irregular agglomeration of positions and spheres of influence. The island of Ceylon, now Sri Lanka, only became independent Sri Lanka because it was acquired directly by the British Crown in 1802 and was not part of the inheritance transferred over from the privately managed British East India Company in 1858. The Maldives, in turn, were governed from Ceylon. The territory of Burma, now Myanmar, was governed as a kind of dependency of British India from 1853 until 1967, when it was hived off into a separate colony. Farther afield, Penang, and the city now in Malaysia, and Aden, Gulf of Aden, now in Yemen, were at various times governed as colonies of British India. 560 princely states. What 70 years RTXTI? Bangladesh acquisition. 70, how old am I? No, it has to happen before that. I need to see it happen before I pass away. The land of my grandfathers, my ancestors, needs to come back to the land where I live now. लात मार के निकाल दिया, डर से भागना पड़ा, तो वापस तो करना ही है. प्रॉपर्टी चोरी हो गया है, अभी समझो कि पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रहा है, थोड़े धीमे ताल से चल रहा है, कभी ना कभी प्रॉपर्टी वापस लेना ही है. चोरी हो गया, छोड़ दो, ऐसे तो नहीं चलता है. States accounts differ on the number depending on definitions maintain nominal independence inside British India. Meanwhile, on the Himalayan frontier, the British clans states of Nepal and Bhutan retained their independent national identities, but both entered into special relationships with British India that have continued throughout India. The South Asian members of India now celebrate their own national histories, but they might, under slightly different historical circumstances, have ended up as states of the modern Indian nation. By contrast, the French colony of Pondicherry, the Portuguese colony of Goa, and British protectorate of Sikkim, all candidates for independent statehood were integrated into independent India, voluntarily or otherwise, between 1950 and 1975. India became the country that India is today because Britain first amalgamated India, then partitioned it. Okay, I'll just Google a particular term. I've always had a confusion with this term. Client state का exact official definition क्या है? I know how it's applied. अच्छा, so what I knew, that is the official definition. Okay. Partition debates over the future of India had coalesced. Ashkacham, one of the other reasons you must buy this book is you'll notice firsthand what a really good sociologist who does not have an agenda, or let's say does not have an anti-India agenda, what can he achieve? What can he accomplish? 5 years of research. And a lot of the citations, I actually asked him that, sir, reading just the preface is giving me the vibe that you have read an insane amount of stuff, and diverse stuff from diverse people, from diverse backgrounds, diverse political backgrounds as well. So how long did this take you to write? Then I realized that it took him 5 years to research this and write this. And more importantly, he was saying that a lot of the stuff has not even been cited. He read it up just to get the real perspective or what the truth is or simply what the views of all the people are, because you'll see how let's say truly neutral this is. Okay, if this was not neutral, then it would be of no value. कि हमको तो पता है कि इंडिया बढ़िया है, हमको तो आर्ग्यूमेंट्स चाहिए जो कि रेलेवेंट है इंटरनेशनली व्हाइल फेसिंग पीपल हु हेट इंडिया, उसके लिए न्यूट्रल लोगों का पर्सपेक्टिव चाहिए ना. तो इन दैट दिस इज द बेस्ट रिसर्च एवर डन, आई थिंक, in modern times, in recent times. ये मॉडर्निटी का डेफिनेशन ना बहुत कॉम्प्लेक्स है. कॉम्प्लेक्स नहीं है, बहुत बहुत मिसअंडरस्टूड है, जस्ट लाइक सेक्युलरिज्म. अभी तो सेक्युलरिज्म का मिसकंसेप्शन सबके दिमाग में क्लियर हो चुका है कि भाई सेक्युलरिज्म का मतलब एथिज्म नहीं है. सेक्युलरिज्म का मतलब है कि स्टेट एक रिलीजन को प्रेफरेंस नहीं देगा. इंडिविजुअल लेवल पे सेक्युलरिज्म का कोई मतलब नहीं होता है. और या फिर इंडिविजुअल लेवल पे भी तुम सेक्युलर हो सकते हो इन द सेंस दैट यू गो अराउंड योर रिलीजन एंड यू डोंट एक्टिवली हार्म अदर रिलीजन एक्सेट्रा. बट अभी मॉडर्निटी के लिए अभी वैसा ही एक मिसकंसेप्शन क्लियराइजिंग, क्लैरिफाइंग और डीमिस्टिफाइंग एक नैरेटिव या फिर डिस्कोर्स ज़रूरत है बहुत अर्जेंटली. क्योंकि एक तो है कॉमीज जो कि मॉडर्निटी को समझते हैं, या फिर नॉर्मी लिबरल्स मॉडर्निटी से समझते हैं कि बिकमिंग वेस्टर्नाइज्ड एंड बिकमिंग एथिस्ट. और यहाँ पे वो सनातनेसी टेम्परेचरिस्ट बोलते हैं कि देयरफॉर मॉडर्निटी इज बैड बिकॉज इट मीन्स वेस्टर्नाइजेशन. what real modernity is going ahead in the future in your own way, and there's no problem with that. And Savarkar was one such person. ये सब में अब थोड़ा क्लैरिटी ज़रूरत है. इसको लेकर बार बार हम लोगों को बात करना पड़ेगा. Concept of a right, yes. That might be one of my disagreements with the book, though. I am not sure if he has made that argument explicitly or to what degree. I think he will, because that's kind of the point of the book. He says that India focuses on duties and how other countries might learn from it. But on that right versus duties debate, I'm very much in favor of rights, because uh, if you and I talked about duties, it's fair. If I tell you that no, it's your duty to do this as a citizen, it's, or you tell me that it's my duty as a citizen to not spit on the roads, fair enough. If people in positions of power start talking about rights, that's absolute hokum, because then they are just running away from the job and trying to trample on whatever few remaining rights I have as an Indian citizen, and asking me to do more stuff which makes the politicians' jobs easier, the ministers' jobs easier, the bureaucrats' jobs easier. And that is not going to happen. That cannot be allowed anymore. $50 होएगा sir? Okay. I'll just finish this paragraph. I'm realizing from reading these parts about those British times, how much were the British monkey balancing or simply trying to balance Muslim populations here and elsewhere under their other colonies, etc. I'm fascinated how much I have learned of all these things from Savarkar's own writings as well. How much of a great, truly a scholar Savarkar was, not just an ideologue of a random idea that चलो ये खराब है, ये बुरा है, मेरे पीछे आ जाओ, मारते हैं भोसड़ी वालों को. That wasn't how Savarkar operated. I'm trying to force myself to pronounce it as Savarkar and not Savarkar. because when I pronounce Rabindranath Thakur and not Rabindranath Tagore, I'm obviously prioritizing the Bengali pronunciation of a Bengali man. So I must prioritize the Marathi pronunciation of a Marathi man as well. I was very delighted to see the plaque outside Savarkar's hostel room in Ferguson College. It actually spelled Savarkar that way, Sawarkar. This is the point exactly. Exactly what I was talking about. The British government at that time also ruled over another quarter of the world's Muslims in its other colonies, including the holy cities of Makkah, Medina, and Jerusalem. A contextualizing fact that made global Muslim sentiment a major consideration for British policy in India. Guess where I first learnt of this? Savarkar's writings. I think his speeches even. Yeah, not just writings, his speeches. हमारे यहाँ तो अब आज क्या है, स्पीच मतलब मत सुनो कान से खून निकलेगा, या फिर थोड़ा अगर तुम कोई पार्टी के सपोर्टर हो ही, तुमको थोड़ा मोटिवेशन, थोड़ा मोटिवेशन चाहिए, उसके लिए सुनो, हाँ थोड़ा शरीर गर्म हो जाएगा, उसको लूप में सुन सुन के वर्कआउट करो एक्सेट्रा. उससे ज्यादा तो कुछ कुछ लौड़ा मतलब वैल्यू नहीं है. सोशियोलॉजिकली वैल्यू है, इंटरेस्टिंग है सोशियोलॉजिकली. अच्छा ये आदमी ये बोल रहा है, ठीक है, मगर कुछ सीख तो नहीं पाओगे डेफिनेटली. तो as opposed to that, you read Savarkar's speeches or Ambedkar's speeches, you actually learn something of political science, sociology, history. The population of British India had been 20% Muslim at the time of the 1891 census, but by 1941 that proportion had risen to 24% and was growing fast. The British Indian Army was roughly 35% Muslim in 47. If Muslim Indians demanded a nation of their own, they would get one. Okay, now we'll take a break of 5-10 minutes. Savarkar justified himself. Yes. Didn't say that, how dare you ask me to justify? Do you have a colonized mind, bro? They keep thinking of Savarkar through the lens of a revolutionary freedom fighter who fights wars, but that wasn't him. He was first and foremost a thinker and a scholar. Yeah. यही ना प्रॉब्लम है, ये एक ह्यूमैनिटी का ही एक बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है. ये इसके लिए किसी एक देश या एथनिसिटी को हम क्रिटिसाइज नहीं कर सकते. दिस इज जस्ट ह्यूमन नेचर कि यू वांट सम पीपल टू डू सम थिंग्स, यू वांट पीपल टू स्टिक टू देयर लेन्स. It has a lot to do with most things not having any implicit value, most things having only explicit value, people assigning value to it, or वो mimesis Rene Girard का कि you don't want this cup, you don't want this cup for what the cup does, you want this cup for in order to signal to others what it means for you to want this cup. So therefore people don't want a scholar to join protests and stuff. That kind of devalues his scholarliness, right? Rabindranath, everyone thinks of him as that old bearded guy who wrote some poetry and stuff. People don't know until the age of 42 he was always going to processions and stuff. Or if at all an artist is allowed to have a street life in the world of protests and stuff, or have any comments on politics, because in general artists are expected to not be not have an opinion on politics at all. When they do in today's world, you are only allowed to criticize Spotify, how much their payouts are killing artists, capitalism is bad, Modi, Trump is bad, etc., or how indie musicians are suffering because of mainstream production houses, etc. If you criticize other stuff, if you criticize the Lognojita stuff, then you are screwed. Oh, Saurabh, interesting question. Yeah, it's probably because you're Marathi, you're not aware of this. Va and wa, That's the difference. WA versus VA. Savarkar, that's what we usually pronounce because we see it written as SAV. I have always pronounced it as Savarkar. Now I find out it's actually Savarkar. Now, what a valid dilemma. Okay, at the risk of sounding extremely naive, I have not yet checked out anything about the Aravali situation, but off the top of my head, I know we are a poor ass country who cannot afford to not mine anywhere. And if let's say we have crossed the lines in screwing with nature in some areas, right? In Himachal, we have done it. We are facing the brunt every day. I don't think any such situation can happen in Aravali. Wherever we need to mine, we will have to mine. And whether it's that nature paglu or poor people paglu, etc., all of that is horseshit. Because if everyone preferred nature and clean air over everything else, everyone would go live in beautiful villages and forests. Everyone comes to work in cities. Everyone prefers money, prosperity, comfort over everything else. And that we will achieve by mining the fuck out of all those lands wherever we can mine. Lognodita niye amar reaction. I kind of wrote about it and informed people about it. My post on Twitter was one of the first ones to point these things out. That incident out. It has 24,000 views now. What happened is insanely shocking. I could not believe my eyes when I read that report, and then ABP Ananda covered it. So my observations are three. It's very shocking that it's happening at all in Bengal, and to a BBK herself, it's at the heart of BBK, the attack, and other BBKs are not supporting her at all. My other surprise is, and my other observation is that Lognodita has turned out to be way more ballsy. Lognodita Di. Long time back, I mixed a song for her. My friend Moinak arranged it. Anyway, it's very sad that even Srijit has not protested about it, because Lognodita became famous by singing a song for his movie. And Srijit is coming out with a movie called Loho Gaurangen Nam with about Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, where again Chaitanya Mahaprabhu will probably be shown as just Naka Chaitanya and not the fierce guy asking the Qazi to come out of the home. Bahara Bhosri ke, abhi tera gala katunga, all that stuff. No, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu did not say Bhosri ke. But to paraphrase him, yes. Now, you are making a film on Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. The singer who made a name and gave you a hit song for your movie is getting harassed for singing a kind of Hindu song, and you are not protesting. This is very, very shameful and sad. So anyway, Lognodita has more balls than I thought she would, because I thought she will try to skirt the issue, not give much interviews, because Hindu to fascists ke haath strong ho jayenge, etc. She is apparently not thinking about that at all. Holy shit. हर किसी को इंग्लिश में, हिंदी में, बांग्ला में बोले जा रही है कि I was on my way to sing the 8th song. My 7th song was Jagoma. Right after I completed that song, one guy, the organizer of the show, comes on stage, was about to hit me. He was here and then says, and doesn't address me as aap or tum, addresses me as tu, and says, Jago ma onek hoyeche, ebar secular ga. Not secular gao, secular gaiye, secular gan, secular ga. Then he leaves. He is pulled away by other people. She leaves the show, goes to file a GD, and allegedly the OC doesn't take a complaint. My third observation is, now the song is getting viral. Everyone is taking the song out, which is really making me very jealous, because it's practically semi-plagiarized from the song Jago Pia by the Berkeley India Ensemble, which incidentally is written by a Bangladeshi. The lyrics for it was written by a Bangladeshi man, a Bangladeshi poet, whose daughter was in the Berkeley India Ensemble, Armin Musa, a famous singer now in Bangladesh, but she's a Berkeley pass out. What do you make of the debate between Javed Akhtar and Mufti? I haven't seen the debate. The Mufti presented very standard arguments, often used Kalam cosmological argument, contingency argument. Javed Akhtar wasn't up for it, and the Indian viewers think these are some groundbreaking arguments for God's existence. Oh. Ab ka hi kare. Maybe literally she has balls, who knows, her hair is shorter than mine. Her hair is shorter than mine as well, I think. Barkhe Khudiram Vivekananda, Naka Chaitanya, Barkhe Khudiram Vivekananda, Chakri Paini Bole. আর্মিতে বোকারা চাকরি করে, ইয়েস, এগুলো কমিরা শুরু করে, ইয়েস ইয়েস অ্যাবসলিউটলি। অ্যান্ড a lot of those enlightenment era rationalist and renaissance era thinkers of Congress families have also done it, not just commies. And one more guy you are forgetting, that Sri Aurobindo. Why did he give up arms and became a sannyasi, etc., or became some guru, baba, etc.? Why don't you create right-wing dharmic videos around 10 minutes long like many Hindi YouTubers do? The Bengal YouTube space seriously lacks such channels. You should consider. Abhijan Maiti, firstly because there are many other people to do it, it will pretty soon get filled up, and I like in-depth stuff. Whatever I discuss, none of that can be discussed in 10 minutes, except all of that will sound simply like declarations. Yeah, you know, this is what is right. I won't be able to explain stuff why it is right. Oh, the first one is more yes, but it is more I can confirm. Damn, I did not even notice the difference. Am I dumb, or are you more aware as you work with sounds? No, it's probably because I'm not Marathi. Because in Bengali we have bha and ba, but we have now inculcated the va because of English and Urdu pronunciations, but we don't have wa. Okay, so since that comes as something comes across as completely new to me, therefore I understand it as this is something to take note of, but it's so daily staple for you that you don't notice the difference. Lauranjita Bishal moja niche. Yes, that's the good thing about the market. She is enjoying the attention. Yes, exactly what I was telling a friend of mine yesterday, that she's definitely enjoying the attention, because work is definitely dire in Tollywood. If this helps her get some extra shows or movie works and stuff, she'll be happy to oblige. That's good stuff. And she's enjoying it. And I bet you that except Shayoni, probably everyone in Tollywood is going to secretly vote for BJP this time. Shayoni is a true believer, I think. আমি একজন বিবিকে প্রফেসর মুখের সামনে বলেছিল তোর মা, হ্যাঁ, তথাগত রায় বামপন্থা ভয়ঙ্করীতে বামেদের চরিত্রের সঠিক বিশ্লেষণ করেছেন। I have a book by তথাগত রায়. Oh, that's বামপন্থা ভয়ঙ্করী. Holy shit. An audience member, a long-time audience member sent it to me. We will discuss it from our live stream someday. দাদা, যখন কমিরা লাঠি খায় তখন রাড্ডিরা ভিকটিম কমিটার পা চারটে চলে আসে, এটা কি হওয়া উচিত? হ্যাঁ, হওয়া উচিত শিকার, because after all every saint has a past and every sinner has a future. So every commie has a chaddi future and every chaddi has a commie past. Most chaddis today are still commie. Hello Shurjo. Okay, I'll just stretch a little, come back in 3-4 minutes, and then we'll start studying again. What sound?
দুঃসাহস দিয়ে গড়া জীবন পিছন থেকে উড়ে আসতে পারে মৃত্যুদূত যখন তখন এই যুদ্ধে। মাথা উঁচু করে বেঁচে থাকার লড়াইটা, মার খেলে আরো জোরে দিতে হবে পাল্টা, সময়ের আগে দিলে মোক্ষম চালটা, নিশ্চিন্তেই হবে জয়। আগুনের চেয়ে দ্রুত তোমাদের বিস্তার, সাহসের সাথে আছে হাতে ধরা হাতিয়ার, বিপদের হাত ছানি কেটে যায় বারবার, তোমাদেরকে সেলাম। হে বীর সৈন্য দল, তৈরি হও এগিয়ে যাও হে বীর সৈন্য দল, প্রাণ দিয়ে দেশ তোমরা বাঁচাও হে বীর সৈন্য দল। একা নও আছি আমরা সবাই হে বীর সৈন্য দল, জিতে পেরো এই লড়াই। করে বেঁচে থাকার লড়াইটা, মার খেলে আরো জোরে দিতে হবে পাল্টা, সময়ের আগে দিলে মোক্ষম চালটা, নিশ্চিন্তেই হবে জয়। আগুনের চেয়ে দ্রুত তোমাদের বিস্তার, সাহসের সাথে আছে হাতে ধরা হাতিয়ার, বিপদের হাতছানি কেটে যায় বারবার তোমাদেরকে সেলাম। তোমরাই আছো তাই নিশ্চিন্ত সবাই, দেশপ্রেম তোমাদের সকলের জানা চাই, শত্রুর চ্যালেঞ্জে জিতে ফেরো তোমরাই, তোমাদেরকে সেলাম। বীর সৈন্য দল তৈরি হও, এগিয়ে যাও হে বীর সৈন্য দল, প্রাণ দিয়ে দেশ তোমরা বাঁচাও হে বীর সৈন্য দল। একা নও আছি আমরা সবাই হে বীর সৈন্য দল, জিতে পেরো এই লড়াই হে বীর সৈন্য দল। তৈরি হও, এগিয়ে যাও হে বীর সৈন্য দল, প্রাণ দিয়ে দেশ তোমরা বাঁচাও হে বীর সৈন্য দল। একা নও আছি আমরা সবাই হে বীর সৈন্য দল, জিতে পেরো।
Okay then, guys, we'll resume. See you all in 50 minutes. Talk to you all in 50 minutes again. Yeah, Neon, start the timer. In India with a mission to inquire into the working system of government and development of representative institutions in British India. The Indian Statutory Commission, known as the Salmon Commission of Chairman in Bombay, met with protesters wearing black flags and calling on the British to leave India immediately. The ANC refused to cooperate with the commission. Instead impaneling a committee of its own to draft a constitution for an independent India. This committee was chairman for the committee proposed a roadmap for unitary India with some parliamentary seats as special reserve for Muslims for the first 10 years of independence. After that, all was sort of. The Muslim League rejected the Nehru report as it came to be known out of hand. Tenor from the responses 14.729. He insisted that independent India should be a loose federation with a high degree of regional autonomy. Legislators, both federal and state, should have seats divided by region. Both federal and state should have seats divided by region. Should have states divided by all. Should have seats divided. Seats in the federal legislature. Seats in the federal level, Muslims should guarantee at least one third. Guarantee at least one third. And one third of the natural positions and all status regarding violence of their relative population. Which are Muslims made up only a sliver of population. Which will have an effective veto over legalization Muslim states should have the power to veto any future constitution. This is Shrudeep Rai. I'm going to be studying on my own. You are not going to be able to hear it, and only some important sections I'll be reading out. Okay. By the way, because I want people to buy the book. Now, here is such an instance where I want you all to hear this out. The demands of the Muslim League. I know a lot of you all know these things, but it's still so crazy that it needs to be repeated. Nehru's demand, 14 points of 1929. He insisted that independent India should be a loose federation with a high degree of regional autonomy. All legislatures, both federal and state, should have seats divided by religion. Muslims should be guaranteed at least one third of the seats in the federal legislature, meaning in the central legislature, and one third of the ministerial positions in all legislatures, regardless of their relative population, and even in states where Muslims made up only a sliver of the population. Muslim legislators and those of other religious groups should have an effective veto over any legislation, and Muslims would have reserved places in the civil service. Finally, each individual state should have the power to veto any future constitutional changes. So you see, no one was going to get anything done if people followed Jinnah's idea. Well, I'll have a question about this for Professor Bhavanas. Let me note it down. I don't know anything about Nehru's grandfather. I just know about his father. Why would there be a conspiracy about his grandfather being a Mughal official? If he was a Mughal official, he was a Mughal official. Lots of people were Mughal officials. Mughals did not have the brains to run this country. It was run by Hindus only, especially all the people with the surnames Dar, especially Muzumdars, Sheikhdars, Lashkars. All of their ancestors were officials in some Muslim court or the other. Why did Raja Rammohn Roy learn Farsi? भाई गवर्नमेंट जो है उसके लिए तो काम करना ही पड़ेगा. नो नो, द कंस्पिरेसी बीइंग दैट ही वाज अ मुस्लिम. ओह अच्छा अच्छा. तो फिर हिंदू कब बन गया और क्यों बन गया? द नेम बीइंग गाजी. I don't know why would there be an incentive to become Hindu from Muslim out of the blue in just Motilal's generation. But secondly, then why Ghazi? If at all his name was Ghazi, I don't know, of course. It might be just to साउंड कूल टू द गवर्नमेंट इन पावर. गवर्नमेंट के पैर चाटने के लिए शायद. और फिर मतलब आसपास सभी मुसलमान राजा ही हैं, उनको वाइब देने के लिए, देखो हम तो तुम्हारे आदमी हैं. Okay, listen to what Muhammad Iqbal is saying. Is Muhammad Iqbal the same as Allama Iqbal? So, anyway, gave a fiery speech in which he rejected the proposition that it was, quote, possible to retain Islam as an ethical ideal and to reject it as a polity in favor of national polities in which religious attitude is not permitted to play any part. He rejected this idea. He further rejected the construction of a polity on national lines if it means a displacement of the Islamic principle of solidarity, saying that it was simply unthinkable to a Muslim. He claimed that the Muslims of India are the only Indian people who can truly be described as a nation in the modern sense of the word, saying that Hindus had not yet been able to achieve the kind of homogeneity which is necessary for a nation. It wasn't very wrong, but it's now wrong. Now, our nation building template, because of Hinduism, the let's say commonalities between all sorts of Hinduism and even Nehru Congress, their nation building ideas, somehow we have now managed to have a non-Western but pretty much functional democracy with a fully a sense of what it means to be an Indian. We are unknowingly a very Savarkarite country. That is why I say that. That is why I get so pissed off when anyone shits on Savarkar, because obviously you have not read anything about Savarkar before criticizing him, or read anything by Savarkar especially. But more importantly, you fuckers who criticize Savarkar, shit on Savarkar. Criticizing Savarkar is different. You all have no idea how much of a Savarkarite you actually are. If only you had read Savarkar. Savarkar. हाँ, मतलब और भी होमोजेनिटी होता तो और भी नेशन रनिंग में और भी सुविधा होता, तो अब मगर उसका डिसएडवांटेजेस भी है। वो एक तो है कन्वर्जन, फिर डिस्टेबलाइजिंग, वो सब बहुत प्रॉब्लम हो जाता है इतना डाइवर्सिटी की वजह से, इतना नॉन होमोजेनिटी की वजह से। तो लो ट्रस्ट सोसाइटी ही रहेगा, पॉकेट्स में हाई ट्रस्ट रहेगा, और उसका एडवांटेजेस भी फुली कैपिटलाइज करना है। हाँ, सत्यम। In fact, a long time back, we did a live stream to discuss a paper by Venkat Dhulipala. You all can check it out in our what playlist? Research papers and stuff. ऐसा कुछ नाम का मेरा एक playlist है. वहाँ पे बहुत दिन पहले का, 2 साल 2.5 साल पहले का एक पेपर हमने डिस्कस किया था कि हाउ शिया सुन्नी राइट्स ऑलमोस्ट कंप्लीटली डिरेल्ड द मुस्लिम लीग आइडियाज ऑफ अ पाकिस्तान. वो गड्ढे में जाने वाला था, ऑलमोस्ट चला गया था, इतना शिया सुन्नी बवाल लग गया था. अरे नियॉन, firstly throw the Janki Bakhle book at their faces. Secondly, tell them that Janki Bakhle is a UCLA historian who is a self-declared anti-Savarkarite Gandhian, whose husband is a legendary sociologist, Nicholas B. Dirks, who repeatedly in the book says that the criticism of him being a Mafiveer makes no sense because every revolutionary who ever got caught in India by the British wrote those apology letters because all of their goals, including Savarkar's, was to come out as soon as possible and go on with their ways. She points out that, in fact, she even cites another anti-Savarkarite Marathi historian, something Phadke or Phadke, I don't know how to pronounce it, who also says that this Mafiveer point makes no sense because he had no intentions. He absolutely proved with repeated actions that he had no intentions of following it. He was not saying that इस बार गलती हो गई और मुझे जेल नहीं जाना, अब घर पे जाके थोड़ा सेक्स करने दो और सो जाने दो. That was not the point. The other misconception about the apology is that he lived in the prison for so long that he finally gave up. He could not tolerate it anymore. Therefore, wrote that apology letter, which is absolutely horseshit. He went in and started writing apology letters because he wanted to come out and be effective again. So Janki Bakhle says that if you want to make criticism of Savarkar, yes, there are other criticisms to make, which when she makes, you find out that you start to like Savarkar even more. But this one, phadke, acha phadke, not phadke. So this is not a real accusation, not a real criticism, because everyone was doing it, and that was the only way to do. Why would you say that? Okay, I got arrested. Great, I'll just chill in the prison while the nation goes to the dogs. That's not why I became a revolutionary in the first place. I became a revolutionary because I believe in certain things and I want to do certain things for the country. I want the country to go through some changes, which I can't do if I'm sitting in a fucking prison. Why wouldn't I give an apology letter? Is there evidence that everyone wrote those letters, but only Savarkar's letters gets pointed out because of his status? Bhai, even Savarkar's letters were not always getting pointed out. This is a very, very late phenomenon. लेट 70s अर्ली 80s से शुरू हुआ है, जब लोगों को लगा कि अरे भोसरी के अब फिर से राम मंदिर आंदोलन उठ रहा है वीएचपी के हाथों से. व्हाट वाज हिज नेम, अशोक सिंघल और सम अदर सिंघल. तो अब ये लोग सब सावरकर सावरकर करके अपना मूवमेंट खड़ा कर लेंगे, तो सावरकर को गाली देना शुरू करो. बिकॉज आई हैव अ बुक फ्रॉम आई थिंक 78 a Bengali, where's that book, a Bengali encyclopedia of sorts. Okay, it belonged to my mother and my uncle, so when they were kids, of course. One paragraph on everything, every topic in the world. Okay, so there is it's from late 70s or mid 70s. Okay, or 72. So in the 70s, there's a Bengali encyclopedia, and the paragraph on Savarkar only says good things about him. There's not one single criticism in Bengali. That okay, now we are going to learn about Veer Savarkar. He was a legendary revolutionary. He did great things, beat the shit out of the British, got arrested, then faced torture, then he came back a brave man, and then he passed away in this year. That's what they're saying about Savarkar even in the 70s. तो सावरकर को गाली देना is a very very recent phenomenon. और उसके पहले कांग्रेस were definitely pissed off with him. बीच में everyone kind of brush their hands off of him in criticizing him, because चलो हाँ 50s में 40s में 60s में until his passing away we were opposed to him. That's why we were doing everything to neutralize him and let's say not let his views disseminate into society. Then now if he is no longer a factor, we are happy to not criticize him and in fact bring out the factors that we agree upon. And because everyone in Maharashtra is so obsessed with him, so why not let it happen? What's the problem? You know, the stamp, Savarkar stamp created by Indira Gandhi. So then again, when they see a threat with Savarkar, then again they start criticizing him. So that's just pure politics. And what else? There is one other factor which is also very unknown by most Savarkar fans as well, which you won't. These perspectives are not going to get popularized unless people read the Janki Bakle book. Janki Bakle's book on Savarkar is the most important book you can read on Savarkar, which is that Orthodox Hindus of Pune were going on filing FIRs against him for not being Orthodox, for being too anti-caste. That is very important for two reasons. Firstly, that shows that okay, it shows to right-wingers, to Sanatan AC temperaturists, that see what the fuck Savarkar was dealing with, and to even commies as a badge of honor, that okay, Ambedkar, that guy only ever criticized Brahmins. Look at the true anti-caste activist who was getting harassed by Orthodox Hindus. And you think all he wants is to Hindus to unite so that they can harm Muslims? No, that guy was facing FIRs from Orthodox Hindus. As a triad Hindu, I strongly oppose Savarkar and RSS delete caste thought process. What's your point for it? If you want to save Sanatan, Varna is integral part. Without it, you cannot save it. Only ISKCON type. In a religious sense, in a scriptural sense, yes. But with you won't be able to see. Here's the distinction. The way you are thinking about Hinduism, you will be best friends with Trinamool. You would have no disagreements with Trinamool, except probably thoda Muslim appeasement. If Muslim appeasement is decreased by Trinamool, you would happily find a home in Trinamool, the way you are thinking about Hinduism. And that does nothing for the society or Hindus, because then you leave room for Sanatanasi temperature, Pushpak Viman in Rig Veda, Mahabharata everywhere. And Varna in the end, status in the end, these things are inevitable, has always happened, will always happen. Rigidification and bad behavior based on that is a problem which needs to be disrupted with economic reforms. So whatever is Sanatan will keep on happening because it is Sanatan. Varna is Sanatan. Castes are Sanatan. Jatis are not Sanatan. Jatis in different ways are Sanatan. Um, uh, all my you won't find one atheist in Trinamool Congress, by the way. And my attackers, the woman who's the witness in my fake molestation case, I'm hearing her all day long chant Hare Krishna all day, doing every puja. Another attacker is shouting Jai Ma Kali, has a Kali temple in her home. One other attacker, the Facebook bio says Yada Yada Hi Dharmasya, etc. That entire line. So, if you prefer that kind of Hinduism, there are lots of parties and ideologues for you. Uh, you are going to be pretty at home with all of them. But Hindutva is a different thing. Nava is saying if you are going to eliminate caste as concept, the whole social structure will collapse for Hindus. This sentence makes no sense grammatically. What does it mean to eliminate caste, and what does it mean for the social structure to collapse? Since castes are inevitable, which you admit to kind of in the previous comment, both can't happen at the same time. Okay, I'm not going to get into a full conversation now. I'll be reading and come back in 40 minutes. I'll just check out anything on Savarkar, and they use the term Mafiveer. Yes, naming Savarkar as Mafiveer, exempting others, power of narrative. Yes, 70-তে তখনও শালিবাহন বসু 17 বছর। Okay, I'll come back to this later on. Okay, last point on this. Satyam, let's say this. I'm not a Brahmin, right? So what do you expect out of me? That I should be only in business? I'm a Vaishya Varna. What does it mean for you to save Sanatan Dharma by saving Varna or Jati? What do you expect out of me? What are my do's and don'ts according to my Vaishya Varna? That's all I'm asking. British independent India. if they, acting as an organized community, had political control over areas where they formed the majority and a political veto and they were in minority, of course, they to get for. Granted that the organized community of Indian Muslims could only be represented by the Muslim League, it was certainly maintained that in this question, notwithstanding the fact that it lacked any mass mandate, the League's performance in provincial elections conducted in limited suffrage in 1937 was abysmal, especially in the Muslim majority provinces that it saw as the core of our future Muslim state, and which now form the independent state of Pakistan. Out of 285 seats up for grabs in Muslim majority Punjabs and then out of 285 seats up for grabs in Muslim majority Punjabs in the Northwest Frontier Province, the Muslim League won only one seat, lol, which they were allegedly the representatives of. In the wake of the 1937 election fiasco, Jinnah set about rebuilding the Muslim League, popularizing it and radicalizing it. He co-opted Muslim public opinion by committing the Muslim League campaign ambiguously to the partition of India along with religious lines. In this, Jinnah, the practical politician, may have been following, leading the opinion of important Muslim Indian intellectuals of the 1930s. Islamic internationalism was on the rest for the British Empire, and India was no exception. This Jinnah decided to seize the future with both hands in his. So Jinnah was practically like Yunus. Holy shit. Jinnah was nothing less, nothing more. He was just Yunus. Thus Jinnah decided to seize the future of both hands. His famous two-nation speech at the 1940 Muslim League conference in Lahore, he declared that India's Muslims are not a minority. The Muslims are a nation by any definition. Explain that it is extremely difficult to appreciate why our Hindu friends fail to understand the nature of Islam and Hinduism. They are not religious in the strict sense of the word, but are in fact different and distinct social orders, and it is a dream that the Hindus and Muslims can never evolve a common nationality, and this misconception of one Indian nation has gone far beyond the limits and is the cause of more of a trouble than will lead India to destruction if we fail to revise our notions in time. Jinnah's clear dog whistle for independent Pakistan accomplished its immediate goal. Popular support for the Muslim League surged, and many Muslim politicians who had formerly remained aloof from the League joined its ranks. Jinnah's warning that the imposition of a common nationality would lead India to destruction was meant as much for British as for Indian consumption. He was speaking during the opening days of World War II in Europe after the fall of Poland, but before the Battle of France. Was at war with many Muslims serving in its Indian army. The last thing the British wanted was a second Indian mutiny. Even more ominous, a Muslim majority in India had the potential to grow into pan-Islamic. As the British often said that the United Kingdom particularly valuable strategy for subduing its Indian empire at a tactical level. That was certainly the case. Some have made more expensive claims, suggesting the British strategically encouraged the partition of India in order to promote their post-colonial ambitions for colonial dominance over the Muslim Middle East. Here's an interesting view I've not heard of. Some have made more expansive claims, suggesting that the British strategically encouraged the partition of India in order to promote their post-colonial ambitions for continuing dominance over the Muslim Middle East, which kind of happened, but through the hands of USA, not UK. But whatever the role played by Britain in enabling or encouraging communal tensions in the Indian Empire, it may not have made any difference in the end. The violence of partition was horrific and may have been avoidable. The fact of partition, however, was almost certainly inevitable, and nearly every prominent participant in India's independence struggle knew it. The rule of partition. Jinnah opened his bid for independent Pakistan at the beginning of World War II. And by the end of the war, he had beaten both the INC and the British occupiers into acquiescence. But he had to elide the laws of logic to make partition make sense. There was a conundrum at the heart of the Pakistan project that Jinnah ever addressed. Even after the creation of an independent Muslim majority, the Hindu majority remains of British India would still retain a massive Muslim majority. Rajendra Prasad, who would later become the first president of independent India, noted this as nearly as early as 1940. It was also obvious to the father of the leader. He quickly observed the scheme of Pakistan does seem to concern itself with the Muslim majorities who do not need protection and abandons the Muslim minorities who do. We have to consider the looming partition of India in detail. This is what it was simply summarizing the conundrum. Any division of India on a religious basis as between Hindus and Muslims, as envisaged by the Muslim League today, cannot separate the followers of these two principal religions of India. But they are spread out all over the country, and even if the areas in which each group is in the majority are separately, huge minorities belonging to the other group remain in each area. This, instead of solving the minority problem, we create. Oh, nice. Nehru said something fascinating in the discovery of India, arguing against the Pakistan idea. Quote, any division of India on a religious basis as between Hindus and Muslims, as envisaged by the Muslim League today, cannot separate the followers of these two principal religions of India, for they are spread out all over the country. Even if the areas in which each group is in the majority are separated, huge minorities belonging to the other group remain in each area. Thus, instead of solving the minority problem, we create several in places of one. In place of one. So pertinent today in the context of Bangladesh. ইউএসএ তো হবে না শিকার, অনেক দেরি আছে, বড্ড কম পপুলেশন মুসলিমদের, প্লাস ঘরে ঘরে বন্দুক, বাল ছিড়বে ওখানে। তো ওটা বোঝো যে ইউএস এর ফাউন্ডিং ডিএনএটাই ওরকম স্ট্রং যে আজকেও এরকম একটা ফোর্স বাল ছিড়তে পারবে না ওখানে। ফাউন্ডিং ফাদার এমন ভাবে গাড় মেরে দিয়ে গেছে ভবিষ্যতের শত্রুদের। The challenge of partition in India along religious lines are challenge of partition in India along religious lines are a fractal like geometry. Every possible division to create regions with clear Hindu and Muslim majorities would spawn minority problems with. The challenge of partitioning India along religious lines had a fractal like geometry. Every possible division to create regions with clear Hindu and Muslim majorities would spawn new minority problems within the areas that had just been divided. These new minorities should presumably have the same rights to independent nationhood as the original minority ad infinitum. Moreover, the long hence that what's his name? वो 11 वो काउंटलेस डिवीजन वाला मैप किसने बनाया था? 11 पॉइंट मैप, 11 डिविजन्स, 11 पॉइंट डिवीजन ऑफ मैप, रहमत अली मैप ऑफ इंडिया, या वैसा हो जाएगा हर जगह में। मतलब यहाँ से क्रॉस करके मेन रोड जाओ वो पाकिस्तान, उसके पीछे फिर एक इंडिया, फिर दाहिने जाओ पाकिस्तान, फिर वहां से लेफ्ट जाओ और एक इंडिया। ऐसे मैप होने वाला था। Moreover, the long historical coexistence and even integration of Hindus and Muslims in India militated against any partition at all. In his own book on partition, Rajendra Prasad had made these issues crystal clear. Quote, if the Muslims who constitute 75% or even less of the population in some regions can justly and fairly demand and enforce separation from India of the regions where they predominate, why cannot the non-Muslims who are 76.2% in India as a whole with equal justice and fairness refuse to submit to separation, particularly in view of long historical association in administration, if in nothing else? End quote. Ambedkar, however, acknowledged, वैसे मराठी में अम्बेडकर है ना, अम्बेडकर नहीं है। अम्बेडकर द है क्या मराठी में? द, दहन, ये सब है क्या? संस्कृत में तो द है, मराठी में शायद सभी ड है ना। Ambedkar, however, acknowledged that the time for a united India was running out fast. Ambedkar, however, acknowledged that the time for a united India was running out fast, if it had not already passed. In his 1945 book on the prospective partition on India, he wrote that, quote, Hindu-Muslim unity up to now was at least in sight, although it was like a mirage. Today it is out of sight and also out of mind, end quote. He followed this proposition with 25 pages detailing the intercommunal violence of 1920 through 1940. Retrospective documentaries about the violence of the actual 1947 partition of India are full of testimony, mostly from people who were children at the time, that before the violence of Direct Action Day, Indians of all religions lived side by side in intercommunal harmony. Yeah. Ambedkar's exhaustive recitation of the history of Hindu-Muslim violence during the interwar years puts spade to that notion. His hard-nosed analysis led Ambedkar to the only possible conclusion that whatever the merits of the case for partition, quote, if the Mussalmans will not yield on the issue of Pakistan, then Pakistan must come, end quote. By April 1946, even Mahatma Gandhi had accepted the inevitability of partition due to the irreconcilability of his doctrine of non-violence with Jinnah's increasing demands, and it was at that point that Jinnah concluded that if he could show Muslim popular support for Pakistan, it was only a matter of time before he achieved his goal. The demonstrations on Direct Action Day and the violence of the ensuing months proved to Gandhi and the rest of the INC leadership that resistance to partition was futile. So the demonstrations on direct action day and the violence of the ensuing months proved to Gandhi and the rest of the ANC leadership that resistance to partition was futile. Thus, when on 6 December the British cabinet mission had implicitly accepted that a partition of India was Britain's only practical exit strategy, the British faced only tepid pushback from the ANC. On 8 March 1947, with Punjab already in a state of civil war, the ANC Working Committee practically acceded to Jinnah's demands and accepted that an independent Muslim-majority Pakistan would be carved out of Britain's Hindu-majority Indian Empire. Many leading politicians of the day attempted to put on a brave face despite the violence that had already broken out. Some called for mutual trust between majorities and minorities in the future India and Pakistan. Others espoused the hostage theory that Hindu India and Muslim Pakistan would keep on good behavior because of the threat that their co-religionists in the opposite country might be slaughtered by their hosts. In the event, few Hindu Sikhs or adherents of other religions proved willing to risk their lives as religious minorities in Muslim-majority Pakistan. All hopes that the partition of India might solve rather than exacerbate intercommunal tensions turned out to be fantasies. Prasad was one of the few to recognize this truth. Even as the British boundary commissioners were poring over the government's maps and census tables in a vain attempt to engineer a clean break, he foresaw the decades of hostility to follow. He wrote in 1947 that, quote, Rajendra Prasad, okay? Quote, one thing is certain, partition is not likely to be attained with the goodwill of those most concerned, and this ill will is bound to persist on both sides, even if the proposal succeeds, even after the separation is effected. Distrust, which is the basis of the proposal, is bound to grow, and any hope that after separation things will settle down and the independent states will soon become friendly will have been built on sand. End quote. You can make predictions like this when you have proper knowledge of philosophy. No, both we have da and the. Both. Okay. Ambedkar is da, not the. Okay, I can't read Hindi. Now you'll have to. No, this can't be explained in D. Give me some other pronunciation with both D and the to give me examples and to explain to me whether it's Ambedkar or Ambedkar. Acha, da and the is there in Bengali as well. Both. There's no the in English, no? Hmm. Oh, it is the Ambedkar. Acha. I always pronounced it as Ambedkar because I thought it's a it's an Indian name, a Hindu name, so it will probably be Ambedkar. That's because that's what we are used to hearing. I think in Bengali it's written Ambedkar only. But in the last 1 or 2 years, I've heard a lot of right wingers pronounce it as Ambedkar. Phadke. Oh, peculiar. Oh, you mean Satyam? You mean phadke like that, right? But anyway, then what is that Marathi surname again? Then wo da hai ki da hai? I forgot. You wrote that in Hindi. I thought it's da. Holy shit. Hmm. तो ये लोग अचानक अम्बेडकर बोलना शुरू काहे कर दिया? I think Kushal also said Ambedkar, right? No, it is Bed English wala D Ambedkar. Oh, bed Ambedkar. Okay. No, Sikar, that's why they are protesting Bangladesh vehemently now. Within a week of partition, Pakistan launched an invasion of the nominally independent princely state of Jammu and Kashmir. If you want a gist of this era's workings, whatever happened, whatever the views of different people, the book Unbreaking India is so awesome, no, by Sanjay Dixit. बहुत अंडररेटेड बुक है, काफी लोग भूल चुके हैं. जब आया था तब काफी हल्ला हुआ था. And it's the easiest read ever. You can read it on a journey anywhere, etc. इतना इतना छोटा चैप्टर्स है, इतना स्मूथ लैंग्वेज में है. संजय दीक्षित इज अ वेरी अंडररेटेड राइटर. Whatever his views, etc. But उस बुक में भाई जीनियस स्कॉलरशिप किया है. And a lot of it was in fact citations from simply Sandeep Balakrishna's writings on his Dharma Dispatch website. मगर वो बुक पढ़ के मेरा इतना बढ़िया बेस क्लियर हो गया, which was then reinforced with Venkat Dhulipala's work and India Bharat Pakistan, which I read much later. तो उस एरा का कुछ नॉलेज ही नहीं था. आई डिडंट इवन नो देयर वाज सो मच टू लर्न और रीड अबाउट इट. ये सब तो हिस्ट्री पीएचडीज के लिए रख दिया जाता है ताकि लोगों को कुछ ज़्यादा ठीक से पता नहीं चले. तो अनब्रेकिंग इंडिया आई विल ऑलवेज सजेस्ट टू एनीवन क्यूरियस about the pre-independence India's machinations, or if anyone wants to find out the right wing view, or if anyone is curious as a leftist, etc., or if someone has become a right winger, Unbreaking India is a must read book by Sanjay Dixit. वो सब पढ़ लिया, इसीलिए बंगाल फाइल्स देखने का उतना मन नहीं था कि नया कुछ जानना तो नहीं है. मैं अगर जाता तो गोपाल पाठक का हीरोइक काम वाम देखने, तो पता चला कि 3 घंटे के फिल्म में 15 मिनट गोपाल पाठक है, इसलिए देखा नहीं. No, it is D in Ambedkar, not like the. Okay, yeah. So Ambedkar. ইয়া সিকার, তখন তো সব ছিলই. ওটাই তো আজকে লিখেছি যে কখনোই মনে পড়েনি মাইনরিটিদের কথা অন্য ইন্ডিয়ার ক্ষেত্রে. এখন শুভেন্দু অধিকারী ঘাড়ের কাছে নিঃশ্বাস ফেলছে বলে এত পীড়িত. Neon, mostly they were outcasted, or they were not even inside the caste ever. They were simply never in the discourse of caste. They got converted. Put up a post for questions for Professor Babones. Yeah, I'll do that for members. Members को ये special privilege दिया जाएगा. तो बंगाली में अंबेडकर बोला जाता है, वो भी गलत है, और सावरकर का तो एक्चुअल प्रोनाउंसिएशन करने का उपाय ही नहीं है क्योंकि बंगाली में वो नहीं है. तो Bengalis, especially who have studied in Bengali medium schools, pronounce him as Shabharkar. And Shah is wrong, as well as Bha is wrong. But there is no Sa in Bengali. There are 3 Shs in Bengali, but none of them are really explicitly single S. All of them are different variations of SH. हाँ, तो ये section I have read in Unbreaking India, so it's nice to have a recap. I'll read out this paragraph to you all. You all know at least this incident, but it's the very, very important details are brought out in Unbreaking India. Within a week of partition, Pakistan launched an invasion of the nominally independent princely state of Jammu and Kashmir. In response, its Hindu Maharaja brought the Muslim majority territory into independent India. Nearly all of West Pakistan's and most of East Pakistan's Hindus fled to India as Pakistan moved toward Sharia law in 1949 and launched an unsuccessful bid to put itself at the head of a new pan-Islamic caliphate. Meanwhile, independent India's Muslims, who now number more than 200 million people, continued to live as a minority community within a Hindu dominated democracy, subject to many of the same intercommunal tensions that were used to justify to the part to the partition of India in the first place. So, how much of partition was a fucking flop story? That is being explained here. Hmm. Good stuff. You see, this is why Akhand Bharat is a much better plan if only you take law and order seriously. क्या हम उनके साथ रह पाएंगे is not a good argument. But it never made sense, and its legacies continued to shape India. Bhabanes is saying partition may have been inevitable, but it never made sense, and its legacies continue to shape India and even more so Pakistan and Bangladesh. Three movements for national liberation. Partition transformed India from a colony into a country, and at the same moment transformed politics from a struggle for independence into a competition for votes. Most of the political organizations that played major roles in India's independence struggle were not created to be political parties as such. The INC, the Muslim League, and the Hindu Mahasabha all at various times contested elections, as did a panoply of regional organizations. But as long as India was occupied by the British and ruled from London, these organizations were primarily concerned with contesting the terms under which British India would be transformed into one or more independent countries. They were movements for national liberation, not parties involved in governance, right? And they were differentiated not so much by disagreements over practical politics as by disagreements over exactly what quote unquote nation it was that they wanted to liberate. The INC was, and to some extent remains, a classic third world national liberation movement, so much so that it is often identified as India's national liberation movement tour court, despite the fact that much of the nation it aspired to liberate ended up in Pakistan and Bangladesh. Like other national liberation movements all around the world, the INC viewed itself, this is comparative sociology at its best. The INC viewed itself as an umbrella organization consolidating all strands of its country's independence activism under one roof to be the sole authoritative voice of the nation in formation, the sole intermediary between the colonized and their colonizers. In principle, the many factions of the INC should have dissolved their alliance at the stroke of independence and entered into competitive party politics, presenting alternative policy platforms and running against each other for the privilege of leading their shared nation. Yet, like national liberation organizations everywhere, after independence was achieved, the INC sought instead to remain united and in sole possession of political power. ओडीसी ट्रेलर आ गया? Fuck, कैसा है? Anyone who wonders why so many post-colonial states fell prey to single-party rule need look no further than the routine manner in which national liberation organizations like the INC sought to turn themselves into ruling political parties. Mahatma Gandhi himself seems to have recognized this danger. He suggested toward the end of his life that the INC had quote-unquote outlived its use as an organization and should withdraw into social welfare work after achieving Indian independence. Holy shit, I did not know this. Did you all know this? This is the first time I'm hearing about this. This is insane. That was never likely to happen, but any home that independent India might make a smooth transition into multi-party politics was dashed. Oh, so any hope. Yeah, spelling mistake hai. Printing mistake hai. Any hope that independent India might make a smooth transition into multi-party politics was dashed when Gandhi was assassinated on January 30, 1948. His murder gave Nehru and the INC he led an ideal excuse to suppress the few remaining autonomous opposition groups. Mysteriously, yes, very how convenient. They made mass arrests of political opponents and stoked a moral panic that led to the lynchings of many people associated with the Hindu Mahasabha and other Hindu nationalist organizations, including Savarkar's younger brother. Narayan, right? Ganesh was the elder brother. Narayan Rao Savarkar. Looking back from the present and reading the conventional histories, the INC appears to have been India's sole national liberation movement organization, but that is to view history with the omniscience of hindsight. Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Myanmar all shared roots in British India, but the INC is not remembered in any of those countries as the organization that midwifed a nation. Had India disintegrated further, it is unlikely that an independent Bengal, Hyderabad, Maharashtra, Punjab, or indeed Kashmir would give pride of place to the INC. Contemporary accounts of India's independence struggle did focus on the INC, but considered both the Muslim League and the Hindu Mahasabha as major ideological opponents, offering alternative visions of competing nationalisms. And I didn't even hear the word name Hindu Mahasabha until like 4 years back, 4 5 years back. Nehru himself acknowledged that the main Hindu nationalist organization in India was not the INC but the Hindu Mahasabha, the counterpart of the Muslim League. The colonial era INC offered, and the modern INC still offers, a secular vision of India as a pluralistic nation composed of many identity groups who share, in Nehru's words, a common land and a common culture in a united India. Meanwhile, the Muslim League under Jinnah advocated the two nation theory. टू नेशन थ्योरी का responsibility जिन्ना के shoulders पे दे दिया, not Savarkar. Meanwhile, the Muslim League under Jinnah advocated the two nation theory that Hindus and Muslims form distinct nations within the geography of British India. Echoing this, the longtime leader and intellectual lodestar of the Hindu Mahasabha, Vinayak Damodar Savarkar, expounded the parallel theory that India's Hindus constituted a nation unto themselves, although a nation, contra Jinnah, that comprised the entirety of British India. The Muslim League and Hindu Mahasabha aspirations for nationhood were not exactly parallel, but the critics of these organizations saw a clear resonance between them. As Ambedkar quipped, Mr. Savarkar and Mr. Jinnah, instead of being opposed to each other on the one nation versus two nations issue, are in complete agreement about it. End quote. That just about captures the spirit of India's competing nationalisms, but it was not quite true. Jinnah may have denied the dignity of nationhood to India's Hindus, but he did accept the geographical fact of their preponderance in large swaths of British India. Savarkar, by contrast, denied the dignity of nationhood to all of India's Muslims, whom he considered only a religious minority. Savarkar held that although Muslims could become legal citizens of an independent India, they could not be accepted as members of the Hindu nation on which it was to be based. What does it mean? This was not, however, simply a political manifestation of a militant Hindu chauvinism, as it is often portrayed today. In the wake of the Holocaust, the idea that a minority group might be denied a place in the nation has become an anathema, but it is historically disingenuous to judge the past on the morality of the present. Wow, 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 kya baat hai. Nice. No, Savarkar did not propose the two nation theory, but he definitely accepted it. But he, in the end, did opposed partition as well, remember? But the real guy is Sir Syed Ahmed Khan. No one attributes him with this. He is the guy who first proposed it, much before Savarkar. Savarkar's Savarkar did not develop the ideology of Hindu nationalism in vacuum. Far from it. He was inspired by, and his views were generally consistent. Okay, so an entire paragraph on Savarkar. Let's see. Salvatore Babanaz's thoughts on Savarkar. Savarkar did not develop his ideology of Hindu nationalism in vacuum. Far from it. He was inspired by, and his views were generally consistent with the most modern Western intellectual and legal theories of his era. A British educated barrister, Savarkar published the first edition of his major political work, Hindutva, Who is a Hindu, in 1923. In the immediate aftermath of World War I, as a lawyer, Savarkar was well equipped to grasp the legal technicalities of the interwar minority treaties that carved up the collapsing Austro-Hungarian and Ottoman empires into the new countries of Central Europe and the Balkans. In those treaties, the Western victors of the war recognized some groups as nations and others as quote-unquote national minorities, granting sovereignty to the former and no more than civil rights to the rights of latter. Savarkar's historical crime was to apply these formally accepted principles to the Indian context. It is perhaps not his fault that the West later evolved a new modality of nationhood. क्या genius argument है. Vindicating Savarkar. How beautifully said. He's saying कि भाई सावरकर ने जो किया तब तो वही नॉर्मल व्यू ही था, तो अब वेस्ट ने मूव ऑन कर लिया कुछ और आइडिया पे. वेस्ट का पास्ट इंडिया के तब के कंटेम्प्रेरी इंडिया में सावरकर ने अप्लाई कर दिया, इसलिए सावरकर हरामी बन गया? Are you seeing the nuance and subtlety in this argument? What a fresh new argument. This is what a truly uh, highly competent sociologist can do. Brilliant argument here. Brilliant argument here. I love this. We will bring this up, I think. अरे कितना bring up करूं भाई? अभी तो हाफ भी नहीं पहुंचा हो बुक में. क्या 10 घंटे का पॉडकास्ट करना पड़ेगा? तो जानकी बाखले का बुक ऑन सावरकर पढ़ लो, आधे के ज्यादा सब कॉमी आर्गुमेंट्स हमेशा के लिए खत्म हो जाएंगे. और अब ये बेबोनिस का एक पैराग्राफ ऑन सावरकर डिस्ट्रॉयज हाफ ऑफ कॉमी आर्गुमेंट्स. नया मॉडलिटी वेस्ट ने उसके बाद बना लिया, तो उसके पहले वाला क्या करे अब? और दोष है क्या इंडिया के ऊपर काहे अप्लाई कर लिया? दिस इज काइंड ऑफ द सनातन एसी टेम्परेचर आर्गुमेंट एज वेल. वेस्टर्न स्टाइल कैपिटलिज्म सावरकर ने घुसा दिया था यहाँ पे. Savarkar's historical crime was to apply, he's being sarcastic, of course. He's not saying that Savarkar actually did a crime. He's saying that ऐसा क्या गलती कर लिया, मतलब the गलती that is attributed to Savarkar is that he applied these formerly accepted principles to the Indian context. It is perhaps not his fault that the West later evolved a new morality of nationhood. Okay, now an entire section on Hindutva. Let's read this out. West timeline set course morality. So well said. So well said. Yes, I love my audience. Exactly. Morality का timeline भी है, expiry date भी है. 45 तक ये morality बढ़िया है. 45 के बाद अब नया morality चाहिए. You can't use it. Expiry date आ गया है morality का. Christian morality কোনো expiry date নেই, ওটা সব সময় থাকবে কিছু না কিছু ঘুরিয়ে ঘুরিয়ে. Hindutva as national self-determination. The result of the 1919 Treaty of Versailles and its associated pacts was a series of near genocidal interethnic conflicts all across the Balkans, Eastern Europe, and the Near East. These included the Armenian genocide, the Greco-Turkish War, and the suppression of what was intended to become an independent Kurdistan. Protecting the rights of the German minority in the Sudetenland would later become the justification for Adolf Hitler's demands at the 1938 Munich Conference. The enforceable minority provisions guaranteed under the minority treaties were the legal basis on which Britain, France, and Italy agreed to dismember Czechoslovakia. The Western liberal promotion of national self-determination with national minority rights may have been well-intentioned, but it incentivized minority intransigence and majority ethnic cleansing across a wide swath of Europe and the Near East. Back in India, Savarkar was keenly aware of the mass intercommunal violence that accompanied the 1921 Mopla Rebellion, an event that was directly connected to the breakup of the Ottoman Empire and the consequent British occupation of Makkah and Medina. This incident in what is now the southwestern Indian state of Kerala saw Muslim farm workers rise up against their predominantly Hindu landlords, murdering hundreds, estimates vary wildly, and forcing thousands to convert to Islam. The unlikely goal of some of the leaders of the rebellion seems to have been to establish an independent Islamic state. Unlikely? I see. Interesting. Unlikely goal of some of the leaders of the rebellion seems to have been to establish an independent Islamic state on the Malabar coast, acting on the promise of national self-determination made by the US President Woodrow Wilson at the end of the World War I. One particularly extreme Muslim nationalist of the 1920s, F.K. Khan Durrani, actually argued on Versailles principles that all of India should become an Islamic state. In fact, nearly everyone involved in the debates over Indian independence, the partition of India, and the construction of Indian national identities, Hindu, Muslim, and secular, reference the minority treaties that followed the end of World War I in support of their claims. These treaties implicitly defined a quote unquote nation in terms of race, language, and religion, guaranteeing protections to minority groups who differed from the majority nation in any of these aspects. The idea that a nation is a group of people who share a common race, language, and religion probably derives from a naive misreading of the 19th century political philosophy of John Stuart Mill. In a widely quoted passage from Considerations on Representative Government in 1861, Mill asserted that, quote, a portion of mankind may be said to constitute a nationality if they are united among themselves by common sympathies which do not exist between them and any others, which make them cooperate with each other more willingly than with other people, desire to be under the same government, and desire that it should be government by themselves or a portion of themselves. हाँ, तो ये सिर्फ religion का है होना है. A portion of themselves exclusively. This feeling of nationality may have been generated by various causes. Sometimes it is the effect of identity of race and descent. Community of language and community of religion greatly contribute to it. Geographical limits are one of its causes. But the strongest of all is identity of political antecedents, the possession of a national history and consequent community of recollections, collective pride and humiliation, pleasure and regret, connected with the same incidents in the past. End quote. This famous definition of nationality would have been known to nearly every participant in the Versailles Conference, and certainly to Wilson, the political science professor turned president, who put national self-determination at the center of his program for the post-war peace. In fact, Wilson directly cited the importance of race, of language, and of religion in the building of national identity in his 1898 political science textbook. Of course, Mill's actual point was that race, language, and religion were not the most important markers of national identity, but the reduction of Mill's fulsome formulation to such a simple formula is just the sort of thing that happens when brilliant thinkers are misremembered or misunderstood by second-rate scholars. I love when Salvatore Babones trolls people. Yes, that's what I read from the paragraph as well. Okay, Bahumatric Porichiti, there can be many dimensions to your identity. It just doesn't have to be just religion. India's independence leaders tended not to cite Mill directly. Instead, they cited a textbook written by the liberal intellectual James Bryce, 1838 to 1922, who, among other qualifications, had served as president of the American Political Science Association at a time when Woodrow Wilson was teaching political science at Princeton University. Bryce argued that among Mill's criteria for national identity, quote, the chief are racial sentiment and religious sentiment, but there is also that sense of community which is created by the use of a common language. End quote. This very passage was quoted by Rajendra Prasad, who wrote emphatically of the quote unquote trinity of the minority treaties, race, language, and religion. As Prasad saw it, the conflation of nationality with the right to an independent state was due to the setting up of national self-determination as an absolute dogma according to which every cultural group ipso facto is entitled to claim a separate independent state for itself. A straight line can be drawn from Mill through Wilson and Bryce to Jinnah's demand for a Muslim state and Savarkar's demand for a Hindu one. The insistence that India should be a Hindu Rashtra or nation formed the core of Savarkar's doctrine of Hindutva, a doctrine that is still influential in India today. A parallel logic sat at the center of the Muslim League's demand for an independent Pakistan. It is impossible to accept Jinnah's argument for a Muslim Pakistan without also accepting Savarkar's argument for a Hindu India. But the practice of politics is rarely logical. In the sweepstakes of history, Jinnah came to be celebrated as the father of his nation, while Savarkar came to be marginalized, at least in intellectual circles, as an exclusionary religious nationalist. Savarkar religious nationalist, जो कि religious Hindu से FIR खा रहा था. Meanwhile, nearly everyone has forgotten that both based their political philosophies directly on the most advanced Anglo-American liberal thought of their era, however outdated that thought may seem today. Yes, Seeker, you are right. Like Amartya Sen himself is saying that in different contexts, one aspect of your identity will have to take precedence over others. So when the situation is that our brother, a 30-year-old guy supporting his family by working in a factory, is getting strung up and burned to death, then yes, I'm not a metalhead right now. I'm not a YouTuber right now. I'm just a Hindu right now. And what is pissing me off the most about Deepu's death is that I've always heard of these violences, right? when I was a commie, I used to think that, yes, that's Bangladesh's concern. Why should we bother about it? When I became a right-winger, my view was that, yes, it's a fucked up nation. What else do you expect from it? I have never been personally affected, never felt a personal anger about any death in Bangladesh, other than that, oh my God, these scoundrels, they are going on killing Hindus. This one hits home because I have recently been attacked by a mob. And so I'm asking myself, what was the differentiating factor between him and me? Well, firstly, I was attacked by Hindu upper castes who did not beat me to death. He was attacked by other people who killed him. But what were the recourses I had? There it's pissing me off. I am older than him and in such a position of privilege that I had a YouTube channel where it was being fucking live telecasted. 15,000 people were watching it. Significant people of the country were tweeting my clips on Twitter. And then so many people have supported me financially. I could do all that because I was sitting at home doing fucking YouTube. And that guy couldn't because he didn't know English, did not have a smartphone, did not have a YouTube channel. Why? Because he was supporting his family working in a factory. That's the key differentiating factor between being alive and being dead. That's why it's pissing me off extra now. Hindustan or Englishistan, India or Bharat? Wait, we will have to. How much time are we into, Neon? Because I need to give my dinner. Not my dinner, give dinner to my dog, Max Weber. Hindustan or Englishistan, India or Bharat? Gandhi, Nehru, Jinnah, Savarkar, all aspiring fathers of countries, may have been ideological opponents, but they shared similar positions in Indian society. They were all British educated lawyers, although only Savarkar was arrested for revolutionary activities before he could be called to the bar. हाँ क्या क्या अलग है हाँ ऐसा क्या कर दिया सावरकर ने? Oh, time up होएगा छे. Okay, then let's take a break. I'll just give the dinner to my dog and then come back. Okay. Let's put up a song. We'll take another 5 minutes of break, checking comments and stuff. Then we will restart the book. What time is it? 10:30. Good. How much have we gone into? 2.5 hours almost. Okay. 90 पेजेस हो गया बुक का. ओ विश्वगुरु नाम पे एक सब चैप्टर है. Smoking is injurious to health, guys. Smoking causes cancer. Thanks to my ashram retreat in Chinmaya Vibhuti ashram in Pune, my smoking has finally gone down drastically. Some days I'm not smoking at all. Some days it's just 1 cigarette, 2 cigarettes. Yes, Nija, so obviously we will. I love Bengali, but religious Bengali I love. Okay, Shishir, what does that sentence mean? You love Bengali, but religious Bengali you love? Why did you use the word but in that sentence? Because you love Bengali language and religious Bengalis, right? Yes, smoking is obviously not cool. It got stylized for some reason because of a lot of movie heroes and stuff. It definitely. I don't feel good after smoking. I just feel good while smoking. দাম বাড়বে না, বাড়ার তো কথা। বিরাট তো জিএসটি বোধহয় বাড়িয়েছে। বাড়ুক, ভালোই। No, commies can't be blamed for everything. Commies definitely popularized it further, but commies themselves were inspired from it because of a lot of Hollywood movies as well. আর কিনতেই পারবো না। Let's see, what are the discussions on top? By the way, where did Satyam go? Satyam, so what are my duties as a Vaishya Varna guy? Feluda Masake. No, then Satyajit Ray himself was very. He also saw so many Hollywood movies. Hollywood movies is the main culprit here. Smoking को लेकर जो propaganda हुआ है भाई USA में, if you ever go down that rabbit hole, it's insane the kind of ads smoking cigarette companies had made in USA. It's good for health, it burns fat, why smoking during pregnancy is good, etc. Insane चीजें था सब तब. Tax buddy is going to contribute more to reducing cancer than doctor. Yes. Shishir Bhagat, yes. I belong to scheduled tribes and I'm not an Ambedkarite. वो जब My Name is Khan रिलीज हुआ था, My Name is Khan and I'm not a terrorist, तब बंगाली में कुछ पेपर में, आई थिंक आनंद बाजार में ही एक कॉलम आता था जहाँ पे readers could send in their cool one-liners. So back then in Bengal, Maoism was a huge issue. So Maoists were allegedly supporting Trinamool come to power. They were doing all the ground support, etc. So every other day, CPIM is to shoot up some Maoist, CPIM's government, I mean, police and stuff. And then when Trinamool came to power, Mamata Banerjee also did an encounter of Kishanji, a famous Maoist, infamous Maoist. So and almost all of them had the surname Mahato. So one day, one guy sent one-liner. It was so funny that I still remember it. I was in class 10 or 11 back then. My name is Mahato and I'm not a Maoist. Secret, I'll answer it. Wait. I'm almost in a dilemma about it. Off the top of my head, I've always thought that can we blame Satyajit Ray for not doing a thing that nobody else did as well? No author, no Bengali director was doing it. So why blame just Satyajit Ray for it? On the other hand, since he was in that era, he should have known about Savarkar, his ideas, what the partition, how it shaped up. He should not have been a victim of just Congress propaganda. Therefore, he should have had a better view of it since he was so educated. So, yes, I think you can blame him to some degree. Because Muslims know that having a Muslim guy in a position of power is not the point. The point is to have a guy who will do their bidding. So CPM is out of power. Trinamool will do their bidding. So vote for them. When was Satyajit Ray born? 1910s or 20s. Why he made Devi? Again, norm वही cool था कि इंट्रोस्पेक्शन करना चाहिए कि फ्लॉज क्या है हिंदुइज्म में, खराब हिंदुओं को लेकर एक फिल्म बनाते हैं. नॉर्म ज़्यादा फॉलो कर लिया, मेन स्ट्रीम फॉलो कर लिया, बट ही ऑल्सो ब्लेम्ड द ऑडियंसेस फॉर having those same, not the same, but having again mainstream views, mainstream tastes in film watching only mainstream low IQ movies. But then he was also in the political sense, he also had only mainstream views. He did not look for nuance. He did not go down edgy rabbit holes and stuff. Besides, he was a Congress supporter. Feluda himself used to read only Anandabazar Putrika. Remember, it was mentioned in Hottapuri, as far as I remember, that Feluda only reads Anandabazar. He considers nothing else to be the truth. So it was a huge, well-embedded Congress ecosystem where Satyajit Ray was operating. His film was getting financed by Nehru, not Nehru, I mean, with Nehru's push. In the state, everyone is a Rajaram Mohan Roy type of Hindu critic. He was operating in that ecosystem. No, Seeker, we would not do that because they would not get anything done because they are out of power. 1921. So yeah, he definitely should have known. He was about 40 years old when Savarkar died. He definitely should have known his side of the argument. How big would be Ray without the Western validation and the Oscar? He would be a little less big, definitely, but he would be pretty big regardless because he won the Oscar later in life on his deathbed. It's not like the Oscar made him. Tapan Ghosh's ground activities are incredible. And the stuff he has done for Hindu protection, retaliation, riot retaliation, rehabilitating love jihad victim women, or helping Muslim women live on with their Hindu partners or Hindu husbands, even if their families are trying to create harm, etc. All of that is insanely important and has gone unsung. But political validation के बिना life थोड़ा difficult हो जाता है. And at some point, people realize, his supporters, I think, also have realized that, oh my God, it has been such a frustrating journey. decades are going by without anyone realizing what they're doing. Ray did love talking down to his audience. That is, yeah, वो तो होगा ही. Right? Because the taste is bad. But the problem is he was doing the same thing in the world of political views. Satyajit Ray can eat whole Indian director while in snack. Yeah. Ritik Ghatak is pretty awesome. My favorite movie is Jukti Tokko Goppo. Jukti Tokko Goppo is legit. But I like more numbers of Satyajit Ray movies than Ritik Ghatak movies, as of course. But then commies are, I think, right to like Ghatak a little more because then he is the sort of the unsung underdog who worked on much smaller budgets, etc., and still ended up making pretty cool movies. Yeah. Okay, let's restart the discussion. Okay, let's see. भाई मेरा question लोगे intercaste marriage पे wanted to ask that marriage is not for activism, is it for it's for personal, so same, yeah, intercaste, it should not matter for absolutely on that. I'm very much in disagreement with Harsh Madhusudan, but Harsh Madhusudan is citing Savarkar on this, but Savarkar was in a different time when in marriage the woman did not have much say in it. So his idea that intercaste marriage karwao was valid for his times. It's not. Now the women have a say. And when women have a say and both parties have a say and love is such a big factor and not just the parents, तब कहाँ से intercaste marriage ही करना होगा? How can that work? I've never seen a Satyajit Ray movie. Can you recommend some? Yeah. What is my favorite Satyajit Ray movie? Probably Pathir Pachali only. Oh, and Chiriyakhana. Chiriyakhana, you all won't like all that much. Chiriyakhana is on a Bomkesh story. Okay, you all know Bomkesh, right? Sushant Singh Rajput also played Bomkesh once in a Hindi movie. Bomkesh is another famous fictional detective character, Vyomakesha. So his movie Chiriyakhana is where the legendary Bengali actor Uttam Kumar played the role of Bomkesh Bakshi. That is my favorite Satyajit Ray movie because you get to see another side of Uttam Kumar's acting. Because all his life he played dramatic, melodramatic, romantic hero and stuff. His mannerism, demeanor, and dialogue delivery in Chiriyakhana, on the other hand, is completely different and very natural, realistic, etc. Which was there pretty much in Nayak as well. But you won't like Chiriyakhana all that much today because we are used to seeing so many great detective thrillers today. But if you let go of that bias that you can't judge Chiriyakhana based on how many great thrillers, what level of great thrillers you have seen today. If you just watch it for filmmaking skills, from that perspective, you definitely should watch Chiriyakhana. Chiriyakhana means zoo in Bengali. So watch Nayak, Chiriyakhana and Pathir Pachali. Bomkesh Bakshi का हाँ सीरियल है पुराना, दूरदर्शन में आता था, वो भी काफी बढ़िया था. Which do you prefer, Feluda or Bomkesh? Feluda is for a much younger audience, and I have read each and every Feluda story, but I have read only 2 Bomkesh stories, so it would not be fair for me to judge. But Bomkesh is awesome in a different way. Feluda is awesome in a different way because they are for different age groups. If you are young, you're not going to understand any Bomkesh. If you are older, you won't like Feluda at all. It will seem childish. Feluda more inspired from Holmes. Yeah, pretty much. And being inspired from Holmes should not be a criticism because iconic character है. Iconic character मतलब ही एक बहुत ही एक organic inevitable trope या फिर not just trope, एक organic archetype है, तो जो कि हर जगह पे copy होगा. Like the famous TV show which is there in Netflix as well, House MD. Okay, House means House एक character का surname है जहाँ पे वो एक diagnostician है, doctor है. वो भी इंस्पायर्ड है शर्लॉक होम्स से, because the diseases, the patients he is facing is like a mystery that he is solving. तो इंस्पायर्ड होना शर्लॉक होम्स से कोई बहुत बड़ा क्राइम नहीं है. Yes, I've heard Shorodindu was chaddi in some aspects, definitely. Yeah, Hugh Laurie. Shontu or Topshe? Good question. They are both pretty awesome. I can't choose between Shontu and Topshe. I have read each and every Kakababu book and story, and I have read each and every Feluda story. Both are pretty cool. ऐसा तो every gangster is inspired from Godfather. Yeah, Gangs of Wasseypur, City of God है थोड़ा Godfather है, बट मेनली सिटी ऑफ गॉड. और उस पे अनुराग कश्यप ने बहुत बढ़िया खुद का चीजें भी डाला है. फेलुदा काकाबू बम के शेकन बाबू. इज शेकन बाबू was it written by someone or was it created now by the directors who are directing the Eken Babu stories? I don't know. I had never heard of Eken Babu. Dada, did you know Lagnajita was attacked for Are Retrowave? Kahan the tum? I guess you are very busy with a lot of work. I have been posting incessantly about Lagnajita on the community tab as well as Twitter. And the Jagoma song is semi-plagiarized from a song called Jago Pia by the Berkeley India Ensemble, where one of the students, Armin Musa, now a famous singer in Bangladesh, who's a Berkeley pass out, Armin Musa's Bangladeshi father is the lyrics writer for Jago Pia. Jago Pia Ar Ghumayo Na, a Bengali song in Berkeley India Ensemble. So I guess if they knew that it's inspired from a song written by a Bangladeshi, they would not attack it. Shontu is more humble than Topshe. I really like the voice and tonality of both Shontu and Topshe. I just can't stand Lalmohan Ganguly, which is why Kakababu is a better reading experience because of the lack of pointless comedy reliefs and stuff. I have seen your community posts on of animals, very disturbing and cruel, how they do it, and why would you kill animals in wild streets? It's just classic textbook psychopathology, and there should be bigger legal retribution for animal cruelty because they are potential potential criminals who will harm other humans in very, very dark ways as well. And there are no strong laws against animal cruelty in India. Kakababu is the idol for all commies for some reason. I don't see how. What's commie about Kakababu? A man walking on a crutch, a retired archaeological survey of India employee whose leg got crushed in Afghanistan, then spends the rest of his life using his contacts and resources to go around solving crimes on his personal dime. Not even a hired detective. Very libertarian idea almost. No, even Feluda is libertarian because he's bypassing the entire police system. He's getting hired by the market to solve mysteries, but Kakababu is going on his personal mysteries with his pension money and stuff. Animal cruelty is, yes, literally an indication for psychopathy, yes. Eken Babu is a literary creation. By whom? Short Chandra was definitely, yeah, Hindu Mahasabha guy. Street dog का menace है, that also I don't agree. Street dog menace mysteriously ऐसा कैसे हुआ है कि in my 34 years of life living and visiting so many places, I have not been a victim of street dog menace. But yes, there are definitely today angry, crazy dogs who are attacking a lot of humans for no reason. And they are definitely rabies patients themselves, the dogs, and victims of torture, which is making them aggressive. So only collective solutions can help in this. Don't hit street dogs for no reason. They won't become crazy, angry street dogs for no reason. Other than that, what is the difference between a neighborhoods where I have forever been to and lived, where there are only nice street dogs, versus a neighborhood which has crazy street dogs? कुछ differentiating factor तो है. ऐसा तो नहीं है कि मैजिकली एक जगह पे स्ट्रीट डॉग्स भोसड़ी वाले हैं, मैजिकली एक और जगह पे स्ट्रीट डॉग्स बहुत नाइस एंड क्यूट है. व्हाट इज द डिफरेंशिएटिंग फैक्टर? द ओनली डिफरेंशिएटिंग फैक्टर आर एसोल ह्यूमंस इन वन नेबरहुड and lack of asshole neighborhoods in another humans in another neighborhood. Who is Srujan Dasgupta now? Sunil Ganguly or Rituparna Ghosh's interview dekhecho? No, I haven't. What, in that interview series which Rituparna Ghosh used to host? Adopt, don't shop, 100%, yes. Literal evolution, dogs love us, yes. Neon, start the timer now. Let's get back to reading the book. Hindustan or Englishistan, India or Bharat. Gandhi, Nehru, Jinnah, Savarkar, all aspiring fathers of countries, may have been ideological opponents, but they shared similar positions in Indian society. They were all British educated lawyers, although Savarkar was arrested for revolutionary activities before he could be called to the bar. Ambedkar, Iqbal, and Liaquat Ali Khan were likewise British barristers, as were the prominent ANC leaders V.K. Krishna Menon and Vallabhbhai Patel. The Indian revolutionary Subhash Chandra Bose studied at Cambridge. His brother Sarat Chandra Bose was another British barrister. Mysteriously, today it's a view that if you study in a English education is bad, English teaching schools are bad, convents are bad, because it will mold your mind in a certain way. But all our revolutionaries came out of that, and even today's most significant right wingers are all convent products. Desai Deepak, L.K. Advani, many others. Yes, in majority, definitely convents or good English medium schools produce commies, but who doesn't? ऐसा तो नहीं है कि गवर्नमेंट स्कूल्स में पढ़ के कोई बढ़िया जीनियस हिंदुत्ववादी बन रहा है हर जगह पे. His brother Sarat Chandra Bose was another British barrister. These titans of the Indian independence struggle were no ordinary Indians. They were fluent in English, internationally educated, trained in British law, and plugged into global political networks. In the memorable words of the historian and sometime colonial administrator Thomas Macaulay, these men formed a class who may be interpreters between us and the millions whom we govern, a class of persons, Indian in blood and color, but English in tastes, in opinions, in morals, and in intellect. Taken as a class, these men constituted what some sociologists call a comprador elite. When the Portuguese opened regular trade between Europe and India in the 1500s, they needed local go-betweens who could help them acquire the goods they wanted to purchase for their annual trading fleets. These interlocutors were called compradors or buyers. The term later came to be used by other Europeans throughout maritime Asia. For example, the Cantonese businessmen who facilitated British trade with China were also known as compradors in the centuries since. The term has come to stand broadly for those native elites who had the skills and connections needed to act as intermediaries between foreign occupiers and colonized populations. And in India, as Macaulay understood, the one foundational skill on which all others depended was the ability to communicate in English. India's independence struggle was not unique in being led by members of an English-speaking comprador elite. Malaysia's first Prime Minister, Tunku Abdul Rahman, studied at Cambridge, then went on to become a British barrister. Singapore's Lee Kuan Yew followed the same trajectory. Ghana's Kwame Nkrumah held 2 master's degrees from the University of Pennsylvania and undertook postgraduate studies in anthropology and law in London. I also have some sort of a certificate from University of Pennsylvania. 2 Coursera 6-week courses on microeconomics. One on microeconomics and one on macroeconomics from University of Pennsylvania. Studies in anthropology. Tanzania's Julius Nyerere earned his master's degree from the University of Edinburgh. Kenya's Jomo Kenyatta studied in Moscow before earning a master's degree in anthropology from the London School of Economics. Holy shit. जबकि LSE जबकि anthropology पूरा का पूरा racist था और eugenics पे विश्वास करता था. All of them, like Gandhi in India and Jinnah in Pakistan, came to be known by the sobriquet father of the country. But in India, unlike in most other colonial societies, there existed a second stratum of highly educated, politically engaged individuals who posed a robust alternative to the comprador elite. Its members lacked international experience, but nonetheless possessed substantial intellectual and financial resources, like Sitaram Goel. Sitaram did not have significant financial resources. This national elite, this quote-unquote national elite in colonial India, consisted of local business families, middle-class professionals, bureaucrats, engineers, scientists, and others who developed their careers and their ideas almost entirely or almost entirely within local Indian milieu. Most of them were competent in English, but they wrote and conversed primarily in Indian languages, and their networks were mainly colonial, not imperial. They formed the rank and file of the INC and India's other national liberation movements, but they were largely excluded from decision-making at the highest levels. The social division between the comprador and national elites is not highlighted in standard histories of India. क्योंकि इस लिख तो खुद रहा है comprador, but it is visible to anyone who has an eye to look for it, especially a sociologist of Salvador Babones' stature. For example, at the midnight ceremony proclaiming India's independence, 5 people had the privilege of addressing India's Constituent Assembly in order of speaking: Prasad Nehru Radhakrishnan and the Muslim League representative Chaudhry Khaliquzzaman, and the All India Women's Conference representative Hansa Mehta. 2 of the 5, Nehru and Mehta, had strong imperial connections and British postgraduate educations and spoke in English. The other 3 had completed their education and built their careers entirely in India. Radhakrishnan, a native Telugu speaker, spoke in English, reflecting not a class distinction but the north-south linguistic divide that remains a salient fault line in India. Prasad and Khaliquzzaman, however, spoke in Hindustani, the former lingua franca of northern India, from which Hindi and Urdu are both derived. In India's constitutional debates, the question of what would be the official language of independent India was one of the most contentious issues, with the Constituent Assembly deadlocking in the choice between English and Hindi. The compromise solution was to appoint a committee to consider the question over a period of 15 years. The now permanent Committee of Parliament on Official Language continues its work to this day. Holy shit, did you all know this, guys? I did not know this. In India's constitutional debates, the question of what would be the official language of independent India was one of the most contentious issues, with the Constituent Assembly deadlocking in the choice between English and Hindi. The compromise solution was to appoint a committee to consider the question over a period of 15 years. The now permanent Committee of Parliament on Official Language continues its work to this day. कौन है इस कमिटी में? क्या है उनका काम? सैलरी किस काम का मिल रहा है? किसी को पता है? I never heard of it. A parallel controversy arose over what should be the official name of the new country. इस बारे में मैंने कहाँ पढ़ा था? इंडिया दैट इज भारत में ना, वहां पे बहुत डिस्कशन दिखाया था इस नाम को लेकर, इंडिया देश का नाम क्या होगा वो लेकर. Parallel controversy. Many people had simply assumed that the Hindu counterpart to Muslim Pakistan would be called Hindustan. The drafting committee for the Indian Constitution, chaired by Ambedkar, opted for India, but in the debates that followed, less luminary members of the Constituent Assembly argued passionately for the Sanskrit-derived term Bharat. A final compromise was reached on the quizzical formulation India, that is Bharat. Not bad. And Ambedkar actually, as far as I've understood from India, that is Bharat. Ambedkar at one point, after days of discussion on just India hai ki Bharat hai ki Hindustan hai, Aryavarta hai, he gets pissed off at one point and says that, अरे ये discussion अब खत्म भी करो, कुछ भी नाम रख लो, चलो इंडिया बनाओ, इंडिया ही प्रेफरेबल है, और कुछ भी डिस्कस करते हैं. Yes, USA freedom struggle is awesome. When I discuss the books, Federalist Papers and Anti-Federalist Papers, you all will truly understand it and will love it. These competing understandings of India, always present in the background, have now come to the fore as the chief fault line in Indian politics today, with the North-South linguistic division operating as a complicating factor. The formerly shunned Hindu nationalist Veer or Hero Savarkar has been rehabilitated by Bharat advocates as an ideological champion of Hindutva thought, and a statue of the armed revolutionary Subhash Chandra Bose has been installed at the center of the National War Memorial. Some of the more... Actually, this reminds me, I just had a discussion just last night only with a close friend about whether Sanjeev Sanyal should be the CM candidate of Bengal or not. And I said, well, the main problem would be that Sanjeev Sanyal is has a tough time speaking Bengali. So not only would Bangla Pakho have a field day with him, But even if BJP wins and somehow installs him as the CM, protests about that issue would die down, but BJP would get screwed in Kerala, Tamil Nadu for a further 20 years, because they would say, see, they put up a chief minister who can't even speak Bengali properly anymore. See, therefore they want to destroy your individual language, etc. See, they are coming for us. Some of the more conservative icons of the independence era INC have been appropriated by the BJP as Hindustani patriots. Narendra Modi unveiled in 2018 on the 600-foot statue of Sardar Patel deep in the countryside of his home state of Gujarat, called the Statue of Unity. It represents for one segment of society an unredeemed claim on history. Yeah, fair enough. I think it was Gandhi. It was probably Gandhi, right, who said Vallabhbhai Patel is the Hindu Mahasabha man in Congress and Savarkar is the Congress man in Hindu Mahasabha. Yet there is still a Kampadar establishment in India that is deeply uncomfortable with such crass displays of nationalism as the Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose Memorial and the Patel Statue of Unity, echoing their internationally minded independence era forebears. Its members worry that India is being transformed into a majoritarian Hindu nationalist state, and why the word majoritarian makes absolutely no logical or grammatical sense is explained in the book Majoritarian Myth, phenomenal groundbreaking research in Dr. Kaushik Gangopadhyay's book Majoritarian Myth, which I hope you all have read by now. They fret that Narendra Modi is leveraging the populist rhetoric of Hindu Rashtra in a bid to transform India into Hindu Rajya. They revere the country's Nehruvian inheritance and are deeply pessimistic about the direction India is heading under a newly self-confident and national elite. Internationalist by instinct, members of the establishment with capital E, are much more closely connected to global English language academic and media networks than are members of the national elite, and thus their viewpoint dominates international discourses about India. Within India itself, however, they are becoming increasingly marginalized, and they know it. Dada, how fast can you finish and grasp the book if it would be for marijuana instead of this e-vape? I wouldn't be able to. Toward a community of recollections. Community of recollections. In his 15th August 1947 Tryst with Destiny speech at the birth of modern India, Nehru spoke of the soul of a nation long suppressed that would awaken at the stroke of the midnight hour. The trope of national awakening is a common one, but social scientists have long argued that the modern nations that are recognized today were not actually awakened from history, but invented in the present, or in the memorable formulation of the political scientist Benedict Anderson, imagined into existence. Fair enough. Anderson defined a nation as a construct that is imagined as being limited in scope, sovereign in authority, and forming a horizontal community. This is true so far as it goes, but nations cannot be imagined out of thin air. Every successful nation is built, as Mill suggested, on a community of recollections, that is, on a shared history. Social scientists tend to be skeptical of the actual role played by history in the formation of national identity, or to reduce that role to the indoctrination of impressionable young students via school textbooks. But Mill was right to emphasize that shared history, not race, language, or religion, is the most stable foundation for nation building. The skepticism of social scientists arises from the fact that national historical memories tend to be so highly selective as to border on the arbitrary. Yeah. That is to miss the main point. National histories are not imagined, as Anderson would have us believe. They are chosen from among the many available political antecedents, Mill's term, of a present-day society. Some are selected as the favored antecedents of the modern political nation. Others fall out of favor and are discarded. Viveka, continuing to exist in history, but written out of the history of the nation. In democracy, people elect politicians, choice of people governed by education and film literature, which is in turn governed by the government. Cyclical. Yeah. Excuse me. At the close of the World War I, India, quote unquote, India stretched from Karachi to Rangoon, and no one had ever heard of Pakistan. There were strong nationalist sentiments in Bengal, Kashmir, Maharashtra, Punjab, Madras, present-day Tamil Nadu, and other regions. And in the 1920s, it was not a foreordained outcome that a post-colonial India would be a unified state. After all, the polyglot Austro-Hungarian, Ottoman, and Russian empires had just been split into a multitude of new nations, mainly on the basis of language. As things turned out, the British hived off Buddhist Burma into a separate country, now Myanmar, created Muslim homelands in West and East Pakistan, now Pakistan and Bangladesh respectively, and allowed the princely state of Hyderabad to declare independence, prompting a 5-day war with newly independent India, which promptly occupied the would-be nation, which Vallabhbhai Patel did some masterstroke and went there and met the army general, and on the day of that impending battle, when Vallabhbhai Patel, no, Vallabhbhai did not meet him. It was some other Indian general, I think a Bengali one, if I remember correctly. He goes there, comes out of his car. The Hyderabad counterpart comes out of his car. Everyone, the common people are surrounding that ground, thinking a war is about to break out. And out of the blue, they bring out a pack of cigars and pass each other a lighter and start smoking instead of a war. तो अंदर क्या क्या मास्टर स्ट्रोक हो गया किसी को पता नहीं चला. Of course, history always turns out as it turns out. History always turns out as it turns out. Each of the successor states to British India settled on a national history to be its official origin history. In constructing its own national story, modern India has had the opportunity to choose from a wide menu of historical memories of collective pride and humiliation, pleasure and regret connected with the same incidents in the past to recall mill. Among the post-colonial successes of British India, modern India's independence leaders chose to identify their country with British colonial history, calling their country India and adopting the history of British India as its own. Again, something that has become obvious in retrospect was not so obvious at the time. Jinnah was reportedly absolutely furious that Nehru had opted for the name India, thus implicitly laying claim to the historical memory of the pre-partition colonial whole. But modern India is not, geographically speaking, the same country that was British colonial India. Today's India is 1947 British India, minus Pakistan and Bangladesh, plus more than 500 princely states, plus Pondicherry, Goa, and Sikkim, minus the far northwestern zones that are currently under Pakistan and Chinese control. To claim for this particular collection of territories a community of recollections connected with the same incidents in the past is a challenge, to say the least. But seen from the perspective of nation building, that may not matter. The most important factor determining the stability of post-colonial nation states is not the historical accuracy. The most important factor determining the stability of post-colonial nation states is not the historical accuracy of the national history, but its future viability. As the social theorist Jeffrey Prager explains, the principal problem faced by new nations has been to create a new sense of community corresponding to the new forms of social organization and accompanying independence, which we have succeeded in, frankly, and because of our past as well. To create new bonds of solidarity between members of the society consistent with the trans-religious, trans-ethnic, trans-regional, and trans-familial character of the new society. The emphasis here is on the foregoing of an organic social solidarity, not a merely mechanical social agglomeration. Emphasis here is on the fostering of an organic social solidarity, not a merely a mechanical social agglomeration. Applied practically in the Indian setting, this implies that to be stable, India's national identity must transcend religion, as indeed it does, but need not necessarily incorporate minority religious sensibilities. Prager suggests that while inclusion remains an important variable in the construction of democratic stability, it is not the most decisive factor. Inclusion is not the most decisive factor. In Prager's formulation, the crucial factor for stability is that the political system most crucial factor for stability is that the political system embody mechanisms for transforming the particular into the universal while protecting the political autonomy of the individual citizen. Individual participation in the democratic nation, not group participation in state institutions, is the basis of democratic governance. Many qualities are desirable in a well-functioning liberal democracy, but the only certain prerequisite for democracy is that there exists a shared political community within which democracy can operate. There are many non-democratic nations, but there are no democracies without nations. As Prager put it, we know of no society that achieves stability when the feeling of connectedness and attachment to the nation is absent. Perhaps the best example of this is post-independence, post-breakup Pakistan. In United Pakistan's first and last direct popular election, 1970, the Bengali-dominated Awami League won every seat in East Pakistan, now Bangladesh, but not a single seat in West Pakistan, now Pakistan. In West Pakistan, now Pakistan. Lacking a shared sense of national identity, post-colonial Pakistan fractured at the poles along pre-existing proto-national lines. It could not simultaneously remain a single state and a democracy. Having developed a shared sense of national identity, post-colonial India did survive not only as a unified nation state but as a democratic one. There seems no reason to believe that a future Hindu Rajya, should one arise in 21st century India, would be undemocratic. After all, there are many legally Christian states that are democracies. Sri Lanka is an officially Buddhist democracy. The world's only Jewish state is a democracy. And few would dare argue that the world's many Islamic republics could never evolve into democracies. The proper question to raise about Modi's overt official religiosity is not whether it threatens India's democracy, but whether it threatens India's national unity. The long term health of India as a democratic society requires that Indians of all religions believe that they are equal participants in the Indian nation. The Hindu centric rhetoric of Narendra Modi and the BJP may not threaten the citizenship rights of Muslim Indians, but it must, in the long run, diminish their sense of belonging. It must diminish. Interesting. He's saying democracy might not be at threat, even if it officially becomes a Hindu Rajya. Interesting stuff. Seeker, yes. I believe voting rights should be firstly for people above the age of 25 because your prefrontal cortex is fully developed by then, or maybe only for taxpayers. Stakeholder ही नहीं है. Why should you be going around choosing the leader and stuff? Then it's an incentive to just race to the bottom and ask for freebies. We're starting a new chapter now, an extraordinary democracy. General Joyanta Chaudhary, right. Only Bengali children, General Joyanta Chaudhary. Acha. I read all this in Land of Seven Rivers, Sanjeev Sanyal's books, last chapter. How about over 25 and only taxpayer? Worst of all worlds, according to our detractors, of course. But yes, that would be very fascinating. The poet Rabindranath Tagore famously declared in his 1917 essay on nationalism in India that our real problem in India is not political, it is social. That sentiment both reflected and inspired the conventional wisdom of India's nation builders. Like Mahatma Gandhi, B.R. Ambedkar, and V.D. Savarkar campaigned against social ills like caste-based discrimination, female illiteracy, poverty, and disease, even as they campaigned for an independent India. Such social reforms were certainly dear to Tagore, but read his three essays on nationalism, Western, Japanese, and Indian, in full, and it becomes clear that he saw India's social divisions as deriving from something much more fundamental than mere disadvantage or discrimination. He repeatedly suggested that from the beginning of history, India's problem has been the race problem. Like his contemporaries in Europe, Tagore did not imbue the word race with the genetic or skin color meaning that it has in the United States, though he did identify the integration of African Americans and Native Americans as America's own race problem. In the Indian context, Tagore used race alternately as a shorthand for caste, region, and religion. He viewed the American and Indian national challenges as parallel. Both called for welding together into one body various races. Exactly what such a body might look like, Tagore didn't say. He did not want to see either the American or the Indian challenge solved by nationalism. Tagore was against the general idea of all nations, declaring that nationalism is a great menace and the particular thing which for years has been at the bottom of India's troubles. Of course, that's what Tagore means by nationalism. Nationalism means these small fractured national commie identities. Interesting. It's a fair argument, I think. Of course, by that he meant that British nationalism was troubling India, but he did not see a countervailing Indian nationalism as any solution to that particular problem. Writing as he was in the middle of World War I, he emphasized the need for social unity and recognized the impossibility of political peace without it. Tagore's hope was that, so Ambedkar also said the same thing, fraternity kahan hai, sirf rights, equality, fraternity, और क्या है liberty, हाँ तो fraternity का तो कोई बात ही नहीं कर रहा है. Tagore's hope was that India could offer an open-ended spiritual model of social unity to a world beset by closed-minded nationalist rivalries. He contrasted his aspirations for India with Japan's embrace of European-style militarism, upbraiding the Indian nationalists of his day for prioritizing political power over social reform. अरे तो ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट के अंडर कौन सा सोशल रिफॉर्म पॉसिबल है? हाँ, सोशल रिफॉर्म तो हुआ था थोड़ा बहुत, राजा राम मोहन राय एक्सेट्रा, बट अल्टीमेटली तो ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट भी एक एक्सट्रैक्टिव, एक ऑपरेसिव एक सिस्टम है जो जिसका खुद का पॉलिटिक्स चलेगा, खुद का ऐसे सेल्फ प्रिजर्वेशन चलता रहेगा. Nothing has infinite value. Tagore thought that the goal of humanity should not be nation building but society building. Without nation building, you can't build societies. For Tagore, as many idealists, nationalism was a degenerate form of social solidarity, but the romantic notion that people should form abstract attachments to the societies in which they live without embracing any particular sense of nationhood remains little more than an internationalist ideal. Yes. Oh my God. So Babones's critique of Rabindranath is also so accurate. In the real world, because what he just wrote is exactly what I just said before reading that line. In the real world, people have proven willing to make serious personal sacrifices only for the benefit of an exclusive national community, not for the general betterment of all of humanity. Tagore characterized the nation as a society organized for competition with other nations. And he worried that such international competition would always drive countries to prioritize national goals over social ones. Yes, because prioritizing national goals will solve social goals as well. He may have been right. Yeah. Nonetheless, time and again over the last 2 centuries, states that were not nation states have either developed into nation states or disintegrated into nation states. The second half of the 19th century saw the coalescence of modern nation states in Italy, Germany, and Japan. Then, in the aftermath of World War I, the multinational Russian, Austro-Hungarian, and Ottoman empires collapsed or were broken into a panoply of nation states based on real or imagined national communities. The world-spanning British Empire lost most of Ireland to an aggressively anti-colonial Irish nationalism in 1922, and the far-flung dominions of Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and South Africa all developed separate national identities. When communism fell in the multinational states of Yugoslavia and the Soviet Union, both broke up along national lines. For good or for bad, the nation state seems to be the only stable form of modern governance. Yes, exactly. And wow, see, this is such a good primer, such a gist of world history, even at least modern world history, isn't it? Such good research, guys. Seeker, Robi Thakur had evolving views, of course. What he's saying on nationalism is not what he wrote previously. But so you'll have to pick and choose what era of Rabindranath you want to agree or disagree with. I like Rabindranath's views in the poem Shivaji Utshab. That is Rabindranath for me. Thoughts on Mohan Bhagwat at Science City? Yeah, I watched some of that. He or his team refused to take the question asked by journalist Shuman Chattopadhyay, who, in my opinion, is the only or most balanced YouTuber discussing or political analyst right now. Because everyone else is saying that BJP is bad, Hindutva fascist, prevent them, etc. And everyone else is saying, oh, tomorrow Abhishek will get arrested. Tomorrow Abhishek will get arrested. Day after tomorrow, Mamata will get arrested. So now Shuman Chattopadhyay was about to ask that why do we not see harsh criticisms for RSS ever from Mamata, but only harsh criticisms of BJP? What is the mystery behind that? And that question was refused. So make of that what you will. On what Shubhendu asked, that's also significant. Shubhendu asked what is going to happen to that, something to that effect, right? That what does he think will happen? Will there be change in Bengal or not, etc. So on that, people are saying, right-wingers are saying that because Mohan Bhagwatji said that yes, change is going to happen, or whatever you all are wishing is going to happen, that does not immediately make all setting theories go away. So I'll still be cautiously optimistic. No, it's not. Should MB be changed? You mean should someone else become the Sarsang Chalak? No. That's not a requirement. He's doing many other good stuff. আরে জোরানের পা চাটবে না তো, আফটার অল কমই কিছু করার নেই, বাট হি ইজ গিভিং দ্য মোস্ট ব্যালেন্সড অ্যান্ড ভেরি লেজিটিমেট critical views on many aspects. Ignore him at your own risk. You will know both sides of the story and the truth often only if you follow his channel. No, you can't call him just Mullah Premi anymore because he is legitimately criticizing the Islamic terrorism issues as well. Just like a lot of other BBKs as well, because again, Shubhendu is breathing down their necks. People have waken up and stuff. So that problem is not that serious anymore. Moreover, although many nation states have experienced spells of non-democratic government, it is difficult to find a multinational state that has ever been a democracy. The European Union may someday fulfill that promise, but for now, pan-European democracy remains more a project than a reality. Arguably, the success of that project depends on the creation of a new pan-European nationalism. The widely held idea that nationalism is a threat to democracy today, a basic assumption of informed political commentary, flies in the face of history. It might more accurately be said that nationalism is a necessary, though not a sufficient condition for a democracy. Holy shit, guys! This quote needs to go viral. Holy shit! We will have to ask him to elaborate on this further on our podcast. I'll have to underline this starkly. What a vindication of nationalism. Salvatore Babones, a legitimate comparative sociologist, is saying nationalism is a necessary, though not a sufficient, condition for democracy. জয়া চ্যাটার্জির বই ক্লারিফাই করেছে কবে বলো তো সিকার সিকার কতদিন আগে এটা আর গ্লোরিফাই করেছে কি জাস্টিফিকেশনে যে কেন জয়া চ্যাটার্জি ঠিক বলেছেন সেই ব্যাপারে কিছু বলেছে আই ডোন্ট নো দ্য আর্গুমেন্টস I didn't used to follow him up until like 5-6 months back, so I don't know. The French father of sociology, Émile Durkheim, actually defined democracy as a system where the state, whilst remaining distinct from the mass of the nation, is closely in communication with it. He considered democracy to be virtually synonymous with the concept of nation state. Yeah, and Salvatore Babones is a Durkheimian. He's now citing Durkheim. He's saying Durkheim considered democracy to be virtually synonymous with the concept of the nation state. By the way, what's the name of that academic whose paper I discovered and sent to Academic Man, which we discussed even from a live stream? She's in, I think, University of Helsinki, who was pointing out how casteism still lives in Bengal, and even under CPIM rule, and even communists themselves are casteist, and it has nothing to do with Dharma Shastra. What was that book? What was the name of that female scholar? It was not Joya Chatterjee. It was Joya something else or some other scholar. That video is there in my playlist of caste papers. What was her name? Oh, Dayabati Roy. Yeah. In the concept of nation. India's independence leaders had seen the disintegration of the great European multinational empires in their lifetimes and were well aware of the ongoing devolution of the British Empire into self-governing dominions. When Mahatma Gandhi's influential 1909 tract Hind Swaraj was published in English as Indian Home Rule, his contemporaries would have immediately identified the title with Ireland and the Home Rule movement for Irish independence. Gandhi was careful not to mention Ireland anywhere in the book, but the British banned it all the same. When the American President Woodrow Wilson later declared in 1918 that national aspirations must be respected and peoples may be governed only by their own consent, aspiring revolutionaries around the world took note. It was against this backdrop that India's independence leaders came to believe that nationalism was the solution to their social divisions, and democracy their only path to home rule. Fucking yes! Exactly what I was saying about Rabindranath Tagore's criticism as well. How could Rabindranath miss this? I guess with old age, you become more of a fluffy idealist, like you are in your young age. How could Rabindranath be so wrong about this? After a lifetime of awesomeness, how could you not see that without a strong nation in place, you are not going to solve any fucking social problem? How can social problems be solved in a vacuum? See what Salvatore Babones is saying here. Okay, by the way, ये ना question पूछना ही पड़ेगा उनको, पूछना नहीं पड़ेगा उनको, elaborate करवाना पड़ेगा in the importance of nationalism. Brilliant. Nationalism as a key prerequisite for democracy in the first place, and also eradication of social evils. Can't hold my pen. My handwriting was horseshit to begin with, and it's practically a different language right now. The intelligence trap is even bigger than bigger the is even bigger the bigger the intellect is. कुछ ना कुछ नया सोचना ही पड़ेगा, तो चलो कुछ भी आइडिया कुक अप कर लेते हैं. So Babones is saying India's independence leaders came to believe that nationalism was the solution to their social divisions and democracy their only path to home rule. India beat the odds to become the only poor post-colonial society to remain a democracy because its nation builders broke down the multitude of petty religious hierarchies that had previously dominated Hindu society in India and replaced them with a web of cross-cutting national associations. So you see, what you can very easily deduce from this, or let's say use this argument to push, is that therefore, just like a country's social problems go away when that country is based on, or at least encourages, or at least founded upon nationalism, in the same way, Hindu nationalism is going to break down or make disappear the social evil problems in Hindu society. And replace them with a web of cross-cutting national associations. As a result, India early on developed a modern civil society that connected people of many different backgrounds and beliefs. Unlike in Western countries, however, civil society in India was built mainly by faith-based groups that put social responsibility at the core of their missions, not by individual people seeking personal fulfillment through voluntary participation in affinity groups. Had the Hindu faith remained socially hierarchical, as it was before in the middle of the 19th century, Indian democracy probably would have failed soon after independence. All post-colonial societies embraced nationalist ideologies, but only in India was the social structure underlying nationalism strong enough to support a lasting democracy. Wow. Listen to this once more. All post-colonial societies embraced nationalist ideologies, but only in India was the social structure underlying nationalism strong enough to support a lasting democracy. If this is not the biggest vindication of Hinduism, I don't know what is. This is why I'm ready to put Salvatore Babones on par with Swami Vivekanand on the limited aspect of doing good PR for India. And this book, equivalent to Swamiji's Chicago speech, guys. Hate me for it all you want. This is just a fact right now. You read the book and then tell me you disagree. No bourgeoisie, no democracy. In 1959, in one of the most cited papers in the history of the social sciences, the American political sociologist Seymour Martin Lipset wrote that economic development involving industrialization, urbanization, high educational standards, and a steady increase in the overall wealth of the society is a basic condition sustaining democracy. Democracy. Judged against these expectations, modern India is by far the world's most extraordinary democracy. It is extraordinary not because it is better than other democracies, but because India is by far the poorest country in the world to have become and remained a democracy. Independent India has an unbroken record of open elections in which the party in government has never refused to cede power on defeat. National elections have been delayed only once, in 1976, and even that delay was conducted legally, if controversially, in accordance with India's own constitutional procedures. When elections were duly held 1 year later, the prime minister who had ordered the delay was resoundingly defeated and peacefully stepped down. Why? Why is I'm sure many people have had the dream to. I guess we lost one viewer because I brought up Swamiji in this context. Okay. I'm sure many people have had the dreams to do those African despot type things in India. Why did they not try it? Why did they not succeed? Why did they knew they won't succeed? Because India is so vast and diverse that so many other kinds of people are going to unite and fuck him up. It's not going to be possible. That's what happens with the lack of homogeneity. That is the side effect of a low trust society and lack of homogeneity, guys. इसीलिए we can't have those kinds of despots. इसीलिए they never come about in India. इसीलिए we are a democracy even without prosperity. No other democracy outside the developed West can match India's record of 7 decades of constitutional democratic rule. In Asia, the only country that comes close is Israel, with a GDP per capita more than 20 times India's. In fact, India is the only stable democracy on the Eurasian mainland between Israel in the west and South Korea in the east. In that tough neighborhood, India has remained a democracy despite experiencing multiple. और फिर वो डाइवर्जन में यूनिटी का क्रेडिट किसको जाता है? हिंदुइज्म को डेफिनेटली, हिंदू फॉर्मुलेशंस को, हिंदू हिंदू फिलोसोफाइजेशंस को, एंड definitely some credit to Congress for their myth making and nation building templates. Seeker. There's no debate on this. It's completely Savarkar. People have read, maybe not fully internalized Swami Vivekananda, but have read Swami Vivekananda inside out. There are countless institutions furthering Swami Vivekananda's views, and most of them come out and hate India anyway, hate Hinduism anyway, play false equivalency anyway. On the other hand, you read 5 pages of Savarkar and you are a completely transformed person. In that tough neighborhood, India has remained a democracy despite experiencing multiple invasions of its territory from Pakistan and China and dealing with multiple armed insurgencies sponsored at different times from Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Myanmar. Indian democracy has been subjected to serious criticisms, many of them legitimate, but not comparable. But no comparable country can point to a comparable record of competitive elections with peaceful transitions between opposing political parties. India's record is truly extraordinary. The standard story of democracy taught in political science classes around the world is that democracy, and this is Salvatore Babones's most I think most significant observation that has I don't know who has ever made this point before Babones, and at least with the kind of reach that Babones was able to achieve, that we are always comparing India's democracy to the West, to USA and UK, etc. And it's good because having an aspiration to be as good as the first guy in the class is great. But India is managing it while being dirt poor. Every other dirt poor country who are slightly richer than India, who are as poor as India, are all authoritarian countries. The standard story of democracy taught in political science classes around the world is that democracy emerges when a rising middle class demands a greater say in politics. The political sociologist Barrington Moore Jr. famously summarized this thesis in 1966 when he wrote in a book cited even more often than Lipset's famous article that a vigorous and independent class of town dwellers has been an indispensable element in the growth of parliamentary democracy. No bourgeoisie, no democracy. Concurring with this view, Lipset was less concise but more explicit. Quote, only in a wealthy society in which relatively few citizens lived at the level of real poverty could there be a situation in which the mass of the population intelligently participate in politics and develop the self-restraint necessary to avoid succumbing to the appeals of irresponsible demagogues. A society divided between a large impoverished mass and a small favored elite results either in oligarchy, dictatorial rule of the small upper stratum, or in tyranny, popular-based dictatorship, end quote. So you see how wrong they are, first of all, on India, but You also see how much reading Salvatore Babanas's book is giving me the view that, and I will end up saying things like, see, the West doesn't understand India, etc. Babanas is ending up taking that point. Yet India is a poor country and was an extremely poor country at the birth of its democracy in 1947. Although it is now seeing the emergence of an educated middle class, it remains, to echo Lipset, divided between a large impoverished mass and a small favored elite. Even today, only 13% of the working age population holds a university degree, while 78% have a ninth grade education or less. Countries like India aren't supposed to be capable of maintaining meaningful democracies. In the first major quantitative analysis of the long-term relationship between democracy and development, the comparative political scientist Adam uh, Przeworski and his colleagues concluded in 2001 that statistically speaking, the odds against democracy in India were extremely high. The ordinary patterns of democratic development coincide to such an extent that, statistically speaking, it can be difficult to differentiate between the characteristics of democracies and the characteristics of rich Western or westernized countries. India is the lone third world exception to biologist Joseph Henrich's quote unquote weird rule that democratic countries are necessarily Western, educated, industrialized, and rich. India possesses none of these other characteristics. The obvious conclusion is that although the weird rule describes most existing democracies, it does not define democracy itself. India is the exception that disproves the rule. Put simply, the highly developed countries of North America, Western Europe, and the Pacific Rim are ordinary democracies, not so India. Born in poverty, beset by war within months of achieving independence in 1947, and initially committed to a disastrous path of Soviet style modernization. Disastrous path of Soviet style modernization. India has always been an unlikely democracy. Indeed, throughout independent India's first 20 years, it wasn't clear that India would remain a democracy at all. India's founding prime minister never yielded power. Soon after his death, he was succeeded by his daughter, establishing a family dynasty. Hmm. When her rule was threatened, she declared a state of emergency and suspended elections. But miraculously or seemingly miraculously, India pulled through this crisis. Why does he add seemingly miraculously? Because it only seems miraculous to the outside world. It need not have been miraculously, it was just inevitable. Instead of becoming just another third world dictatorship, India returned to democratic governance in 1977 and never looked back. The robustness of democratic principles in such a poor, embattled post-colonial country as India is one of the great mysteries of social science. Apologists for empire ascribe the success of India's democracy to its legacy of British institutions. But no other country that inherited British institutions, and there were many, has replicated India's democracy. In terms of third world democracy, India really is sui generis. Thus, some Indian nationalist authors attempt to link modern Indian democracy to the practices of ancient republics, to traditions of elected village councils, or to the tenets of the Hindu faith. But today's Indian democracy bears no resemblance to that of the Janapadas of the 5th century BC. Nearly all agricultural societies have traditions of village councils, and democracy is no more Hindu than it is Christian. Such facile explanations will not suffice. If there is a solution to the mystery of Indian democracy, it is to be found in modern India and in India's distinctive path to nationhood. In contrast to most other post colonial states, India did not win its. You see, why you should not read only Sanatan AC temperaturist books? Because you'll think that only India had agricultural societies with village councils. Anyway, different part. In contrast to most other post-colonial states, India did not win its independence on the battlefield, notwithstanding the BJP's recent attempts to manufacture just such a martial myth. Nor like its neighbors, Pakistan and later Bangladesh, was India born as an antithesis to another nation state. Instead, India's modern national identity was built consciously and painstakingly by a wide array of civil society organizations, each of them working to inculcate a sense of national unity in a traditional but rapidly modernizing population. These organizations had and still have different aspirations for Indian nationhood, but one value that nearly all of them share is that a sense of duty to the nation is fundamental to what it means to be a citizen of India. Civic duties, not civil rights, are at the core of Indian nationhood. Aren't duties emphasized in all societies? Am I wrong in thinking that? Isn't Baban is making the same problem that he just critiqued? Let's ask him then. No, Sikar, primary tenets of Hinduism, na. I'll tell you what aspect of Hinduism ensures this. Not tenets of any scripture. I think because of the prosperity of our natural resources, Shosho Shamala Desh, which is why we end up saying Karn Karn mein Shivji rehte hai. Because of that, we are a more accepting and tolerating society. Um, that's what, let's say, shapes the Hindu tenets as well. Um, which is why in every scripture you will find messages of that some variation of Jatamat Tatapat. The truth is one, and different people reach there in different paths and stuff. You can say that only in a truly bountiful environment. You can't say that when you are in a desert or in a cold, harsh mountain terrain. So I think India's nature and environment is what has shaped our mindsets and philosophies. Now a subchapter. Just another third world dictatorship? Question mark. The first 30 years of Indian democracy were not particularly extraordinary. The country's dominant National Liberation Movement organization, the INC, transformed itself into a political party and assumed the reins of power. Although the INC had been a big tent collaborative movement throughout India's independence struggle, its leader Jawaharlal Nehru became the unchallenged party strongman after independence. 4 months before India went to the polls in its first ever democratic elections, Nehru amended the constitution to limit freedoms of speech and the press. And Savarkar was put in prison, and Dindayal Upadhyaya died under mysterious circumstances. Lol. In that first election, he won a commanding majority in parliament, capturing 364 of the 497 seats up for grabs in the Lok Sabha. The 364 seats, वो भी 400 पार कर नहीं पाए, even after putting Savarkar behind bars and with Dindayal Upadhyaya passing away mysteriously. The INC's nearest competitor, the Communist Party of India, won only 16 seats. Nehru went on to win overwhelming majorities in the next two elections, maintaining an essentially unchallenged dominance over national politics until he died in office in 64 at the age of 74. Nehru's successor as Prime Minister, Lal Bahadur Shastri, did not last long. He died 19 months after taking office while on a trip to Soviet Union, mysteriously, of course. He was only 61 years old. The cause of death was recorded as heart failure, and Shastri was reported to have been in ill health. Nonetheless, the circumstances were mysterious and his family never accepted official accounts of his death. Upon Shastri's passing, Nehru's 48-year-old daughter Indira Gandhi won the internal INC election to become the party's prime ministerial nominee. And given the what a great primer and gist of modern Indian history, guys. And given the party's dominance in the Lok Sabha, the country's third prime minister, a mere 20 months separated her tenure from her father's. Indira Gandhi was Nehru's only child. She had acted as India's unofficial first lady throughout Nehru's 17 years in office and was as well accustomed to the corridors of power. In later years, she may even have been the true power behind her father's throne. Writing a year before Nehru's death, the अरे इसके वजह से writing a year before Nehru's death, the chief India correspondent for NBC News perfectly pegged her future as it was about to unfold. In his 1963 book After Nehru Who, Putnam Wallace Hangen not only predicted that Shastri would most likely be Nehru's immediate successor, but also that Shastri's days would be numbered. Hangen thought that the key question was actually after Nehru's successor who. His answer was Indira Gandhi. Hangen's chief source for this prescient analysis was reportedly Mrs. Gandhi herself. Holy shit. Indira Gandhi's accession may not have been predetermined. History never is. But like so many other national liberation movements in so many other post-colonial societies, the INC devolved into a family fiefdom. The leadership of the INC was passed down from Nehru to his daughter Indira, then to her son Rajiv Gandhi, and after his death to his Italian-born wife Sonia Gandhi and their son Rahul Gandhi. Although the post-independence Gandhi family is no relation to Mahatma Gandhi, they are all related to Jawaharlal Nehru, who was himself the son of the two-time INC president Motilal Nehru. The charge of dynastic politics remains the most potent criticism of the INC today. India was not exceptional in seeing political power passed from a broad national liberation movement to a particular family dynasty. On the contrary, the descent into dynasticism is a general pattern of post colonial democracies. In country after country, national liberation movements turned into dynastic political parties that refused to accept electoral defeat. Corrupted by power, the leaders of these movements were easily seduced by their own messianic rhetoric into believing that only they could deliver peace and prosperity to their countries. To quote, perhaps unfairly, from Nehru's famous speech at the birth of independent India, they all believed that they had a tryst with destiny to lead their countries. Cincinnati style leaders like George Washington have been thin on the ground in the post colonial world. Nehru may have ruled India autocratically, but he was no dictator. Although many questions can be and have been raised about his commitment to liberal democratic norms, the esteem accruing to him from his role in the independence struggle and his legacy as the Mahatma's chief lieutenant was sufficient to ensure his continued tenure in office for as long as he chose to remain as India's prime minister. His daughter, however, possessed no such charisma. She was unpopular with the INC old guard, who in 1969 had her expelled from the party on charges of gross indiscipline, fostering a cult of personality, and posting grave threats to the traditions of democracy that we want to build up in this country. Mrs. Gandhi rode out the crisis, reconstituted a new INC around her loyalist supporters, and won a renewed parliamentary mandate in 71 amidst widespread electoral fraud. Immediately on winning re-election, she pushed through a series of constitutional amendments that seriously reduced individual rights and judicial oversight, and also fuck Pakistan. Finally, in 1975, India came very close to following the well-worn path from post-independence strongman democracy to one-person dictatorial rule when Indira Gandhi engineered the declaration of a state of emergency. The ostensible grounds were that the security of India is threatened by internal disturbances, but the immediate prompt was an Indian Supreme Court ruling questioning the legitimacy of her election to parliament. The state of emergency empowered Mrs. Gandhi to suspend elections, disregard civil liberties, and outlaw all political opposition for almost 2 years. More than 1 lakh people, including 30 MPs, were detained on political charges. Mrs. Gandhi promulgated 5 more constitutional amendments. See, this is kind of what Sheikh Hasina also did, but Bangladesh will never recover from this. We recovered. Promulgated 5 more constitutional amendments, including one, the 42nd, that made major changes to the structure of the constitution itself. The emergency of 75-77 was the bifurcation point of India's political development, the crossroads between democracy and dictatorship. It is a testament to the robustness not of India's national institutions, which largely complied with India. See, why we can't credit India's institutions for saving India from despotism. And therefore, why we can't credit former British institutions for keeping India democracy. Salvatore Babon is again trolling them hard. He's saying, it is a testament to the robustness not of India's national institutions, which largely complied with Indira Gandhi's diktats, but of India's unique political culture, that the country chose the road less traveled, the road toward genuine democracy. But what is creating that unique political character? According to me, the nature and climate of India. At the very moment of India's independence in 1947, Sarvepalli Radhakrishnan had exhorted his fellow parliamentarians to observe the unimportance of the individual and the supreme importance of the unfolding purpose which we are called upon to serve. That spirit of service to society. But tenets of Hinduism might not be that bad of an argument. I'm saying it's inspired from nature anyway, but what's ultimately the point of the book? It's called Dharma Democracy. He's practically saying that it is because of dharma and the sense of duty, which you can argue is a tenet of Hinduism. Therefore, yes, Secret is probably right here. I can't see your comments because I'm not wearing my specs, okay, glasses. Unfolding purpose, which that spirit of service to society is the spirit that, this is what he will seek. I think that's the question he's seeking to answer here in the book. He'll probably say it at the end, that what is that mystery creating this extraordinary, unique political culture? That spirit of service to society is the spirit that pulled India through the emergency and placed its democracy on a firm foundation for the future. Why I'm not big on the idea of duty being the driving factor here is because every conservative of every religion in the world laughs about duty. They don't achieve jack shit. Not even South America with their more or less good climate and environment, etc. India is India is very unique. Maybe gods exist. Maybe gods are just so real. They have decided, let's bless India with these things, and let's bless other countries with other things. India is blessed with a political culture, unique political culture. India, through the emergency and placed its democracy on a. Acha. That spirit of service to society is the spirit that pulled India through the emergency and placed its democracy on a firm foundation for the future. But it wasn't inborn in the Indian psyche. It has to be instilled, nurtured, and stiffened over the course of decades to become strong enough to keep such a fractious country as India on the democratic path. A democracy of duties. The historical trajectory of Indian democracy diverged from the path taken by nearly every other post-colonial state on 18 January 1977 when Indira Gandhi took to All India Radio to announce elections for a new parliament. No one knows for certain why she decided to go to the polls. The simplest explanation may be the correct one. In the opinion of Granville Austin, the leading American historian of the Indian Constitution, quote, Mrs. Gandhi called the elections because she thought she would win, end quote. On the opposite side of the debate, many of her boosters believe that she called elections because of a genuine faith in democracy and cite multiple examples of her confiding to advisors that she expected to lose. How much faith one should put in these protestations is irrelevant now. Although Gandhi called elections, she held them amidst continued press censorship and without ending the emergency. Nonetheless, when Indira Gandhi lost elections, spectacularly losing even her own Lok Sabha seat of Raebareli in Uttar Pradesh, she did step down. The new government promptly ended the emergency, released political prisoners, restored most of the civil liberties that had been stripped out of the constitution, and put India on the liberal democratic path that it has pursued ever since. Two highly symbolic changes to the constitution, however, were retained. The first was Indira Gandhi's insertion of the words socialist and secular into the preamble of the constitution, thus enshrining two of the INC's core political positions in the text of the constitution itself. This decision remains highly controversial. The BJP in particular seems to abhor it. The words were probably allowed to stand as a matter of compromise, although the coalition that unseated Mrs. Gandhi included many long-time opponents of the INC. It included the organizational rump of the INC that had expelled her, and its figurehead and prime minister was the octogenarian INC stalwart Morarji Desai, who used to drink cow urine, right? That had expelled her, and its figurehead and prime minister was the octogenarian. Yeah, maybe that's why they kept the secular and socialist words. The second symbolic change that the new government allowed to remain in the constitution was Indira Gandhi's insertion of a character of 10 fundamental duties of the citizen. Most written constitutions, including India's, have charters of fundamental rights. Among truly democratic constitutions, few contain charters of fundamental duties. Most other charters of duties are perfunctory and derived from the constitution of the Soviet Union and thus not to be taken seriously. India's Charter of Duties, while for the most part unenforceable, is truly aspirational. It includes the duties to value and preserve the rich heritage of our composite culture, to protect and improve the natural environment, to develop the scientific temper, and to strive toward excellence. Strive toward excellence with reservations. In 2002, a later government added the duty for parents to provide opportunities for education for their children. The Charter for Fundamental Duties has proven relatively, though not entirely, uncontroversial in India. Has proven relatively uncontroversial in India. The duties of the citizen is a favorite theme of the current Prime Minister Narendra Modi, but it was also a favorite theme of Mahatma Gandhi in the decades before India's independence. Modi himself cited Mahatma Gandhi's philosophy of duty in a New York Times article celebrating the Mahatma's birth sesquicentenary. The principle that citizens have duties as well as rights may be unfamiliar to the Anglo-American mind and good, but it is commonplace in continental European political thinking. Indeed, the European Union's Charter of Fundamental Rights emphasizes that the enjoyment of these rights entails responsibilities and duties with regard to other persons, to the human community, and to future generations, against the critics' suggestion that duties are emphasized by authoritarian regimes. Against the critics' suggestion that duties are emphasized by. Yes, that is my my suggestion as well. That Duties are emphasized by authoritarian regimes to erect a mask over violations of citizens' rights. Yes, maybe place the Mahatma's assertion that real rights are a result of performance of duty. No. Obviously, India's constitutional charter of duties is not literally enforceable, but the then Chief Justice of India, Ramana, told the Supreme Court Bar Association in 2002 that the fundamental duties are not merely pedantic or technical, they were incorporated as the key to social transformation. In other words, they speak to the aspirations of Indian society, or at least of a large segment of Indian society, to formulate a specifically Indian path to modernity. Specifically, Indian path to modernity. Yeah, good stuff. The essential reciprocity of rights and duties is to be found everywhere in Gandhian thought, but the traditional Indian conceptualization of the relationship between the individual and society is perhaps better expressed by the Indian nationalist philosopher Sri Aurobindo Ghosh. He wrote that quote, "It has been said that democracy is based on the rights of man. It has been replied that it should rather take its stand on the duties of man, but both rights and duties are European ideas. Dharma is the Indian conception in which rights and duties lose the artificial antagonism created by a view of the world which makes selfishness the root of action and regain their deep and eternal unity." Fair enough, but the state, Indian state, is is not an Aurobindoan state where we can therefore rest assured that yes, they will definitely take care of our rights. We can just worry about our duties. Fuck no. We have to be on our toes about our rights. For Sri Aurobindo, the reciprocity of rights and duties was not a transactional relationship. Individuals earn their rights by performing duties, but a holistic one. Individuals fulfill their dharma by exercising their rights in such a way as to perform their duties. Too far-fetchedly idealist. Someday it might be possible, not anytime soon, not in our lifetimes. Prefiguring the spirit of Indira Gandhi's fundamental duties, Aurobindo taught that the ultimate goal of Indian nationalism should be the promotion of a greater human welfare. He taught that Indians must live as a nation in order to live as a nation for humanity, just as a man must be strong and free in himself before he can live usefully for others, so must a nation. Fair enough, great as a philosophy. And even great as an ideal. You have to aspire for good, perfect, ideal things. Like all ideals, these Indian ideas are about nationhood may be most often honored in the breach, but they are nonetheless entirely at odds with Western theorizations of the nation. Yes, that's why people end up going to those societies, because their rights help those societies prosper. In the Anglo-American tradition reflected in the writings of Thomas Hobbes and John Locke, the state is conceptualized as a transactional commonwealth of individuals who have banded together for mutual benefit. There has always been much philosophical angst over whether an individual's membership in society is voluntary or involuntary, but the fundamental assumption is that individuals only owe duties to society because they receive benefits from society. Pretty much. In the continental European tradition reflected in the writings of Jean-Jacques Rousseau and Johann Herder, the nation is conceptualized as a kind of superorganic collective being, whether civic, as said by Rousseau, or ethno-linguistic, as said by Herder, in nature. In the end, it's a superorganic collective being. Social solidarity demands that individuals discharge their duties to society as a generalization of their duties to family and friends. It's especially more impractical in a diverse and gigantic country with low trust. It's very much possible in a small and high trust society. In India, Anglo-American individualism is entirely a 21st century import, and the European model of the nation state is a non-starter in a country with 22 officially recognized regional languages. Other forms of nationalism, like China's imperial Confucian tradition or the Soviet Union's totalitarian modernism, presume the existence of a strong central state, something that India has always lacked and which the Indian constitution militates against. The obvious foundation for Indian nationhood, the construction of India as an explicitly Hindu state, was eschewed by India's nation builders despite their own attachment to the Hindu faith. Hmm. They sought inspiration from Hindu religious thought and drew language from Hindu scriptures, but they were enlightened enough uh, to not attempt to build an explicitly Hindu state. Maybe they knew that lacking any central authority, the Hindu faith could only inspire a nation's people, not support authoritative state institutions. Exactly. So correct. Wow, wow. Salvatore Babones is understanding India so well. A new subchapter is about to begin, so I'll just take a break to wear my glasses. Neon কতক্ষণ বাকি? Oh, time up. Oh, it was already time up. That's what I was thinking. Time flew by. This book is getting more and more juicier, and it's getting better and better. Can you show your handwriting? No, please no. Views on his News Laundry interview. Oh, I haven't watched fully. I watched it back when it was only the clips were published. Someday we will have to do a live reaction on the full interview. Sources for these so-called rights. Good question. Uh, Sources are not any one book or any one culture. It will mostly be an amalgamation of different traditions, scriptures, cultures, and even whatever is the dominant view in the entire world. What people are now deciding that this is a fundamental right, that is a fundamental right, etc. Or even if not fundamental, this is at least a right, etc. Because otherwise, there can be no rights. Okay. Small break now. Okay, guys, remember I was talking about the South Point High School band just in the last live stream? This is that guitarist. He has now quit music, and when he had played that outro guitar solo, He was still into music. By the time we released the song, he had quit music, so we could not use him in the music video. I think he's back to at least practicing guitar somewhat now. He used to be a very, very famous face in Kolkata's high school rock band scene, and then with his band distorted thought pattern as well. But when I was when I hadn't even started playing the guitar, I saw him playing insane guitar solos in the TTS school band competitions for his then band, high school South Point band called Scenic Beauty. Anyway, some great questions here. I'll take all of them. Mokwed, yes, that's relativism. What else would be the factor here? The world is relative. Different societies, different realities, different people, different brains, different child nutrition, different brain wirings, different climates, all enforce uh, relative things. So, isn't there different strategies for wartime and peacetime? Okay. So, you see, therefore, for example, if you were, I don't think, mm, I don't think you could survive Saudi Arabia 1400 years ago with Hinduism. Islam was inevitable. Islam was a necessity way to survive because that's a different climate, that's a different situation, and your morals will be different in that society. And Islam is a wartime strategy, and desert life is perpetual war. Indian climate is different, therefore Hinduism is different. So there will always be, therefore there will definitely be relative standards and uh, uh, relative demands for rights. There cannot be any objective rights. Okay, next. Now, paganism was prominent in Arabia, but it was also when it was not a desert. It was bound to happen 1400 years ago. Paganism flourished when Arabia flourished. It turned into a desert over the years, and Islam became inevitable. Force, power, and violence became inevitable. The problem is exporting that idea into lands that are not in perpetual war mode. Ankush Rai, you are making a huge mistake being proud of Hinduism for its Edenist claims. Hinduism doesn't claim Edenism. It's retarded Sanatan AC temperaturists who claim Edenism for India's past. Mahabharat obviously will have discussions on or talk about child marriage because it was the reality of the day. Chandranath Bosu, the guy who coined the term Hindutva, was in favor of child marriage. Narendra Modi had a child marriage. Don't you don't have to be proud of Hinduism for lies. Therefore, always read all perspectives. Know what were the faults or good things, and understand what was good at one point and is not good anymore, etc. The way you are trying to be proud of Hinduism is how a Christian or Muslim is proud of Hinduism. Christian or Muslim is proud of their religion. নারীদের কোনোদিনও সম্মান ছিল না, দেয়নি। ও বাবা, কোনোদিনও সম্মান না হলে এত রানী কোথার থেকে এলো? Then aren't analytical objective critiques of malpractices just someone's emotional outrage equivalent to? There are laws, we weigh them according to the law. That's all, that's it. And in a more zoomed in situation, yes, there can be. Broadly speaking, no. Sub-Saharan Africa had Islam never had Islam before it was imposed. Yes. Mahabharata is not a religious scripture, though it's an epic. Where does it prescribe child marriage for all yugas, etc.? Dada, you said that annexing Bangladesh will be dangerous because controlling mob will be difficult. Did I say that? I have been saying that Annexing is necessary, and controlling mob. Yeah, last day I guess I said it. Yes. My idea right now is that first we partition it. First, let there be a bad Bangladesh and a good Bangladesh. Then we will take up the good Bangladesh and then come for the bad Bangladesh. I have the answer. I'm writing a book on it. Nice. Let's see. What was another question? Have you listened to Derek and the Dominoes? No. What genre are they? Groomed by Jason Yal. Maybe he is, and we don't know, and we will never know. Maybe he's been sent here to influence us and to brainwash us, subtly message us, subtly incept these thoughts into our minds. Solution is to turn it into Vicky France like state. What's Vicky France? Or is it Vichy? 4 hour live stream हो गया, holy shit. 4 घंटे एक स्ट्रेच में सोशियोलॉजिस्ट का बुक पढ़ लिया. विकी फ्रांस क्या है भाई? Oh, it's the Vichy France. Refers to the French government led by Marshal Philippe Pétain. French pronunciation क्या होगा भगवान जानता है. Established after France's defeat by Nazi Germany, based in the spa town of Vichy, ruling the unoccupied southern zone as a collaborationist authoritarian state before the entire country was fully occupied and liberated by allies in 44. Ideology: anti-republican traditionalist regime known as National Revolution, promoting family, nation, and traditional values. Implemented German policies. Essence: Vichy signifies a dark period of French history marked by collaboration and authoritarianism, centered in a town historically. Yeah, pretty much what I'm advocating for anyway. The only option that you have is to say that it's just your personal opinion. Yes, it is. Everyone's opinion is their personal opinion. No one's opinion is someone else's opinion. We are not cyborgs. So Hinduism always discriminated women. It is what we are being taught. Like sati was prevalent from ancient times, and you yourself told that child marriage was common in Mahabharata era. Yes, so you yourself told child marriage common in Mahabharata era, so it means toxic and imaginary Brahminical books. So why should we believe in? First of all, no one told you to believe in this, but even if you believe in it, you don't have to believe in it for the things that were considered good and are considered bad today. You can believe, you can like or follow it or believe in it for the things that are good even today, or let's say which are things which have been started getting considered good in the last 50 years, which have been there in Mahabharata forever. For those stuff, it's a band that Eric Clapton was a part of. Their classic rock band. Acha. Why haven't I heard of them? What the fuck? I really like Eric Clapton, his solo stuff. Character in Dhurandhar was based on Ajit Doval. Yes. Ajay Sanyal. Basically, we won't deal with mobs. Then that can be done by first collaborating with the good Bangladesh. I need a little longer of a break now. What time is it? No, I think I should go to sleep even. By the way, guys, tomorrow, anyone from Kolkata or around Kolkata watching, tomorrow 11 a.m. in front of Bangladesh High Commission, we are doing a protest march to protest the murder of our brother Dipu Das. Come one, come all. And let me have a smoke, even though it's injurious to health and it can cause cancer, okay? Where are my smokes? How is Mahabharata as a text something should be believed in? What does it order you? It's not his fault. That's the way right-wingers themselves talk about the Mahabharata or in Hindu books. What are your foundational principles and how do you deal with the problem of contingency of those values? My foundational principles, let's say whatever I agree with, are pretty much, let's say, modern day libertarianism, minarchism, etc. And there are objective moral standards for me personally, which I won't cross. But what I recognize and acknowledge is that they might not be the moral, objective moral standards for everybody in every situation, in every place, and in every era in history. সঠিক প্রিভ্যালেন্টই বা কবে হলো আর এনশিয়েন্টই বা কবে হলো? There are definitely some incidents mentioned in ancient times, but it was not prevalent at all, definitely. Right. Oh, fuck. Sudeep and I said it at the exact same time. Sati was there in ancient India as well as Greek, also said Britishers it was barbaric practice and Gupta period era pillar. Yes, it was barbaric. Which society does not have barbaric practices? Like today, we are rounding up street dogs and throwing them in a prison for no fault of their own, because in some neighborhoods, asshole humans live and who torture dogs and make them crazy, angry dogs. It's going to be considered a dark phase in Indian history in 50 years. And we are living through that era. A lot of you all are supporters of this government who is doing it. So how do you want to be judged 50 years from now, 100 years from now, or 1000 years from now? On just this one aspect? That Narendra Modi was the most vicious prime minister India ever had because of a bunch of retarded BJP politicians decided to fuck up the lives of a bunch of street dogs. Do you think that's a legitimate sentence to construct? Favorite contemporary rock band from the West? I don't listen to rock all that much, but I mostly listen to progressive metal. But if I have to talk about rock, it's Alter Bridge, definitely. Vultures making a comeback. Yes. Yeah. Sati has been in pockets, not throughout India. Favorite female musician? Mohini De, definitely. Let's think. I mean, today's context, though. Who else are there? Who are the female musicians I've liked? I really like Shomlata's sound lineup. The credit for that does not go to Shomlata alone, of course, but I like her songs, her band's arrangements. As an individual musician, though, definitely Mohini De. I like the Buddhadev Guha's daughter, who's the background score composer for Sacred Games. I forget her name. Shormishta, right? No, not Shormishta. Something else. Who else? Oh yeah. Then Sneha Khanwalkar, the song composer arranger composer for Gangs of Wasepur. But Mohini De is definitely the most significant female musician in the world today, probably right after Nora Jones, and especially India's most significant international female musician. What do you think of Messi statue? It's a very messy statue, yes. So in ancient Egypt, Greece, and Mesopotamia, women have higher position, but not in India and China. Yes. Everyone has some problems, and especially some problems which are no longer problems, and some good things which are today considered problems. Yes, that's the way of history. Therefore, Ankush, you cannot like or dislike any society or history or religion with the assumption that it's perfect, therefore I like it. If your assumption has been that, you'll have to change that assumption. And your assumption cannot be also, therefore, that since no one was perfect, I'll be a nihilist and not be proud of anything. For example, all that glorious Egypt, Greece, Mesopotamia, etc. It was rife with slavery. Every adult man was having sex with every young guy. That was a way for them to mentor them into a great army life of compatriotship and camaraderie, etc. Love between a man and woman was not even considered a factor. Women were there only for child rearing in all those great societies we are talking about. Why were adult men having sex with young men? Because when you have sex with those young men, you will be that much, according to them, you will be that much protective of them. That brotherhood bond between soldiers will be that much strong. That was insanely prevalent. No one was not doing it. So India was not doing that. What do we do now? Therefore, Roman Empire was a bad thing, or everything about it was a bad thing. What freedom for women? What? Where are you getting this? Holy shit. Ankush, your sources are fucked up. Your take on Osho? I don't know anything about Osho. Have you given any thoughts on full-time journalism? From West. Favorite female artist from West? Off the top of my head. Repeatedly, Nora Jones comes to mind. Any female composer? Well, Hildur Gaunadottir, the background score composer for Joker. Adele, definitely. I like some Beyonce stuff, some Jennifer Lopez stuff. No one as significant as Mohini De. If perfection is not to be looked for, then what percentage of truth be met ideally to like or endorse an idea? Great question. There should not be a percentage. There should not be a percentage on history. As for me, I would be, let's say, in the same team I am in, even if there was puppy torture explicitly prescribed in the Ramayana, because we are not doing that anymore. It matters what kind of stuff we are doing today. And there are still flaws even in what we are doing today. There cannot be percentages. Are we prospering? Are we getting better every day, etc.? Opinion on Radiohead. I really like Radiohead. Really love Radiohead. অঞ্জতর মালা গানটা ইমরান খানকে গ্লোরিফাই করা হয়েছিল, সেটা দেখে ছোটবেলায় খুব অবাক হয়েছিলাম. Oh, all of them loved Imran Khan. Imran Khan came to the Kolkata Book Fair and gave such a great speech. Even I liked it. He was saying that quality education structures your mind. He once had a spat with one former captain who was going through a bit of a bad form, and tells Imran Khan in a dressing room, in their dressing room one day, that, you know, someone has done black magic on me. And then Imran says that my Oxford education shaped me. Yes, the women who were of higher status and had royal lineage enjoyed freedom, but most roles in society were still held by men, hence was the freedom. Yes, Buddhism had freedom for women, Sramana tradition had freedom to women. Great. And that same Buddhism, the Buddhist king Ashoka, did a genocide of 18,000 Ajivikas because of a free speech violation. They made a cartoon of Buddha in a cave. That's why that Ajivika sect was completely wiped out from the face of the earth by the Buddhist Ashoka. Unless you say women's freedom is the only virtue that a society must strive for, it has infinite value, then you'll have to admit that, well, you can't even look at Buddhism as a great thing. Today's extremist Buddhists in Myanmar looking to do a genocide of Muslims. Do you know Buddhism more than them? Will you ever win a debate on Buddhism with them? Do you realize that many people who share similar thoughts to yours aren't this comfortable with relativism, rather they actively oppose it? Yes, my inhibitions have been obviously killed by Nietzsche. Buddhists were low status. Good. Where's my lighter? Early Vedic period was too small for 500 years. Okay, so what? That may or may not be correct, but what's your point on this? But Ankush, you are going on shifting the goalpost. You did not comment on the counter arguments I gave that we are making many mistakes today, which might be looked upon with very, very harsh eyes 1,000 years from now, 500 years from now, 5 years from now. So what? Aren't we doing anything else other than killing dogs? Neo-Vedic. That is the hybrid modernity Jesai Deepak, Salvatore Babones are talking about. Name some of those mistakes. Today, right? Dogs. Dogs, reservation, socialism, freebies. Do you then prefer intuition, emotion over reason, logic? Intuition/emotion is very unfair. Intuition is not the same as emotion, but in the end, everything is intuition and emotion, including reason and logic. Reason and logic are lawyers who argue your intuition and emotion based cases. (3000 BC was IVC period. That time Vedic traditions didn't exist. I see. And more. No, these are the main ones. Out of the blue, so many good comments and questions. Holy shit! अचानक से क्या brilliant discussion शुरू हो गया. As a person who is cozy with relativism, I would really like to know your defense of property rights, source, and their arbitrariness. It's because without property rights, people won't have the incentive to create prosperity for themselves and therefore not create prosperity for the country. Prosperity for the country is important for geopolitics power, and prosperity for you is great for you. And that cannot happen without property rights. Convenience is the basis of morals. Smoking shrinks. I don't know if it shrinks balls. I've heard it definitely hurts sperm counts. But they can be forced like North Korea. Who? What? Amrapali, Tara, and more. Yeah, Nagar Vadhu Amrapali. Prostitution was legal, highly regulated, and most of them were used as spies during the Arthashastra writing period. And why is prosperity a legitimate and end goal? Because of a good life. Because convenience. Convenience is more with prosperity. Purusharthas is a justification. Without property rights, it's impossible. Property rights lead to sugaring of the janas, as simple as that. Shit, smoke mic pe jayega. Thoughts on antinatalism, a scourge of humanity. It's definitely convenient for a lot of women. So if a woman says they are antenatal, I'll be debating them. But from their perspective, they are right, of course. But we need to prove them wrong. I need to prove them wrong. And I need to convince them that they're wrong. एंटीनेटल शुड डू खुदकुशी नो खुद की खुशी के लिए तो एंटीनेटलिज्म कर रहे हैं और कितना खुदकुशी करे आर्यंस वर फ्रॉम स्टेपी ये तो राजीव खान भी विश्वास करता है विश्वास नहीं मतलब आर्ग्यू करता है विथ some scientific backing. I'm more convinced that they were probably from the Iran area or Afghanistan area, Afghanistan Pakistan area. Further, then they shifted to Pakistan. I mean Haryana area because of the climate drying up. Zero evidence. I don't know. I don't look at it anymore because I don't care if Hindus were Aryan invaders and stuff. इन्वेजन का तो कोई आर्ग्यूमेंट है ही नहीं उसका आर्ग्यूमेंट राजीव खान भी नहीं देता है बट आर्यन माइग्रेशन आई एम कंफर्टेबल विथ बिकॉज आई find it too tedious to look at the evidence that Rajiv Khan proposes. Have you looked at Rajiv Khan's arguments? How do you prevent going from relativism to nihilism, universal skepticism? We don't. We won't go there because one person who's see, no one believes in objective standards of morality personally. Okay, I'm saying it only in a broader sense. I have personal moral standards, no, and a lot or a lot of my moral standards are very popular in vogue and stuff. Even maybe I've been inspired from a lot of existing moral standards as well. But broadly speaking, in considering the general history of mankind, nothing is objective. No moral standards are objective. Invasion has been invasion is a stretch. Invasion, I have never seen anyone legitimate argue in the last 5 years. That if you look at Rigved earliest books as per AIT guys only, Rigved area is limited to Haryana, Western UP. Later Rigved extends more westwards. Finally, in Atharva Veda, whole North India is known. My country and Islam and Christianity is from outside, and Abrahamic and Buddhism is our original Indian. Abrahamic and Buddhism is our original Indian traditions, but Christianity is from outside. What are you talking about, Ankush? Exactly what keeps you going? This is a more fruitful question. What keeps me going? The goal to make good music, significant music, someday significant films, producing significant films, a wish to see India as a superpower economically, and a goal to see Bengal become prosperous, which is not going to happen in our lifetimes, but the motivation to set things into motion which will make Bengal prosperous again. In history books written by Marxist and Islamic scholars, would be and then would you consider it? If you are saying Vedic period from 3000 BC, then why is it not taught in history book? Ankush, history books are not written by God. They're written by people with clear biases. because again, relativism is the subconscious order of the day. So no history book is perfect. No history book is filled with only and only objective truths. And because after all, no history book is complete. No history book is teaching you all aspects of history. History books, especially in schools, unless you are a history PhD, and unless you have spent a lifetime studying only history and history. See, if you learnt everything from school history books, why would people do a graduation in history? And then if you come to learn all the history you can possibly learn in graduation, why do people do masters? Why do then people do PhDs after that? After that, why do people keep researching? Because there's no end to finding out the past. So why would you expect only high school history books to encompass all that happened in your past? Favorite album from the West? Holy shit, what a tough question. Which albums have almost only good songs? In which albums can I not find almost any bad song? Black Album by Metallica, any album by Tesseract Monuments. This is my favorite, is Tesseract and Monuments. Favorite album. First two Linkin Park albums, hardly any boring song there. Metallica Reload. Steven Wilson's the album which had Drive Home and Raven Who Refused to Sing. Any Hans Zimmer background score, full movie soundtrack, especially Lion King, Interstellar, Man of Steel, F1, Tree of Life by the movie by Terrence Malick. Background score was done by my third favorite composer, Alexander Desplat. Tree of Life, one phenomenal album. Then Philomena background score by also Alexander Desplat. Shape of Water by Alexander Desplat. Harry Potter background score by John Williams. What else? Yeah, these off the top of my head. Your portable music listening setup. These days, it is this something $550 costing Bluetooth earphone by a company called Hammer, and the JBL Flip 6, which I carry around everywhere when I'm traveling. It keeps on blasting out great metal. And in my home, I have studio monitors, Edis E5, because I'm a music producer. Ankush, I'm talking about primary sources only. Primary sources themselves say Aryans are indigenous and in fact record outward migrations. Oh, yeah, the OIT theory. Do you like any black? Yes, I like Burzum. I like Gorgoroth. I like Dimmu Borgir and but they are symphonic black metal, so no one takes me seriously when I say I like Dimmu Borgir in this context. Meshuggah, of course. Meshuggah, Obzen. Aryan word is Sanskrit. How do it think Aryan was European? Well, because they say Sanskrit itself is European. Sanskrit is in an Indo-European language, no? That your bad biddy and good biddy theory, I don't think is tenable. No, it's tenable. All the liberal Bangladeshis, along with the now awakened BNP supporters, will have to join hands with Hindus and fight their way to existence for a new Bangladesh. And we will, of course, send help in whatever way we can. In both China and India, position of girl was very bad. Yes, and so was the position of young boys in Roman Empire. What's your point? Do you know about Buddhism's politics? It's antichrist, anti-Christian stuff, right? Gorgoroth vocalist has been even arrested many times, as far as I remember, for burning down churches and stuff. So did so many other black metal bands from from, and it's a bit of white supremacy, Aryan supremacy as well, right? All the Norwegian black metal bands. Do you criticize Buddhism, Martial liberalism, feminism, Sikhism? Osho. Oh, that's Oshoism. I thought assholism. Hinduism have very flaws. We can't rely on early Vedic period because it was very less time. Why are you bothered about one period in Vedic history, bro? No, you don't have clear boundaries here. That this area is exclusively good BD. Acha. Oh yeah. Sudeep, right. People will have to move again. Yes, move and set up shop in southern Bangladesh. If you dislike caste discrimination, then Buddhism is the last religion you want to. Ankush, let me blow your mind. Read a small essay by Irfan Habib, written in 1997, called Caste in Indian History, or check out my live stream on that, discussing that paper. Okay? Your mind will be blown on Buddhism and even Islam when it comes to caste. So why does Ankush think that Buddhism doesn't come with? Because he's reading mainstream stuff, obviously. It's not his fault. Because he seems to be very young. Thoughts on consumerism? Inevitable. Why you dislike caste discrimination? Go for a question. We can completely ignore Vedic period and still status of women reasonably. Yeah. Have you visited Gujarat? No. A close friend of mine right now lives in Surat. Because her husband shifted there, she's been inviting me. I haven't been able to make time. In Sigala Jataka, Buddha rebukes a low caste monk that he's reciting a prayer reserved for only high caste monks and that he's like a jackal while high caste guys are like lions. And then Ankush, in some text, it's been said that Buddha criticized Brahmins and said that Brahmins are worse than dogs because dogs at least mate with other dogs while Brahmins marry below their caste, below their varna. If we can't ignore Vedic period, then we should worship nature and Vedic gods like Indra. We should not worship Krishna, Durga, and Shiva, Vishnu. Okay, why? What is one song or band that broke your notion of playing guitars? Mine is Children of Bodom. Alexi was writing such innovative stuff. Ruthvik, I'm so sad that you asked me this question. For me, it was Necrophagist. And I quit guitars for a few weeks after hearing Necrophagist for the first time. I decided that there's no point playing guitars because I can never be Muhammad Swikmez or Switchmez. Have you heard Necrophagist? But in terms of innovativeness, yes, now the stuff happening in progressive metal is the best era in metal and in guitar playing. And of course, Mata Asato as well. But the stuff that Tesseract and Monuments are doing today, it's the biggest leap in guitar playing that has happened in a long time. Frank Zappa I don't like. It's not going to be just Gherao, it's a Padojatra and Gherao. Tomorrow 11 a.m. We should not worship Vedic gods because Vedas aren't authorities in this age. In Kali Yuga, Tantra and Agamic and Tantric and Agamic deities are main. Ambedkar choosing Buddhism was political stunt. Yeah, because he stripped his Buddhism of all core Buddhist tenets. I had my necrophagist phase too. Tosin Abbas is ridiculous. Rudvik, I watched Animals as Leaders live. Have you seen them live? I saw them live just, I think, 1 year back in Kolkata or a few months back. And in February, I'm going to watch Dream Theater live in Kolkata. And in terms of innovations in guitar playing, You have to bring in Guthrie Govan as well, my favorite guitarist. I have seen him live as well, but with Aristocrats, not with Steven Wilson, unfortunately. And I didn't know he had stopped playing with Steven Wilson when I went to see Steven Wilson in Shillong, lol. But his guitar solo in Drive Home, one of the greatest guitar solos of all time, along with John Petrucci's solo in Under a Glass Moon. Why don't you do music criticism? I do actually from time to time, but randomly in the middle of other discussions. I don't do mainly music criticism because there's so much copyright issues. Ambedkar was fake Buddhist. Yes, pretty much. পদযাত্রা এক্স্যাক্টলি মানে কি? হেঁটে হেঁটে যাত্রা, so protest march. Yes, Ambedkar is lying. He didn't follow proper Buddhism. What he followed was his made up fantasy version of, yeah. Why he will do it for political stunt? He gave right to Dalit backward caste. Is this also lie? No, he didn't give rights. He was in no position to give rights. He asked for it, demanded for it, and convinced other people that Dalits must have more rights than they have had previously. Okay, and but a political stunt was required because in India every argument becomes legitimate if you can show some religious evidence for it. Like today, libertarianism is looked down upon because no Hindu text explicitly uses the word libertarianism. If I used a Sanskrit word for it, libertarianism would be very popular immediately. So in order to convince Dalits, or let's say give motivation to Dalits to band together, he needed a religious backing, and none existed. So he needed a different religion, and he made up one. Why should I like caste discrimination? Yes, you should not like caste discrimination. He's just trolling you. He had zero power to give rights, yes. Oh, fuck, you met Tosin at Bangalore airport. 2013, holy shit. Fuck. I was fucking about to meet Steven Wilson in the Kolkata airport. I was sitting in a lobby, just 5 feet, 10 feet away. Steven Wilson was sitting in a different lounge area. I was seeing live updates. I just immediately got up and started looking for him. He got up and left by the time I reached his spot. Then I got up on the plane. I saw in the very next plane Steven Wilson's entire team is getting up on the plane, lol. Then I met him. He walked by me in the Guwahati airport. Our planes got down 10 minutes apart. And then the friend I was traveling with to watch Steven Wilson live, he stood outside Steven Wilson's car, and Steven Wilson wasn't looking at him. The glass was up, and he took a selfie with him without Steven Wilson looking at him and posted it on Facebook saying, looking somewhere but not here. Handwriting. No, I'm not showing you my handwriting. Ankush, so you hate animals. In fact, Buddhists and Jains loved animals so much that they created further casteism. Ankush, okay, check out 1997 paper called Caste in Indian History by Irfan Habib. He says that at one point, he doesn't say this following sentence, but this is evident from Arthashastra and many other texts as well. At one point, farmers were simply Vaishyas because they are self-employed entrepreneurs, etc. Later, farmers become lower castes, Dalits, etc., Shudras, etc., because they are very bad people who are killing insects and stuff in the process of farming. And that happened because of Buddhism and Jainism. If you are truly anti-caste and pro-Indic, then you are a Savarkarite. Favorite contemporary religious figure? Rajarshi Nandi, hands down. Neon, you will hate animals as leaders. Oh yeah, he's a hip-hop fan. He won't be able to stand animals as leaders for more than 5 minutes. This is not a challenge. We should not gatekeep Ludwig. Savarkar is the poster boy of anti-caste. He wasn't only against caste discrimination, he wanted to destroy birth-based casteism, yes. Sraman ideology, to be precise. Buddhism, Jainism are later things. Acha. Favorite pen? I don't have a fascination with pens. I got gifted 2 nice pens by my friend recently, both by my friend, the world-famous scientist Shayok Paul. He got me this from Vienna, and the other one from Royal Albert Hall. Sir, from where it is said that Buddhism have caste system in history, we are being taught that casteism came from Brahminic. It's a complete lie, Ankush, bro. Check out Irfan Habib's 1997 paper. Check out the paper we have discussed. I have a playlist called Ankush. Ankush, I have a playlist called Caste Papers. Okay, the very first live stream on a research paper on caste is the one discussing casteism in Buddhism. Okay, please check it out. He was just asking if someone hates animals. Savarkar, yeah. He hated Hindus, but still was Indic in heart, explicitly states this. So he converted to Buddhism because he thought it was anti-caste, which is false. No, Sudeep, he didn't even think it was anti-caste. If he thought it was anti-caste, if he misunderstood Buddhism to be anti-caste, like Ankush here, then he would not change the tenets. He changed the tenets because he knew Buddhism isn't anti-caste. He understood Buddhism perfectly, but he needed a rallying point for the Dalits in a religious way, for giving them something to worship and stuff. Don't you follow a strict healthy regimen in regards to sleep, food, etc.? Sleep, though, definitely no. In food, yes, I do intermittent fasting. I haven't had a breakfast in 5 years, and I don't eat meat. I don't consume dairy products except in a social gathering, like if someone has made paneer, if someone has brought me a piece of chocolate, etc., pastry, that's that kind of stuff. And when I'm traveling, I definitely have to end up eating paneer every now and then. Dalits should worship Savarkar, yes. Why should I like casteism? Are he was joking. Answer the other questions, Ankush. How were your academics in college? I am a college dropout, third year. On the day of my final exams, I thought I will fail in my first year, which is why I didn't ask money from my parents to go watch Metallica in Bangalore, even though Metallica was one of the 3 bands that I had decided that I will definitely watch when they come to India. So I missed Metallica because I thought I will fail in first year, but Metallica came and went, and I happened to pass on to second year. And so it was see, first of all, I studied under a Calcutta University College, where getting 60-65% was a massive achievement. I think our toppers got 60%, 62%. So I always barely passed. I really liked the journalism subject until second year and stuff. All of a sudden, I sort of got a dislike for journalism as a whole. And I thought I'll watch Linkin Park, Dream Theater, and Metallica whenever they come to India. So Metallica I couldn't because I thought I'll fail in first year. Then Linkin Park's vocalist committed suicide after my accident, and Dream Theater's first concert happened in India 7 days after my. It was announced 7 days after my accident, but luckily Mike Portnoy was not there in Dream Theater back then. Now I'm going to watch Dream Theater, and Mike Portnoy is back. But Sir Irfan Habib himself is leftist historian, which even nationalists themselves claim. Yes, he is a leftist historian, but he's not wrong on everything. He's wrong to just assume that Muslim kings had no religious intentions in destroying temples. It was just material, let's say, desires. That's where he's wrong. And maybe he was asked to think that way. It was incentivized to think that way because Congress had their nation building process in mind. So no, we are not on Pomodoro anymore. I'll end the live stream very soon and go to sleep because tomorrow 11 a.m. we have a protest march in front of the Bangladesh High Commission in Kolkata to protest the assassination of our brother Dipu Das. Is the audience coming in fine? Let me keep the mic in a proper place now since I'm talking anyway. Now this has turned into an audience interaction live stream, guys, okay? So where were we? Yeah, so anyway, Ankush. Yes, Irfan Habib is wrong to say those things. But there is overwhelming evidence to show that Muslim kings did the same things everywhere they went. They had terms for it. But Faroshti meant idol worshippers. But Shikni was a proud thing to be and do. But Shikni meant destroying idols. And it was for religious reasons. But Faroshti is not idol worship. I think But Faroshti is dealing in idols. But anyway, therefore Irfan Habib was wrong on those aspects, but Irfan Habib is not wrong on caste. Romila Thapar is not wrong on caste. All of them are absolutely right on caste. Let's see. Wait, kuch questions miss ho gaye. Yes, Neon, BD High Commission. And nationalists hate Irfan Habib because they have only heard, most of them have not read a single page of Irfan Habib, of course. But they dislike Irfan Habib for his sort of apologia for the Muslim kings. Nationalists don't know of Irfan Habib's thoughts on caste. Yes, Ankur, that's why we are different. We are Hindutva 2.0. Yes. Ideal future self. Good question. Future self is I'm a significant film producer who makes. I'm not going to get into the genre of films because I intend to work in many genres of films, but mostly having a say in society, in politics and stuff, and being an author. What would 2000 year CPM persons think of today's bong chaddi? Yes. They would say we were so vile people for talking about the destruction of Bangladesh. What amount of money suffices for you to have a comfortable life? That will depend on how many kids I have in the future. Enough money to deflect any threats to my life and my family's life. Enough money to bribe anyone into protecting me. Enough money to bribe anyone into not harming me. That's the money I need for a comfortable life. Can you shake hands with people like Bonajotsna Lahiri? On what topic? Maybe we'll have a nice time discussing films and movies because our consumption patterns are same. I'm BBK adjacent. That's all. Sudeep to max paper guli khaye dikhchi. Favorite left-winger in India and internationally? Irfan Habib, first and foremost, because his work on caste, his paper on caste is my topmost favorite work on caste. Then internationally, I don't like any leftist. Mainly Irfan Habib. Dhanananda was discriminated as he was from Barbar tribe. Yes, it was reporting. When did I say there was no caste discrimination? Why is Dipu Das's case getting so much attention when it has become a regular phenomenon? You had sent me a bunch of many other cases over Insta last year. Yeah. Because too many people are now tired of losing debates with right-wingers. Because too many people are tired of getting called out on their hypocrisy. They can't escape it anymore. Plus, Shubhendu is breathing down their necks. That's why they have to criticize it. Weber will be too heavy on him. Start with easier works of, Irfan Habib 1997. Your thoughts on Ramanujan? I don't know nothing about him except he was a very poor guy, lived in a temple premise and came up with groundbreaking research on maths and said that the gods sent him those ideas. Excuse me. Wait, Neon is getting marriage proposals. Yes, exactly. But at the same time, read Raj Tarangini Chandakas used to be house guards. Ask the real question, bro. Dada, will you marry? Ish. No matter the topic, can you shake hands with people like her? That would entail. That would. It depends on what shaking hands means for you. I'm always open to shake hands if they are looking for a point of agreement and work in tandem to let's say solve any particular problem in society or collaborate on some nice stuff. You heard about Muladi Ganahatya, Chuknagar Ganahatya, Bodishal Danga? No. Mahasiddha in maths, yes. Is Irfan Habib alive? Yes. Mockwed is trolling all of us. You are saying that it was fluid, but in history or internet, it's saying that only early Vedic period have fluid caste system. Ankush, we have discussed another paper called Hitesh Ranjan Shannal's. Not paper called I'm forgetting English because of these questions. There is another significant scholar called Hitesh Ranjan Shannal, Ankush, whose paper we have discussed. It's the video is called "How to Buy Your Caste." There, Hitesh Ranjan Shannal shows that anyone who gained some amount of wealth somehow could immediately hire a Brahmin, basically bribe them to make up fake genealogies for them. But we are not really saying that caste discrimination never existed first and foremost, and that it was it was as fluid as it was today. No, no, no. It could not have been. When there are uh, not many kinds of jobs to do in a society, birth-based casteism will be inevitable, because after all, family guidance does help in you becoming great at that craft, right? Similarly, you would end up, first of all, wanting to be in your father's profession in that era in history, because there was not much to do. Okay, people actively wanted to get into their parents' profession, in fact demanded that I get this job because my father was also in this profession. That was the reality of caste. And similarly, today so many people get into their parents' profession and excel at it because their parents were in that profession, because they get constant guidance from the day they were born in that family. Why do you think A.R. Rahman is A.R. Rahman? Because he was assisting as a keyboard player his father, who was a legendary Tamil arranger, Ravi Sudeep, something like that. Ravi Kumar, ऐसा कुछ नाम था उनका. When he was 9 years old. Okay. Then so many examples like that. Most lawyers, most good lawyers are from lawyer families. I had vile hatred for people like Bono Josna. People start considering. No, I'm not at all trolling. I absolutely admire the kind of conversation study that you partake in, which are especially of. Thank you. That are even scholarly. That I have just been accused of being a Brahmin by Ankush. Accused of being Brahmin. Is that even an accusation? Is which atrocity is act? Brahmin atrocity. Caste is also universal, yes. Don't believe me? Here is a scholarly work: The Protestant Establishment, Caste and Aristocracy. Caste and Aristocracy in America. Ankush, why were the Boston elites of the Boston city called Brahmins? No, but Ankush, you are getting all your history from high school textbooks and internet. If you are going to check out the internet, then check out other perspectives on the internet as well. No, bro, even in today, also caste discrimination is very much real in North India, like in marriage, but in Bengal, we don't. Is he seriously saying these things to make my live stream 2 hours further longer? Ankush is an interesting guy. He's a new viewer, obviously. Welcome, Ankush. We are going to rock your world now. No, bro. Yeah. So, but in Bengal, don't give so much importance on caste system. Oh shit! This is 5 hours into the live stream. Fuck. Ankush. The thing is, yes, caste discrimination exists in North India, but the numbers are over amplified because of the way they frame their data and the way the reportage happens. Okay, if let's say I'm a musician and my bandmate vocalist is Brahmin, and he and I have a fight in Bengal, the next day the newspaper reports will say that a vocalist beat up a guitarist. If he is a Brahmin and he and I have the same fight in UP, the headline next day will say a Brahmin beat up a lower caste. He won't even mention that I'm Vaishya probably. Or if I just happen to be from the SC/ST community, then the headline will say Brahmin beat up SC/ST. No further questions will be asked. It will just be the fact that we probably had a fight over how the song arrangement must happen. It will be just discussed that the Brahmin beat up the Dalit. Secondly, in Bengal, there is casteism in a different way. Casteism can happen, caste-based bad behavior can happen in two ways: conscious overt casteism and subconscious casteism or unconscious casteism. Okay. In UP, Bihar, there is only conscious and overt casteism. In Bengal, there is unconscious casteism. Why else do you think only Dalits died in the Morichapi massacre? Why else do you think only Brahmins, Vaidyas, Kaistas are in positions of influence in every profession in Bengal? In all other entertainment industries, for example, you will see successful Christians, successful lower castes. For example, Ajay Atul are Dalit composers, SC, ST, I've heard. No, I don't know. Yeah, lower caste at least. Significant Muslim actors, musicians in every movie industry, in every entertainment industry in the country. In Bengal, which does not do casteism, which is very progressive, which does not hate Muslims, why aren't there any significant Muslim, Christian, or Dalit faces in the industry? Why? And Ankush Rai, yes, the honor killing thing is very relevant, yes. But you see, honor is based on a different thing in UP Bihar, and honor is based on a different thing in Bengal. In Bengal, the honor is based upon whether you are a Trinamool supporter or not today. Previously, it used to be based on whether you are a CPM supporter or not today, or not. So, if many people have been based on the regarding whether you are a CPM supporter or not, and especially the numbers are way higher than the honor killing stats of those states, then how can West Bengal ignore its problems? Favorite YouTubers, unsolicited advice, Kushal Mehra, Charvaka podcast, and Vad, Alex O'Connor, Ben Shapiro is not really a YouTuber, Bangla Sphere, Shuman Chattopadhyay, then Rick Beato. How many Bengali TMC leaders having Bihari son-in-law? I have no idea. In UP Bihar, it is not possible. But even in Maharashtra, in the local Marathi industry was dominated by upper caste, but now it is much more broad-based. Yes, it will get more broad-based when economic disruptions happen. That is why every other state has so many diverse faces. Bengal doesn't have any diversity because of the lack of economic prosperity, economic disruptions. And who prevents that economic prosperity and economic disruptions? The Brahmins, Vaidyas, Kaistas of Kolkata, who are the power center, who have the proximity to power. Ankush is saying, but sir, it was political based things in Bengal. It has nothing to do with casteism. In Bengal, we don't ask anyone casteism. This you have to accept. Fair enough, which is why I'm saying unconsciously, Ankush. See, castes are an exclusive group with their own consumption patterns. Okay. Every exclusive group has a distinct consumption pattern. Consumption pattern means whatever music, food, sports you consume, and by what modes, in what way do you consume it. So, Kolkata's Bengalis, Brahmins, Vaidyas, Kaistas, the Bhadralok, as they are called, have a distinct consumption pattern. So, if today you are a Bihari guy who is very good in studies and has gotten into JU, but listens to only Bhojpuri bad songs, do you think you will be accepted or not looked down upon in JU by a Brahmin Vaidya Kaista? You will be looked down upon. You won't be able to enter their social groups. You won't be invited to the hangouts. How is that not casteism? Sigar is saying, actually, you have not experienced Bihari hatred. I saw how much hatred they have in case of marrying their daughters in other caste, but they are okay to take other community daughter-in-law. Yes, I'm not denying that. And yes, I have not faced hatred from Biharis. Karma can be upheld without birth-based. Lol, if parents' caste can't decide my birth, how the wife's caste will be decided, etc. But Satyam, what are my do's and don'ts as a Vaishya? You're only saying it is because BBKs have a unique consumption pattern that they like to gatekeep it. Yes. Senas are Vedyas. You have royal blood. Are how are Senas Vedya? They are Kshatriyas. So, yeah, Senas are absolutely Kshatriyas. I really don't understand why Hindu Bengali respect Kolkata BBK, because BBK women. Kolkata, everyone will always respect the ones who are closest to power. They will respect power, and then second rank will be the people in the closest proximity to power. They will emulate them, because the implicit assumption in humans always is that follow everything a successful person does, even though everything the successful person does is not leading to his success, but it's just human tendency to follow all aspects of that successful person. So if listening to Rabindra Songit and having a proper English pronunciation and being a progressive is making them achieve all those things, it's simply correlation and not causation. People will try to do those things. For example, I read a very good article yesterday in print or wire or somewhere, that this discourse on this looking down upon English speaking and calling it Macaullism is a way to look down upon Dalits, whose only way out of being a social outcast is the English language. Imagine, why do I have only BBK friends forever, Brahmin Vaidya Kaista friends forever? Why have I always only ended up dating Brahmins, Vaidyas, Kaistas forever, even without knowing those castes back then, even without knowing the caste situation in Bengal? Because my consumption patterns ended up becoming exactly the same as Brahmins, Vaidyas, Kaistas, because I went to a convent school. I entered their spaces because my consumption patterns became like them. So, emulating the ways, the lifestyles of the people in power is always going to be the ticket to becoming like them or becoming as powerful as them. You'll do it either consciously or subconsciously. One lesser known loved genre that you absolutely hate. Or one lesser known loved genre. Well, pretty much progressive metal is a lesser known genre, and especially today. I didn't think people will move away from rock and metal altogether. I didn't think hip hop will take over the world to such an extent. Holy shit. I thought metal is going to take over the world. Metal has fallen by the wayside so much. When we were growing up, metal was a niche thing, and metal again became a niche thing so quickly. But I dislike Latin American music. I dislike all kinds of pure folk music except Celtic folk. I like folk only when it's fused with something else. And I really, really like Indian classical fused with jazz, like Mekal Hassan Band does. Other than rock metal, yeah. Although Mekal Hassan Band is very rock as well. Oh yes, Olafur Arnold's Icelandic ambient atmospheric music. He's my fourth favorite composer. Even Hans Zimmer really likes Olafur Arnold's these days. Satyam lost his chain of thought. Yeah, okay, some other day then. Thoughts on Pratap Bhanu Mehta. I haven't read anything by him. Ankush is saying, sir, so according to you, why casteism is so harsh in northwestern India? Because of lack of economic prosperity. Because people are frozen in their traditional family dynasties, and the state is incentivizing them to stay in their family dynasties and their caste identities by incentivizing them to identify with their caste and nothing else, by doing so much caste politics and caste based reservations. If the state, the government, stops recognizing caste, if the government stops giving caste based handouts, reservations, if the governments um, uh, simply stop asking you to write your caste in government papers, casteism will disappear in 10 years. And if that goes on, along with that, economic disruptions happen, economic prosperity, capitalism happens, also casteism will go away. Ankush, you will, since you hate casteism so much, you will admit that the entirety of India had some caste-based discriminations against someone or the other by at the hands of someone or the other, right? Why is it mysteriously harshest in the ways that you are talking about caste? Only in the poorest two states? What's the mystery behind that? Music source choice. Mainly YouTube. YouTube and YouTube Music these days. Earlier it used to be torrent, of course. Neon Teller, what's the point of giving you so much freedom if you marry in a conservative community? Make her feel ungrateful. Many of the caste-based friction is more poverty plus moral. Yes, of course. Different castes can have same burner. Yes. What are your channel analytics in terms of gender? 98% male. Yes, sir, means that caste in North India linked with politics. Yes, politics and the socialism of that state. West Bengal was lucky to have the British as a government. They chose Bengal to be their, Kolkata to be their seat of power and prosperity. Because of that prosperity, you don't see the overt casteism, you only see unconscious casteism. Bihar and UP has had poverty forever, therefore you see all sorts of casteism. Don't you find that amusing? Amusing, yes, and also inevitable. Because YouTube is generally 80-85% male. So the stuff we are discussing, not too many women are interested in these topics. After that, whatever women do come to my channel, they don't stay much longer because of my views on patriarchy or the lack of its historical existence, etc. From Varna POV, there is no evidence that guna karma is entirely parent inherited. Parent may be idiot while son may be genius. Yeah, Ankush has not read Brahma Puran, obviously. In Brahma Puran, Lord Shiva explicitly says, check out my video, please, Ankush. I have a video on, a small video, 10-minute video on what Lord Shiva says on caste in Brahma Purana. That you can be a Brahmin only and only by your own actions, not because of your father. Bhagavad Gita chapter 9 shloka 45 says woman Shudra as a Papa Yoni. Must have said. On the other hand, it says many other things. If you fixate on only one or two aspects, then yes. Then anything is completely bad. For example, you are conveniently not fixating on Irfan Habib's views on caste. Poverty জন্য casteism argument ওরা crime করে কারণ ওরা গরিব এরম না poverty জন্য casteism it will have to be that way, Seeker, because caste is based with caste is dependent on government handouts, reservation, and you identifying with your caste first and foremost when you don't have many other jobs to do, etc. And what solves all those problems? Economic prosperity. If you were given an option of being born in any country, which one would you choose? I would choose either Texas or the St. Andrews area in Scotland. Varna is action-based is true, but in complete statement, it is based on karma of past life. This is the basis of punarjanma and karma phal. Yes, and that becomes a reason for discrimination as well. That you are here because you did some asshole things in your past life. Now fuck off. Bhavisha Puran is corrupt because it literally refers to Akbar. So if Lord Krishna says woman Shudra as Papa Yoni, so why we believe him as God and worship him? How an enlightened person can say this? Because Lord Krishna has said many other things as well. And after all, Lord Krishna did not sit down to write the Gita. It was written by a human who was a product of his times. What is the most boring and exciting activity for you? Most exciting activity is discussing politics, arranging a good, interesting song, doing these live streams, discussing caste, etc. Most boring activity is making bad songs with bad reference material and bad demands from the client. That stuff is pure torture. রাজস্থানে আমার ডাইরেক্ট ফ্রেন্ড আছে, তাদের বাপরা সবাই গভর্নমেন্ট জব করে, তারা নিজের মেয়েকে হয়তো মেরে ফেলবে অন্য কাস্টে বিয়ে করলে। Yes, because government job is not capitalism and prosperity and free markets. My karma good, I can be born in a poor family, but after my birth, my father can become rich and I can get good education, become pandit, while my father is a flower seller. In chapter 9, Lord Krishna Arjuna pervades the entire universe. It is not situated in it. Sir, I didn't get what you said. Yeah, Bhagavad Gita was ultimately written by a human being who was a product, who was seeing what was happening around him and inserted a lot of that into his writings as well. No text is perfect. If a text was perfect, Ankush, then it would not have a million interpretations and translations. Being forced to participate in domestic familial matter about married when I'm not interested. What percentage of streaming interacting with chat is a compensation for the lack of app socialization? For me or for other YouTubers in general? For me, it's not a lack of app socialization. My channel began with the goal of popularizing the insane stuff I read in Sanjeev Sanyal, J. Sai Deepak, and Sitaram Goel's books. In general, um, yeah, probably. Yeah. See, because firstly, unless you are an incel, you won't deep dive into stuff. If you are happily committed, going on with girlfriends or with one stable relationship, you will have a job, you'll have a family. You deep dive only when you are an incel. So an incel by default implicitly means that he's not very social or cannot be very social. Sir, can you say that Lord Buddha or Mahavira said anything bad things on society? I think no. Okay, rewind half an hour and listen to the things I said about Buddha. The research papers I ask you to check out from my live stream. And the Irfan Habib paper on caste in 1997. The Shubman thing the guy is literally barely my chest height. I convinced her that we cut off money and everything are normal. Did my plan to Satyam Kriyaman Karma also exists? Buddha exists. Apart from that, in Jyotish, there is a concept of Bhoga Yoni, Prarabdha prominent, and Karma Yoni, Kriyaman prominent. Were your parents financially strong and supportive of you? No, they are middle class. My father is retired. He used to work in an office of a college, and my mother is a school teacher. Supportive does not always have to be financial, right? And what entails financial support is also very subjective. Ambani's son might think that his parents are not being supportive. I know so many insanely rich uh, kids who go into depression and write all sorts of stuff about their quote unquote toxic parents because their art supplies were not uh, bought in time by their parents. So my parents are definitely supportive in whatever capacity they have. They're not in agreement with all the stuff I do. They would prefer that I do other stuff and more conventional stuff, but they're also not going out of their way to prevent me from doing this. So why should we read Gita? Why people say that it should be taught in schools? Because there are many other awesome stuff as well, which are very relevant. And that's not said by just Indian nationalists, right? It's said by a whole horde of people all around the world who despise Modi and BJP with all their guts. Good that you reminded me. I've been meaning to do a live stream separately just on my experiences in the Chinmaya Vibhuti Ashram. There we were gifted one particular small pamphlet. Wait, I'll show you all. So guys, this is a recent project by Chinmaya Mission. They are trying to popularize 5 particular shlokas from the Gita. I'll discuss this when we specifically discuss Chinmaya Vibhuti Ashram experience as well. So they are calling it the Gita Panchamrit. This has been compiled by their current head, Swami Swarupanand ji, whom we met and did Q&A with him. Fascinating man. So the idea is that 5 shlokas every Hindu must know. So tell me, Ankush, what you think of it. You probably won't like all of it because you are more fixated on the problematic things that Lord Krishna allegedly said, which were not problematic when they were being written. At least they are problematic today. So 5 shlokas, 1 essence, a simple way for everyone to connect with the Bhagavad Gita. Swami Chinmayanand believed that the Gita should not be just an inanimate object of worship in the puja room. It should be a living, breathing text that you refer to for every problematic situation in your life. A 2-page pamphlet, okay? Gita Panchamrit is an initiative of Chinmaya Mission that seeks to awaken love and reverence for the Bhagavad Gita in every heart through 5 carefully chosen verses. Imagine the task. 5 shlokas from the entirety of Bhagavad Gita. Through 5 carefully chosen verses, simple to learn, inspiring to reflect upon, and uniting in spirit, it offers a glimpse of the Gita's timeless relevance. Now see, Ankush, this is one of the core recurring themes of Hinduism, okay? Contemplation, reflection, okay? You reading something, not just mugging it up, thinking about it on your own. If Hinduism was that vile as you are under the impression it is, why would texts repeatedly encourage contemplation and reflection? Wouldn't they know that you would end up realizing that it's all horseshit if you contemplate too much on it? The idea with Hindu texts is that you contemplate on it, draw your own conclusions, and if you find something to criticize, go ahead. So inspiring to reflect upon and uniting in spirit, it offers a glimpse of the Gita's timeless relevance. The first 3 verses guide what we as seekers can do. The last 2 reveal what Bhagwan does when we surrender in faith. The verses provided here with Sandhi split for easy chanting. Okay. Are you all ready now? Purana are fake and controversial. No, only some. Only the Bhavishya Purana is fake and controversial, not all the Puranas. Okay, first is, of course, take charge of your life and rise up. Uddharid atmanatmanam natmanam avasadayet atmaiva yatmano bandhuhu atmaiva ripuratmana. One should lift oneself by oneself. One should not lower oneself. The mind is verily one's friend. The mind is one's own enemy. This one line should be enough justification for reading and revering the Bhagavad Gita, according to me. Tell me what is wrong about this. Controversial and fake are not the same things, Ankush. Controversial means there is debate surrounding it. So, Ankush, tell me, why shouldn't you be inspired by a text that says one should lift oneself by oneself, one should not lower oneself, the mind is verily one's friend, the mind is one's own enemy? This is not being said for just men of upper caste. This is being said for all of mankind of all over the world. Next one is, how does one lift oneself up? That is, of course, the famous one. Karmanye vadhikaraste ma phaleshu kadachana Ma karma phala he turbhu mate sangostva karmani. The right is to work only, never to its fruits. Let the fruit of action not be the motive, nor let your attachment to be in action. Just because uh, you are not sure of the results doesn't mean you sit quietly and do nothing. Develop an attitude of dedication. Yat karosi yadashnasi yajjuhosi dadasi yat pasiyasi or pasiyasi, I don't know. Kontya tatkurusva madarpanam. Whatever you do, whatever you eat, whatever you offer in sacrifice, whatever you give in charity, whatever you practice as austerity, O Kontya, do it as an offering to me. Sri Krishna's assurance. Ananyaschinta chintayanto mam ye jana पर्युपाशते तेसम नित्यभियुक्तानम योगक्षेमम vahamyaham. To those who worship me alone, meaning Krishna, thinking of no other, to those who ever self-controlled, I provide what they need and preserve what they already possess. Bhagwan frees us from all bondages. Sarva dharman parityajya mamekam saranam vraja aham tva sarva papebhyah mokshayisyami masuchah. Abandoning all dharmas of the body, mind, and intellect, take refuge in me alone. I will liberate thee from all sins. Grieve not. Back to the discussion now. Holy shit, people are actually pursuing each other here. So the bride kidnapping is weak, man. Garbage. Oh, by the way, Manusmriti has something to say on bride kidnapping. It's a Rakshasa way of marriage. Look at my comment. Seeker, that's for Pravritti Mara. Where is the comment? Buddhist comment. Bhavishya Purana also technically doesn't unfollow traditional Purana tradition. Buddhist. Look at my Trilokya Vijaya comment. Buddha is one of the 10 avatars for Puranas. They had a tantric deity named... which one, Sudeep? You'll have to rewrite it. Would you prefer friends from a rich background, a modest one, or a poor one? I and no other human really bothers about rich or poor. Some crazy people probably do, but what they unknowingly do is choose friends from their own caste. Caste in this case means exclusive groups or people with their similar consumption patterns. So just like every other human on earth, I also choose friends from my consumption patterns. I end up choosing friends from that consumption pattern. There's no way around it. You won't be able to have friends from outside your consumption pattern, because what will you talk about? What will you celebrate? What will you bond over? It's 131, right? If I go to sleep at 38. Basic case Vanguard is also like a caste early. It will end up being someday. Do a live with Rebecca on Deepu incident. It's... Oh, right. Good idea. Yes. But she'll have to read up on it a lot. And I can't just ask her that, what do you think of this incident? Let's see if... But we will have to discuss it on her channel as well. Let's see. I'll talk to her. Okay. They had a tantric deity, Trailokya Vijaya, who is supposed to end Shaivism. There are idols of him trampling Shiva Parvati. Shaivism strong in Bangladesh now. Muslim majority. Connect the dots. Yes, sir. I previously truly loved my dharma, traditions, and Gita, but when I encountered this thing like saying women as Papa Unit really hurt as a true Indian lover. Yes, you are a true Indian lover for all the wrong reasons. That's what I'm saying from the very first comment. Remember, Ankush, you don't have to love your country or your religion because it was the perfect as we understand perfection today. You should not have loved your country for that. Coffee or tea? Favorite brand? I don't have a favorite brand of coffee. Any coffee will do. I usually buy those flavored coffees of Colombian brew. This time it's a Nescafe. and any green tea will do. Um, we had something better than a Discord server, Satyam. It's the CSK Vanguard project, but it's too risky unless there's a political change in Bengal. Because uh, Telmudi Chanachur bros will infiltrate it, can infiltrate it, might infiltrate it, and then purposely say something illegal and call for violence and stuff, and then other people face the legal brunt. Buddhism strong in Bangladesh. Ramai Pandit's Dharma Puran says of Islamic invasion as retribution for Brahmins. Wherever Buddhism was strong, those are the majority. Understand what is they will infiltrate. If I support casteism, should I deserve casteism? Casteism means caste-based bad behavior. If you support caste-based bad behavior, then of course you deserve caste-based bad behavior. At least a voice-based debate is what these intellectuals need. Yes. What is your views on radical Islam in West Bengal and demography change? Oh, views तो मतलब obvious है, बहुत खराब चीज़ है, खराब चीज़ चल रहा है. Um, the more important point is, can we recover from it? I don't think we will recover from it. Even if there's a political change in power and a nationalist Hindutwadi party comes to power, it's going to be only a brief respite. But by the end of my lifetime, and or probably in the next generation, there will be another partition of West Bengal, or entirety of West Bengal will go to hell, because the population is high enough. Because if all of today's Muslims of West Bengal even become liberals, progressive, and patriots and stuff, from time to time we have seen in Islam that there is a call for reform and going back to the old Islam. So we don't know what the children and grandchildren of today's liberal Muslims will do if they resort to stuff, and I think we won't be prepared. It's the entirety of our history is going to be repeated. That's not possible. Sir, do you believe that Sati Pratha is overhyped, or there is many stories behind this? So, yes, Sati Pratha happened in some places, like in Bengal at one point, and in Rajasthan in some points. It was not that prevalent, but it was definitely a norm. It was not unheard of. Otherwise, so many women kings would not have wanted to jump into the Sati pyre, and their father-in-laws prevented them from doing it, etc. Screen time. I don't use an iPhone. Firstly, I can't afford an iPhone, and I absolutely don't want to buy an iPhone even if I can afford it, because of its incompatibility with so many gadgets. And my screen time is pretty much all the fucking time. When am I not looking at the screen? Even when I'm practicing the guitars, I'm looking at something on the screen. I'm listening to something on the screen, either on phone or on the computers. I'm making music on the computer. Pretty much all day. West Bengal is doomed case. Yes, it might not be doomed in our lifetimes, um, but someday after we are all gone, yes. Very fine line between Satya and honor killing. Yes, I'm convinced that Islamic takeover has something to do with Buddhist deities. In order to solve, we need to revive Shaivism. Yeah, anything that tells you that be a nice, soft-spoken guy and sit down quietly and meditate will, of course, lead to Islamism, because that's a desert strategy, and Buddhism is a prosperous society strategy. Savarkar had the best view of Buddhism. That Buddhism is great. It's awesome, but it's just not. I can't follow it today in this situation. Maybe someday the society will be such again that Buddhism will become practical and relevant. Today it is not. So is it force and evil practice like described by William Bentinck and Raja Rammohn Roy? I don't think it was force, because Ankush, when society has a norm, society has a convention, everyone goes along with it. So I think what happened was, at least overwhelming majority of the women who died in Sati were probably happy to jump on the pyre. They probably felt some fear the day before, but mainly they would have felt a resignation that yes, because this is what it is. They have known that it will happen forever. Their husbands are dead. There's no one to take care of you. Uh, some other religion's king might pick you up, kidnap you. So this is what my life is. Like today, you think, yeah, I'll get into a job, I'll retire, obviously, then I'll take pension, sit at home. What else is there to do? You don't think like Americans that yeah, I'll never retire. I'll work forever. I'll be fighting insanely fit at the age of 55. I'll do CrossFit after I retire. It's unheard of, right, in India. So in that era, not sati for those people would probably have been that unheard of. So they would not be forced into the pyres against their will. In- So do you experience some cognitive dissonance? Very much. Your favorite character in Mahabharata? I have not read Mahabharata. Hmm. How Chinese martial arts developed in Buddhism? How Chinese and Japanese civilizations that have Buddhism, Shinto, and Confucianism were violent if Buddhism was peaceful? Because they were intelligent enough to not follow Buddhism completely. What was your previous question? Aren't all these activities, no sleep schedule, high screen time, smoking, diametrically against the lifestyle way of living that your ideology entails? Hardly. I encourage good healthy lifestyles, which is ensured by my workouts and intermittent fasting, which therefore, see, I can afford to do so much screen time and smoke and sleep like an insane person because I work out and do intermittent fasting. If I didn't work out, ate like a crazy person, and I was obese and didn't do intermittent fasting, then I could not do all these things without spending 20,000 rupees per month on medicines. And that's for ideology. Yes, um, I can still defend myself physically. That's what my ideology entails. Um, I'm pretty sure none of you can take me on physically. Sati was mostly done to prevent property transfer. If widow gets remarried, then property will go away. So elites in Bengal used to commit sati. Hmm. নিয়ন না সিনেমা দেখে জাগবে না, বাট হ্যাঁ এরকম অনেক সিনেমা হতে থাকলে আস্তে আস্তে তো মনে হতেই থাকবে, প্লাস দেয়ার এ সারাউন্ডিং ডিসকোর্স এনিওয়ে. I went to Ladakh. The Tibetan Buddhism is different from Mahayana. They worship a deity called Padmasambhava, who is known for tantric practices. Yeah, sati pratha is myth. Not completely myth. They just meditate to save energy basically. Favorite language other than Bengali? English. Sanskrit is very awesome, very profound, but knowing Bengali well is 60-70% Sanskrit only. So Sanskrit and Bengali should be used as interchangeable words. So yeah, English. All the languages I know are practically some variation of Sanskrit only. I can understand Nepali to a large extent. I know Hindi and I know Bengali. So the only language far removed from it is English. Tibetan Buddhism is completely tantric. Yes, yes, and Ma Tara is also a Tibetan Buddhist deity, Tibetan tantric deity. You're supposed to. Sources of income: music production and YouTube. When you watch movies, how do you rate it, or what is your measure of being a good film? You know film technicality, right? You seem to agree with it, yeah. Good question. Some films I can tolerate even with bad technicality, although less and less as I grow older. Someone has to die within the first 10-15 minutes. Wait, I'm not saying what's a good film. I'm saying what kind of films I like, okay? And then if it has all the good technicalities, then I'm fine with it. More than anything else, I like uh, show don't tell stuff, which is hardly there in Indian cinema. Almost none of it in Bengali cinema, and I don't like over dramatic dialogues, etc. If those things are there, I'll tolerate it. But other than that, I like great background scores, great sound design. I can tolerate great films with bad sound design as well. But when there is stuff like Chava and Gangs of Wasseypur, which has insane sound design, uh, I really like them. Uh, Gangs of Wasseypur is, I think, the greatest Indian film ever made. But my favorite film of all time is Bong Connection, which has horrible sound design. Thoughts on Chuck Schuldiner? What do you think from this guitar? This guitar is a copy of Metallica's vocalist, but yes, his guitar also looked like this, Zyphos. And Necrophagist vocalist's guitar is also that Ibanez Zyphos, uh, which Chuck Schuldiner used to play. No, he didn't play the Zyphos, right? No, I think he played a Zyphos. We, in fact, did a cover of a song by Death once with my band Exiled Sanity. I was not a founding member of that band, but I have played Death covers as well. Sir, Britishers said Sati was South Asian practice, but it is done by Hindu community or other Buddhist or Jain community as well. Because Islamic invasion, there was no Hinduism by name. Okay. Yeah, he played that one. Is UP seen as caste warlike place among Bengalis? Yeah. यूपी सुबह से शाम कोई ना कोई कास्ट के ऊपर कोई ना कोई बवाल कर रहा है. Do you believe leftist dominance in Bollywood and Tollywood has deliberately portrayed Bengali men as soft, passive, and unable to speak up or stand their ground, contrary to their cultural emasculation? No, they have depicted Bengali men how they exactly are. Bengali men are by default. See, when you say Bengali, by the way, you are talking about Brahmins, Vaidyas, Kaistas of Kolkata. Brahmins, Vaidyas and Kaistas of Kolkata have mainly been into academics and studying and formulating arguments and stuff. Why do you think we have never had significant kings and stuff? So they have been depicted in Tollywood. All their surnames have been Dasgupta, Chatterjee, Banerjee, and they have been depicted accurately. I don't see a problem with that. Why do you think Pratik nowadays seems paranoid in movies? Firstly, I think he also has an Edenist view of India, and when that Edenism is not being portrayed, he is immediately jumping to conclusions of conspiracy. Or maybe he's being paid by rival production houses. Who knows? Most looked down upon state in Bengal. Do you mean most looked down upon district in Bengal? Oh, so you mean which state Bengalis hate the most? It used to be Bihar, now it's UP because it's run by BJP, because it's run by Yogi Adityanath. We had king, but you failed to know them. None of them were Chhatrapati Shivaji. None of them were Krishna Devaraya. Shashank only comes close. It doesn't really matter what horrible things some people in the Indian subcontinent used to do before contemporary to... Yes, exactly. What are we doing today, Ankush? What are Hindus doing today? And most of them are devout. Bengal ki real history kahan pade? All I know is Pala kings, Nawabs, Gaudiya Vaishnava, and then the nationalist movements. Real history, there is one book called Bangla Itihash, right? You can read Bangali Itihash. I don't know if it's available in translation. It's by Nihar Ranjan Rai. He was a student of sort of a Manas Shishya of Jadunath Sarkar. Favorite song by Radiohead, Creep. Okay, Mockwed, let me make you listen to a short 2.5 minute song by ours, which is a bit inspired from Radiohead, okay? It's there in my StreamYard here. Markwed, you could figure out the clear Radiohead influences, right? I'm not that well versed with music theory, so can't make out exactly what song inspired this, but I get the overall feel. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's pretty much inspired from Creep. Not when we were making it. Actually, after making it, we realized that holy shit, this sounds like Creep because we listen to Radiohead all the time. That our especially Krishanu is a huge Radiohead fan. But now, Mokwet, tell me seriously, are you a woman? If you are a woman, how do you know so much about metal? Because women are not that into metal usually. Our bhai Maximus, I have done live sound for them twice just in the last 3-4 months. Ask them about me. In the last two old school metal fests that they played, I was the live sound engineer. I don't like that genre if I'm sitting at home, but in live, it's really fun to listen to. No, I'm a guy. Acha. তাই ভাবছি. Okay, another question I wanted to respond to. Nihar Ranjan Rai, Nagendranath Boshu, Rakal Das Banerjee, Satish Chandra Mitra. Sudeep, how much of their stuff is available in English? Nihar Ranjan Rai, to I think I saw one in English, Bangali Itihash. This book here, right here. But it's so much geography heavy, I get bored reading it. I haven't been able to overcome the geographic descriptions. It will get to people as well, but right now I'm stuck in the geography. Mitti aisa tha, patthar aisa tha, forest tha, nahi tha, etc. Isn't your girlfriend into metal? No, I have never dated except once. I have dated only once a girl who was into metal. Favorite Radiohead album? The Creep one. सुन कुछ नहीं पर सुन के अच्छा लगा. Yes. That's the fun with music, no? That's why I don't get why people obsess over lyrics so much, bro. Lyrics, अटल जी ने क्या कहा था? लिरिक्स से आएंगी, लिरिक्स से जाएंगी. मेलोडी हमेशा रहना चाहिए. Mustang's lead guitarist was a childhood friend of mine. Oh, who's the lead guitarist? Mustang lead guitarist. I can't remember his face. Mustang lead guitarist. Yeah, but really good guitarist. I can't play solos like that. I can't shred so much. But I really feel jealous about their riff playing because that stuff is so easy to play. Yeah, Pablo Honey, awesome. So I feel really jealous because so easy to play. We fucking deathcore guitarists and progressive metal guitarists, we got so frustrated listening to Necrophagist, Tesseract, Monuments, and we practiced hours and hours and hours, and listening to Born of Osiris, thinking we will never be as good as them. What is even the point? No, let's practice even harder. And our drummers almost killed themselves practicing, playing blast beats at 200 BPM, picking up Meshuga songs. And these old school guys just playing. Fuck that. It's fun to listen to, but definitely makes me jealous that we struggled so hard without any recognition. There were no cameras, there were no concerts, we had no live sound engineers, random uneducated sound kakas who had only heard a few Kumar Sanu songs used to do live sound engineering for us. We played in that era in Kolkata. Hardly any videos, some bad horseshit quality digital camera videos, footages of us playing. And today there is such a, even with the horseshit economy of Bengal, there's at least a significant professional setting to have these gigs in, and here they are playing just have a shape chord and do some down picking. Ho gaya. Question for Bengali: is Nepali considered caste in Bengali? No. Has BJP reached out to you for some social media work? No. There are problems with reaching out to me. No. Where are my cigarettes again? Smoking is injurious, guys. It causes cancer, and I can't find it even. अच्छा डिस्कशन होने से ही सिगरेट पीने का मन करता है. Where is my cigarette? Just oh, एक तो. Um, they have not, and they will not ever reach out to me and say, hey, say some good things for BJP. Number of smokes per day, 2 to 3. Today it's more above normal. When you started smoking cigarette? 2014, when I was in office. But yeah, mm, firstly they would have to pay me insane amounts, uh, and they don't really pay insane amounts to anyone. BJP paying people to say stuff for them, that idea is very overrated and very mythical, guys. It's not very true. So at best, they might someday uh, end up saying that, see, they might what I have had is, uh, BJP leaning intellectual academics have been in touch with me and have a good relationship with me. That's it. No official BJP politician or IT cell guy, etc., has ever contacted me. What is your age? I'm 34. 2014 in office. Yeah, that was my first year of office. First job was as a sound engineer in an office, which did recordings for those. It doesn't happen anymore, but remember those 9114 phone calls you all used to get all the time, that play this game or take this offer, etc. I used to do bulk of those stuff. Like it used to take me hardly 5 minutes to mix one thing. Obviously, it was a small voiceover along with a small ad jingle clip. Mix that, send that. Mix that, send that. Gautam Chatterjee of Moinar Ghoragoli. Yes, we all stand on his shoulders. Jhora Shomoyer Gan, my favorite album. My mom acted in one of the movies directed by him. It never released. She had some dance sections. She was not the heroine or something. Maximus. Some of my happiest memories in playing live has been in Marine Engineering College in Kolkata. By the way, Sanjay Dikshit also studied in that college. Do you know? Um, what I was just saying, that right now we have such a professional setting for live concerts, even for metal bands. Back then, only and only Marine Engineering College used to give a proper, respectable setup to bands of all genres. Marine Engineering Colleges, uh, starting out DNA, which goes on forever, year after year. Somehow, it obviously the seniors mold and groom their juniors in the same way. That in every band competition, in every college, people used to sneer and jeer at metal bands. Only in Marine Engineering College, for some reason, filled with non-Bengalis who have never even heard of the genre metal, used to cheer the fuck out of us. Every metal band in the front row, in that gap between the stage and the front row, cheer, mosh, dance their hearts out for no reason. I don't know why. I think their seniors used to tell them that no matter what the band, cheer them. They are here for a fun time. Let's give them a fun time. I have immense respect for them for that forever. So I have competed in Marine Engineering College many times. Never won, because What Escapes Me became out of the blue an international level band in Kolkata, whose guitarist used to date a significant Bollywood vocalist. Back then, she also had a band in Kolkata. Anyway, Orphic Cosmogony, yeah, that drummer is a good acquaintance of mine. Orphic Cosmogony is an incredible band as well. Then I keep forgetting the name of that band from Delhi or Bangalore. They had one or two great songs that I really liked. They once headlined a concert in Marine, and it was incredible. I mean, a metal band getting invited, paid by a college to perform, brought from outside. That too in a college like Marine Engineering College, where not many Bengalis are there, and therefore not many metalheads are there. It was just because they had respect for us, and we told them that yes, metal is awesome and this band is awesome. Incredible stuff. Favorite band name and logo. Logo to favorite is Mekal Hassan band's logo. Favorite band these days is definitely Tesseract. Do you play games on phone? No. Every now and then I download the MotoGP game for a while and then delete it because I get addicted to it immediately. Good job, Maximus. Sorry for triggering your addiction. Cipher. Oh my god, what an album. Holy shit. The first time our family bought a music system, Sony MHCV40, that legendary music system. We were told by, where did we buy it from? I don't remember the name anymore. Not from Sony World. So they said you can take 3 music VCDs for free and any 2 cassettes for free. So I chose the Lucky Ali Cipher album because Lucky Ali was the rage at that point, and the Godzilla album. And I didn't even know what was going to be there. I just thought there will be something related to Godzilla, so I bought it. I really was a fan of the Godzilla movie, 1998 Godzilla. We bought the music system in 2000. And my music taste was so drastically shaped by that Godzilla album because it had such an incredible variety of the best rock bands of that era. And it was full of that kind of a sound, and I had never heard that kind of a sound. So I ended up listening to proper international hard rock when I was in class 3 because of that Godzilla album. Favorite comment that you have ever received? Stuff like Savarkar's greatest Shishya from Bengal, Joe Rogan of Bengal, that kind of stuff. Kobi Shuman as a singer, yeah, pretty good, but more so as a composer. Does the Linkin Park and Papa Roach and Limp Bizkit finished exploding? Suggest something new. Good stuff. Good question. Okay. Next, then, are you ready to move on from rap? Then I suggested those because it had rap. Then now check out Tesseract and Monuments, and that's a little heavier stuff. Check out early Tesseract and Tesseract albums from 2014, 15, 16. Check out Monuments albums from 2014, 15, 16. Probably a little too technical. I also listen to Alter Bridge as well. They're not even metal, they're alt rock. And definitely check out As I Lay Dying. Yeah, Seeker, yes. Rituparna Ghosh's movie কেমন লাগে? I don't like that much, but I really liked 19 April and the Bomkesh one. Oh, I liked 19 April and Shubha Maharat, yes. Mokwed, your question has one grammatical mistake. Other states used to not have rich music movie art culture like Bengal. Now they have richer music movie art culture than Bengal. It's just that when Bengal was doing it, Bengal was the economic powerhouse. Now other states are the economic powerhouses. That's why they are doing better music movie art. And they are not at the same stature as the ones you have heard from Bengal because it takes time to build that myth making and hero worship. So the respect today you have for Satyajit Ray, Rabindranath Tagore happened with time. That didn't happen one fine morning. So with time, in 50 years or 100 years, like we are talking about the greatest Bengali artists only from 50 years, 100 years back, right? So 50 years, 100 years from now, India is going to talk about talk about that highly, talk that in that same tone about people like Rishabh Shetty and Rajamouli. Not today's Bengali artists in any field. Only fossils will come close. Rupam Islam. He is also a product of Buddhadev Bhattacharya's economic reforms. Anand Datta's best movies. Anand Datta's 3-4 movies are my favorite 3-4 Bengali movies of all time. All of that was a product of Buddhadev Bhattacharya's economic reforms. Okay, share. I'll check it out. Yeah, Chamar caste is there in Bengal. How do you see Bangladesh in 10 years? I see Bangladesh's in 10 years. One nice Bangladesh, one bad Bangladesh. Okay, guys, I'll go to sleep now. I'll have to go to that protest march tomorrow, and before that, complete my workout and take a bath, etc. Okay then, guys. Bye-bye. It was a great discussion. Thank you for joining. Good night.
যদি সবাই ফিরে যায় ওরে ওরে ও ভাগা সবাই ফিরে যায় যদি গহন পথে যাওয়ার কালে কেউ ফিরে না যায় তবে পথের কাটা তুই রক্ত মাখা চরণ তলে একলা দলরে তুই রক্ত মাখা চরণ তলে একলা দলরে যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না তবে একলা চলো রে যদি আলো না ধরে ওরে ওরে ও আলো না ধরে যদি ঝড় বাদলে আধার রাতে দুয়ার দেয় ঘরে তবে বজ্রানলে আপন বুকের পাঁজর জ্বালিয়ে নিয়ে একলা জলরে আপন বুকের পাঁজর জ্বালিয়ে নিয়ে একলা জলরে যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলরে একলা চলো